everyone, Barbara from Allbrands.com, and welcome to day 3 of the Brother presented by Allbrands.com virtual booth from the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival. Give us a comment, let us know where you're watching from and what you're working on. And we have a very fun special guest that will be with us in just a moment. We're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission and we'll be back very soon. So we'll see you then.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
everyone, and welcome to the Allbrands show, streaming live, and we are in the Brother presented by Allbrands.com booth at the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival 2020. This is day 3, the grand finale of our 3-day video series, and first on the list we have Becky Thompson from Powertools with Thread. She is so amazing. I'm going to bring her in, and here she is. Hi, Becky.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're getting a lot of love from the comments. I'll bring some.
Oh, I'm glad to see all of the folks there. Most of these are members of our Powertools with Thread Facebook group. We've got over 4,000 members, and we love to share embroidery and quilting projects with each other.
Yes. So what do we have? Well, I wanted to announce, everybody stick through to the end, because at the end of each presentation today, we're going to be doing a drawing for a winner of a prize. So, Becky, what do you have to show us today?
Okay, so the last 2 days of this festival, I have been showing the reason that quilters would want to use the Brother ScanNCut and incorporate that into their sewing room. Well, today I want to talk about why maybe you're a machine embroiderer and you want to incorporate that into your sewing room now. So one of the things, and we show a lot of these on our on my Facebook group and on the channel, and I do a lot of machine embroidery tutorials to help you get used to that new embroidery machine you might have. Well, one of the very fun things that you can do is to make these adorable little mug rugs. Have you seen these? These are from Kimberbell. Kimberbell is an embroidery company out of Logan, Utah. And I have been to several Kimberbell events at Allbrands, and they offer them as classes, and they are so much fun, and it really gets you a good immersion into using your embroidery machine with instructor-led training. Well, one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you about this today is because most of the mug rugs that they have, this is Kimberbell's Holiday and Seasonal Mug Rugs Volume 2, and you get all of these mug rugs in there. They are so cute. And this one right here, isn't that a beautiful snowflake? Look at that. Well, one of the great things about Kimberbell is that they will include, you'll see a little black circle up here on the box, and it says SVG files included. Now, SVG files are cut files, and the ScanNCut is a perfect choice for those to be able to cut all of your cut files. And the reason I wanted to, oh, here's another one. Look at this. Rosemary made this for me. Rosemary is also an Allbrands instructor. And I went to a Kimberbell event with her, and she made this for everyone in the class. Isn't that just adorable? Sip and sew. So when you go to make one of these mug rugs, this is the applique piece that you cut. Now, if you're not using a cutting machine, once the embroidery machine puts down the placement stitch and you put your fabric over the top of it, I want to get in here and let you see. Look how intricate that is. I want to know who wants to spend time with these things, cutting all of that out by lifting up the fabric and trimming away all those tiny little nooks and crannies. I don't think anybody wants to do that. That is not my idea of a good time, especially when my fingers don't work so well anymore as I get a little older. So the great thing, like I said, about this is that you can use the cut files that come with Kimberbell products. And the last 2 days I had talked about using the Brother canvas, which is up in the cloud. Well, maybe you don't want to do the whole wireless thing. I mean, it is a wireless device. This is the SDX225, and it's a wireless device, but some of you are not real comfortable with the whole computer thing, and you don't want to deal with having to do wireless. So you can take the CD that comes in this box and put it into your computer. And if you have a laptop that doesn't have a CD drive anymore, you can get one real inexpensively. You know, you even at the local retailer, you can get them and they just plug in with a USB. And so you can still use these even if you don't have a USB drive. So then you can take the file from your laptop and you want to put them on a USB thumb drive because the ScanNCut has USB thumb drive capability. So I have these cool little USB drives and they say Powertools with thread, go sew something. And these are great. It just gives you a little bit of inspiration to help you in your sewing room. You can get them at our store, powertoolswiththreadstore.com. And it's a neat little flip. And it's 4 gig, so it'll hold all of your embroidery files. And I'm going to show you how you need to go ahead and use the ScanNCut to cut out this. Once again, you will want to iron on a adhesive to the back of your cut piece because fabric is very pliable and it moves. And you would want to make sure to stabilize it a little bit. You want it to get almost the consistency of paper or something a little stiffer so that the blade won't drag around on your piece of fabric. So I have taken, let me move my camera just a little bit. I have the new Brother fabric mat, and this is gold. You can see it's gold down here. And that is the fabric mat. And I've got a piece of fabric on there that has been backed with heat and bond light. And I drew a line around the outside of this in pencil. And also matching is the gold fabric blade. Now this comes with the SDX 225. And then you are going to have to load your mat. And I'm going to take the USB drive and I'm going to put it in the USB port on the machine. So it goes right there and it's lit up and it's happy. And then I'm going to load the mat into the ScanNCut. And on the screen, on the ScanNCut, I want to make sure that you can see everything that I'm seeing. There are 3 buttons. You have home and a load, unload button, and a pause. And first thing we need to do is load the mat. And then we want to retrieve data. We want to get a pattern. And so we're going to retrieve data. And it wants to know, where do you want to get it from? You can get it from inside the machine, from the cloud, from a USB, or maybe you're cabled over to your laptop. Well, I'm going to get it from the USB. And there is my snowflake right there. It says SVG, and that's snowflake. I'm going to touch this. And there it is right there. I'm going to tell it, okay, I can see that's the snowflake mug rug. Now, here's the beauty of the ScanNCut. I'm going to get you right up here on the screen so you can see a little better. Pardon me, I don't want to. Okay, right there. So there's a little button right here, and it looks like your mat with a bar on it, and that's the scanning portion. So you can see the snowflake automatically loads right here in the upper corner. Well, what if I'm cutting something else up there in that upper corner, and I don't want that? So I'm going to touch this, and it's going to scan the mat now.
Wow, Becky, this is so awesome.
Sorry.
Kim says tutorials. So we have a great deal on the ScanNCut, which I'll be telling you all about very shortly.
Okay, so let's get back up here and take a look at this. You can see now my fabric. Now you know exactly where you need to put your snowflake. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to drag it onto my fabric. And here is where I can see it exactly is going to be cut. I'm not going to miss any parts or pieces, and it's going to come out just great. So I'm going to tell it, okay, and select. and cut, and it's ready to cut. Now it says 1 minute, but it only takes about 25 seconds to cut out that snowflake. So the beauty of the SDX is that it has an auto sensor to be able to show you so it knows the depth of what it is you're trying to cut. And here it goes. It's cutting that snowflake out. The previous models of the ScanNCut do not have an auto depth sensor, and you have to do a test. Look at that. No using the scissors. And it's all finished. Okay. So all you have to do is, I'm going to unload the mat so I can hold this up a little bit. And it's all done. And then I'm just going to peel away this fabric. You want to be very careful about this because it's easy to pull your fabric and stretch it, and you don't want to do that. So if it doesn't want to completely come apart, which is fine, that's very common, it's not a big deal. You just want to use the little spatula that comes with the ScanNCut and get under there and gently lift everything away. And then you can cut those little extra threads with a X-Acto knife or some other little blade or your pair of scissors. All right. Okay. And then your end result is your snowflake. So, and I'm going to poke this just a little bit, and then on the back, if it ever doesn't trim completely through, which is fine, you can take that little blade, see where it is, and then from the back, it's really easy to see where you need to do any extra little thread trims to make sure that you get everything just right. And then this is guaranteed to fit perfectly into the placement stitch on the CD from the Kimberbell CD, and it works just great. So just bear with me here a second. Barbara, do you want to talk about your giveaway or any financing?
Yeah, so while I have this question on the screen, Marlene asked a really good question. Normally, would you need to mirror it since fabric is face down?
That is an excellent question. So it totally depends on the design that you're cutting. If sometimes applique quilts, like the owl that I made on the first day of the festival, the pattern piece had already been mirrored by the designer. And then you don't need to mirror it because it's already done. So that's kind of what, it's an individual little thing where you have to decide, okay, did the designer mirror the pattern already? Or did, is it even a design that needs to be mirrored? Because it might not. And that is totally dependent on each. See, I'm real close here, you guys. Even if I have to do this, this is still so much better than either trying to cut this out by hand ahead of time or to cut in the hoop. Yeah. Of course, when you're live, these things happen. So, all right, I got this. I think this is pretty good fabric. There we go. Look at that.
That is super cute.
Yeah, and it just takes a couple of seconds to cut these out. And these are wonderful. Now, so like this particular pattern did not need to be mirrored because it's identical all the way around. So in this situation, like in this one here, you would want to mirror it unless you want the sewing machine to be facing the other way. But you can't do that because the design has the sewing machine facing one particular direction. So in this situation, the sewing machine, and this uses Kimberbell glitter, and you can get these products at Allbrands, but the sewing machine itself is facing one way. So you would need to mirror this particular piece. But this design is the same no matter which way you put it. So it really didn't need to be mirrored, and it works perfect. And it comes out just beautiful.
Yeah, so Terry asked a really good question. Do you use the fabric mat for cork fabric? And no, Terry, you would just use the standard mat for that. So the fabric mat is, I'll come in for a second and just talk about the brand new fabric mat from Brother. It's available on our website, allbrands.com, and I put a link in the comments below. But it basically, there's no more need for high-tack fabric support sheets on a low-tack mat. So keep your low-tack mat for other things, but the fabric mat already has the extra stickiness. So if you're using a applique backing on the back of your fabric, like basically anything that you want to put on that fabric mat needs to be fabric on the mat. So if you're using a backing, you turn that upside down, and if it's not consistent on both sides, then you need to rotate it. Was that correct, Becky?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, never put paper, or you never want to put your heat and bond backing, or we did a we did a Sweet Pea Embroidery Santa table runner in a video series that I did on my channel, and to make the white background more opaque, we cut out extra pieces of cutaway stabilizer that you would put behind your white fabric, and that way it looks nice and bright white on your project. Well, if you put that cutaway stabilizer on your fabric mat, you're going to ruin your fabric mat. So just kind of keep it in your mind that your fabric mat, fabric only on the mat, no paper, no stabilizer, no nothing. The other, on the standard tack mat, and if you use the standard the fabric support sheet, which is still available from Brother, if you use that, then yes, you can put that on a standard mat. But if you have the gold fabric mat using the gold fabric blade, fabric only on the mat. And I think right now that the fabric mat only comes in a 12 by 12. And Barbara, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if there's a 12 by 24 yet for the fabric mat or not.
No, it's 12 by 12.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as they come out with the 12 by 24, I'll be all over that, because as you all know, I do a lot of applique for quilts and embroidery, and I want to cut as much as I can. And I think Brother came out with the fabric mat because so many of us are really making a consumer demand saying, we want to cut all this out electronically, because my old fingers, they don't like doing this anymore. So anyway,
so you can totally, Anna, you can totally cut vinyl, cork, vellum. It cuts up to 3 millimeters thick. And now with the new DX models, it has an auto blade. So you do not have to set the depth of your blade. It automatically senses the depth of your fabric, which is amazing. So there are so many different things that you can cut with the ScanNCut. Becky just uses it a lot for her quilting and applique.
Well, Barbara, I wanted to show everybody. So Reen from Embroidery Garden has this, she's coming up. She has these adorable snowballs. And I'm making right now all of these snowballs. They are so cute. The ones that I've put together are in my living room. I've been stuffing them at night while I'm watching TV. And I made them for my son and his wife. These are the back. I embroidered their names on here. And then the snowball faces, I don't have any in here. They're in the house. But it's 6 pieces of these little pieces of cut felt. I cut all of these felt pieces on this ScanNCut because now it can go up to a 3 millimeter cut depth. And it worked out great. So I'm making 30 snowballs, and there's 6 pieces per snowball. So that's a lot of cutting, and I did it all on the ScanNCut, and it worked out fabulous. Put these down. can't hear you. I can't.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so let me bring that back. You saw that on the screen. It's a $50 Allbrands gift card that you get when you purchase the ScanNCut 225F, which F stands for fabric. And there's tons of included accessories in the box, including a rebate for a Carrie duffel bag to keep your machine and accessories in.
I want a duffel bag. But I don't take my ScanNCut anywhere. So, all right, everybody. Well, that's it. I really want to thank all of you for stopping by and watching me. I really appreciate it. All my Facebook peeps that are out there. And everybody, please take a look at my YouTube channel, Powertools with Thread. I'm at about 20,000 subscribers and doing pretty well. And I take requests for doing embroidery tutorials. And then I'm always showing the newest projects and products that are out on the market. And then again, you can get the USB drives and some other cool swag to motivate you in your sewing room at our powertoolswiththreadstore.com. So, oh, Barbara, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much, Becky. It's always great to have you. So I'm going to actually do a giveaway right now. It's going to be for a $10 allbrands.com gift card. So give us some comments down below, and I will pick a winner in just a moment for that. So if you do win, you email events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I will send that to you on Monday. So let's see, Becky. Let me close my eyes and randomly choose a name. Lisa Kitzmiller, congratulations. Email @allbrands.com. And next up on the list is going to be, let's see, Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden. She's going to be showing an in the hoop clutch with, oh, you rock too, Lisa. That's so cute. I just saw that. My eyes were closed. With my design center. So Becky, thank you for all of the education that you provide. And we love working with you and seeing you come into our San Antonio store location.
Well, thank you very much, Barbara. I just love Allbrands and everything that they do for me and my channel and all of my friends that go in there and shop with you guys. So thank you. Thanks for a great festival.
Thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for your service to the sewing and embroidery and quilting community.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. We'll see everyone in 5 minutes. Just get some water, take a little break, and then we'll have Reen Wilcoxson. See you soon.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you were dancing in the break like I was, just to get my blood pumping and moving and ready to learn even more from amazing presenters like Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden. She's a great friend of Allbrands, and I'm just going to bring her in.
Morning,
Hi, Reen. Welcome to the show.
Morning, Barbara. How are you?
Awesome.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Everyone's loving seeing you. Everybody give Reen a shout out, and don't forget, we'll be doing a giveaway at the end of this video. So take it away, Reen.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about this purse, this in the hoop purse that I've designed, and get a close look of it here. I do these in classes. I actually did this purse in a class with Allbrands. We did the version that didn't have quite so much stitching on the front because it takes a long time to do what the other one had on it. Hi, Caroline. Nice to see you this morning. So this purse, it's just like a flap, and here's a pocket. Okay, so it's a simple purse. It has this diamond kind of quilting on it. It's on the front, it's on the back. And let's say we wanted to change this quilting and come up with our own kind of a pattern, which you can do because we're not going to change the file in any way. We're just going to prepare the fabric basically before we start the purse. So, you know, you would always want to respect any digitizer's copyright rules or anything. So check those out first. But we're not messing with the file. We're just going to change this quilting pattern. If you have a luminaire or a Dream Machine or the Stellaire or the one of the tin needle, the PR tin needle. I'm forgetting one of them, but if you have any of those machines with My Design Center in it, it's very easy to do. The first thing you would want to do, though, is read through the instructions of the project that you are working on. And for this particular purse, the first thing that it tells you to do is to hoop your stabilizer. So I've hooped some stabilizer. Then it tells you that you need a piece of batting to lay on top of it. Then you need your fabric to lay on top of that. So I'm going to go ahead and set this aside, and we're going to work on creating our own file in My Design Center. So I'm going to switch the camera over here so that you can get a good look at my screen. So I am using the Luminaire, and I see there is a little bit of glare on it. I can't get rid of that. I tried earlier. We're going to go into My Design Center. And whoops, and it's just saying that the carriage is going to move. Okay, so here we are in My Design Center. And the first thing that we need to do to make a quilting pattern is we need to know how big to make it, obviously. So I'm working in an 8x12 hoop to do this. So first, let's go into shapes. And I'm going to pick a square and hit OK. Now, that square comes in, it's not the right size. Let's go over here to size. And it comes in, you can see up here, 6.19 by 6.19. We need it to fill up an 8x12 hoop. So let's change the size, and let's first start with we'll start with the width. And for an 8x12 hoop, the width is approximately, we're going to go 7.85 just to make sure. Now the height, let's go to 11.75. So I'm going to increase the height. You can see that top number changing. My Design Center is so much fun to play in. And let me drop down 1175, I said. Okay, so now you can see we have it sized.
Hey, Reen, we have a quick question from Arnell. What kind of stabilizer are you using?
Okay, for this design, the instructions call for, let me just change my camera here so you can actually see me. The instructions call for a lightweight cutaway poly mesh type of stabilizer, which Allbrands sells. I do use the Exquisite brand of stabilizers. But we're going to talk about that a little bit further on down the line, because I'm going to show you how to add a built-in design off the machine to this. And this stabilizer is fine for the design as it is now, but if we add another design to it that has a lot of stitching to it, that's kind of dense, we're going to float, meaning take another piece of stabilizer and just slide it underneath the hoop to support those stitches. It's nice seeing you, Arnell. Okay, so to get back to My Design Center, we have our hoop selected now. I'm sorry, we've made our rectangle that's going to fit inside of our 8x12 hoop. So I'm going to hit OK. Now, if you look up here at this, these are the line properties. All of these 6 boxes here deal with lines. And we have a line here. This is our outline. And you can see it defaults to zigzag. We don't want it to zigzag our fabric down. So let's go ahead and click that. Now we're in the line properties part of My Design Center. You can see it defaults to zigzag. This is a double run, triple run, candle wick, chain, blanket, V-stitch, and then over here, if you click on that, it opens up a whole bunch of motif stitches. So we want it to be just like a double run. So let me hit double run. And let's change the color so you can actually see the color change. And I'm just going to pick this color down here in the bottom corner, hit OK. Now to apply that, I have to hit the bucket that is located within the line property icons, and then touch it, touch the outline. And you might have been able to see it change color. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but it did change that color that I picked, that red color. To make sure that you actually applied that color, you can touch the outline again and listen for the sound it makes. Hear it make that knock knock? That means you've already applied it. So now let's go in and look at those pretty fills that we have in this machine. So when we click on the fills, it defaults to, this is a completely filled in stitching. You know, it's like filled embroidery. The next one is a stipple, which would look nice to just add a big stipple for the front of the bag. Or if we go into the next icon, we have a whole menu that opens up now of decorative stitches. We can scroll down, and if you have the, if your Luminaire is updated, you now have 42 fills to choose from. And it's not just these 42, but you can pick any one and then you can manipulate these fills further, basically kind of creating new patterns. So let's just kind of scroll through a little bit and see what we got here. There are some pretty ones. I have not, you know, stitched all of these out yet. I'm going to go for one of the newer ones. It's such a hard choice. Let's try this one. Looks kind of interesting. Hit OK. I'm going to go back to the same color I chose for the first outline, which was this bottom red corner, or the color in the corner there. Hit OK. Now, these are the icons that we're using for fills. So to apply that fill, we have to hit the bucket that is within the fill section here. So I'm going to hit the bucket and just touch inside. And you can see it magically applies the fill. We're going to go to the next page. And now this is where we can start playing with these fills. This is an actual, what it did, it's showing you actually how this fill is going to stitch out. That's the actual way that it's going to stitch. You can change the size of your fill. Let's space it out a little bit more and see how that looks. Let's go up to 150%. Hit OK. You can see the machine is thinking. It's regenerating these stitches. And now you can see what it looks like. You can see a change in it. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I'll go up a little bit more with that. Let's go up to 175, see what that looks like. It's thinking, and that's how it's actually going to stitch. The next icon down, this is the angle. You can change the angle of this fill. You can go, let's just see what it looks like here. Let's do a 60 degree. Again, it's thinking. And you can see it kind of skewed it around. That looks kind of interesting though. If you don't like something that you've done, just go back and then we're going to put it back at default. You know that it's default because it turns black and then the number inside is white. Let's just go ahead and leave it at 0. And it's thinking again because it's always going to give you that preview. The next icon here is the outline. We made an outline that, you know, our first rectangle to put the fill into. It will make another outline. The default now is off for that outline. If for any reason you wanted it to be turned on, you just click on and hit OK. But we're going to leave it off. This next icon, it's the random shift. So meaning, let's just hit it and see what happens here. Now, 6 is the highest you can go. And let's take a look at this. What it's going to do is shifting the pattern all around. Wow, that looks kind of, I'm not sure how I like that. So let's go back in there and I'm going to bring it back to where it was, to 0. Hit OK. But you can see how you could bring in any of those 42 fills and then start playing with them and manipulating them and create new fills. This down here is an offset, so it will offset vertically or horizontally. And then this one down here, I'm so glad that they had added this button here. This is the thickness. So all these fills used to default to a triple stitch. and they're beautiful when they're stitched out. A triple stitch is going to make a heavier, more pronounced type of a stitch. If you don't want it to be something that heavy, you can click over here and it's going to make it just a single run, which I thought I really like that. So I'm going to leave it at the single run. It's showing you what it's going to do. Now, when you're all done and you like your fill, go ahead and hit set. Now it's telling you that it's going to convert this to an embroidery file, and we're going to leave my design center and we're going to go into the edit screen. So if that's what you want to do, hit OK. And now we are in embroidery edit. We're on the embroidery side of the machine. So let's say, you know, our purse had those leaves on it, and it actually has, let me move this over here so you can see it, a freestanding lace flower, which is from my Garden Flower Lace collection, which is a collaboration I did with Dime. It's a set of, there are 125 design elements in it to make all kinds of freestanding lace flowers, etc. All of this quilting, the stitching here, this is freestanding lace, but I stitched it right onto the fabric. Let's say you didn't want to add that on there. Let's say you wanted to take something off your machine to stitch onto the front of your bag. Let's hit add. And then now we can pick any built-in design. We can pick fonts, you know, anything that you want to put on the front of your bag. Let's look into these categories here. So these are the built-in designs. You can scroll through just like if, you know, you're on a device or an iPad. This is the brand new category that came in with the newest upgrade. Let's click on that. So, you know, you have tons of choices because each of these categories that you open up is going to open up a bunch of other designs. I was kind of looking around in here the other day and I thought, you know, maybe this rose would look nice on the front of the bag. So let's go ahead and let's add that. Okay, so we know we can't leave the design right there, right? I mean, it can't stitch there. It has to stitch somewhere down in here. But how are we going to know exactly where to put it? Let's go to add. And let me make sure I remember where I put my design. Here it is. This is the original design. I have to rotate it and hit set. So now it placed it on top. The reason I'm doing that is because I want to know where that rose needs to go, because if you can see this right here, the flap of the purse is curved. So there's a curved line right there. If I use the select buttons, you can see now that let's see what's selected. That is our purse, the actual file that I brought in. Let's bring in the next one. Now you can see the box went around the rose. So I can move that rose. So I'll go to edit, move, and let's just take it down. Whoops, I don't want to get too close to the edge. If you could see, that's the edge of the purse right there. So maybe I'll move it down a little bit more. And I think that might look good. So I'm going to hit OK. I can hit select again. And we have now selected, that's the purse design. So let me hit delete. It's asking if that's okay. I want to delete that. Say okay. And again, the only reason I brought the original purse file in was to see where I needed to place the rose. So this is actually going to stitch the first, basically the first couple of steps of the original design. So if you like what you have, you could add, you know, maybe a couple other little things here on the sides. But if you like what you have, you're ready to hit embroidery. Let's take a look, though, at the stitch order of things. It's showing you here in the preview window what's going to stitch first. It's going to stitch the fill first. Let's go down here. This is our advanced button down here at the bottom, the one that has the needle and the plus minus. And let's go down to see what's the next thing. There's our outline. That's our tack down that we want. So we're actually going to stitch that first. So I'm going to switch my camera and see if, does anyone have any questions about anything?
Let's see. Just a lot of compliments and that they love watching your videos so far. It's very easy to follow, and we have so many people from so many different places watching. It's so exciting.
Thank you. So to start the purse, you know, you need the instructions so you know how to do the purse. Again, I put my stabilizer, I have my batting, I have my fabric, and I've set the machine to stitch that tack down that we created, that big rectangle, so it holds my fabric. You want to stitch that first because, you know, sometimes when you start quilting something, the fabric wants to kind of pucker and move. If we stitch that tack down first, it's going to hold our fabric nice and flat. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on the machine. If I can, I wonder why it's not going on my machine. Oh, the foot needed to go up a little bit. I was sewing on my machine earlier and it hadn't readjusted the foot. All right, so it's going to start that tack down. I want to make sure that my fabric stays nice and smooth and flat. And it's just going to go around making that tack down. Diane says the freestanding lace looks delicate. It is really pretty. The flower that I have on my shirt here is actually from the lace collection set too. It is Allbrands carries my lace collection. It was a collaboration with Dime, and there are a lot of pretty flowers in it. They're all dimensional. So it just about has the tack down stitched. Now it was a double run. They have not included just a single run in that line properties yet. So it actually stitches around and then it backtracks and goes the other way. And that's what it's doing right now.
So let's see, Barbara asked a really good question. Barbara, thank you for asking. Good to see you again today. Yeah, so there's an upgrade for the XP1. It's the, I think it's the upgrade pack 2. But I'll show that at the end of the day today. You can change the stitch order if you have multiple designs with the upgrade, which is exciting.
Right, you do have to have the bring in multiple designs to have it do that stitch order change. It's done the tack down. I'll let you just kind of get a look at that. All it is that big rectangle that we created. And basically that's what the original purse would do. It would stitch the fabric all down in place. And now I'm going to go back up to our fill that we created. And I'm doing it in black so that you can get a really good look at how it looks and stitches. This is a pattern. I don't think I've stitched this one before off the machine.
Yeah, and also, Barbara, there's that needle plus and minus that you can use you can go forward and backward colors of a design. So that's really simple to use as well.
It is. The machine is simple to use. I mean, it does so much, but Brother makes it so easy to use it. Arnell wants to know if I ever pin or tape. Yes, I do. We created this basically a basting stitch to hold our fabric down, but let's say you had a design and it didn't have something like that. You can put a basting stitch on a design. The machine has the capability to add a basting stitch for you, but I do pin things, especially something like this in a larger hoop. I will pin through everything, the fabric, the batting, the stabilizer, but I pin in the very top 2 corners and in the very bottom 2 corners, making sure that I am completely out of the stitch line. But I do that sometimes too when I put the last piece of fabric over the top. You know, a lot of designs, you take a piece of fabric, place it right side down on top. I will pin it then for sure.
Yeah. Okay, Reen, so while you're finishing stitching that out, I'm going to do our giveaway for a $10 Allbrands gift card. So give me some comments down below to be eligible to win that, and we'll pick a winner in just a moment. And I want to thank you, Reen, so much for all that you do for Allbrands and the sewing, quilting, and embroidery community. You were just such an inspiration and a wonderful instructor. And
oh, thanks, Barbara. I'm so happy that you asked me. And I do want to say one thing. I am very happy that Allbrands has given a ScanNCut to my favorite things this year. It's an annual thing that I do. It's coming up next Saturday. And one of the prizes, it's a total giveaway show. And one of the prizes is a ScanNCut that Allbrands has donated. So I want to thank you and the Dowsett family for that great prize.
Well, I think you're an honorary member of our family now. Since we're a family-owned business, we're just one big happy family, and I love what we do. I love everyone that's watching. So let's see who's gonna win. And Aaron Martin, congratulations! Email events@allbrands.com. Your name, email address, and phone number. And I'll email you that allbrands.com gift card on Monday. And Reen, don't you have a voucher for your website?
Yes. So for embroiderygarden.com from, let's see, Monday morning, the code it's only valid till Monday morning at 6 a.m. The code is QuiltFest20 for 20% off anything on my website.
Awesome. So the next step on the list, everybody, is the tour of the Baton Rouge store. So we'll be doing that very soon with Robert and Karen Presser. And what else do we have? Oh, I want to tell everyone about the special that we have going on for the ScanNCut. So that is right here. The one that you have is the 225F for only $5.99 with free shipping in the continental USA. If you purchase that today, you get a gift card for $50 to spend on additional accessories, and you get a rebate for a duffel bag made by Brother, and it's super cute.
I just wanted to show, this is a project I did yesterday completely on the ScanNCut. If you missed it, I think they can still watch the videos, right, Barbara?
Oh, yeah. So our videos are on our YouTube and Facebook channel, and I want to encourage everyone to visit and request to be in our allbrands.com Sew Forum group page on Facebook. So I'll include the link to that in the comments in just a moment. So
yeah, I created this entire key fob on the screen of the ScanNCut. I used nothing else. So it was a fun project.
That's awesome. You're so awesome. We love you so much. Everybody send love Reen's way. She does such a great. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, so we'll see you a little bit later today. And yeah, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll take a vacation to the Baton Rouge retail store and visit with Robert and Karen Presser. So yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you soon, and thank you everyone for watching, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And I'm Barbara from Allbrands.com, a family-owned and operated business since 1976. My parents started this company in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We've now expanded into Texas, and we're very excited about what the future is going to bring. But it's very near and dear to our hearts. I'm the second generation, and my twin brother, John Frederick Douthit, and I are heavily involved, as well as my parents, and all of our employees are just like family to us. So I'd like to invite you to this tour of our Baton Rouge store. They did record this because today is way too busy in the store. So we had a backup recording available just in case. And it looks like they aren't going to get away, but this will give you a very good view of what they have to offer at Allbrands Baton Rouge. So send them love, and we will do a giveaway after this video. So here is Robert and Karen from the Baton Rouge, Louisiana store location.
Hey y'all, welcome to Baton Rouge. I'm Robert. This is Karen. We'd like to show you around. Hi, if you're with me, this is one of our most favorite things that we have gotten in. This is a panel that probably was designed for clothing. We took different pieces of this panel to make masks. And the only thing we let them do to recognize you is your imagination. This is the most fun thing to pick some things to do. Come over here and say, got lots of motion, scissors, pins, wonderful sewing motions, tack orders, and our collection of Christmas fabric, large collection of Christmas fabric. We have got an amazing amount of fabric back here. Seersuckers and ginghams, printed and solid piquets. Wonderful, wonderful collection for children and embroidery and quilting. A variety of collections of fabrics that can be used for quilting, for children's clothing, again for appliques. And our favorites, the Saints and LSU fabrics. Those are fun to do everything with. We have a large selection of what we call blanks, things that you can use to embroider or hand sew on. Onesies, t-shirts, blankets, bird cloths, bloomers, wonderful bibs. This makes a gorgeous christening bib. And your simple interlock or terry cloth bibs. Lots and lots of t-shirts. Lots of fun decorating these. We've got a very large selection of specialty children's prints or all uses for quilts, for clothes, or whatever you need. An entire wall of solids. We have cotton, we have broadcloth, we have twill in every color that you can imagine. We've got tone-on tones, corduroys, an entire length of batiks that come in the most gorgeous colors, and a variety still of collections and designs to use for whatever your imagination leads you to. We have a large selection of napkins that people love to embroider holiday things on. One of the quilter's favorite things to use is grunge, a solid but not a solid. And we have other tone-on-tone fabrics here that work really, really well for quilters. Lots of plaids, some knits, and then we get to where sort of my favorite collection. Cut. I forgot the quilts.
Oh, we can't cut. It's live.
Oh
Keep
no,
going.
I forgot the quilts. Come back to the quilts.
Give me a minute.
I'm a beginner quilter. I like panels. This is one of my favorite panels. the Eiffel Tower. Very Monet looking, but it's Seurat. So easy to make a gorgeous quilt just by adding more strips of color coordinated fabric that we have. Another fun one is the wine quilt that came in a panel, and all you had to do is add strips. We have a large selection, a very large selection of panels that make it really easy to make a quilt. Then we get to the fun fabric, the Mardi Gras and New Orleans fabrics. We have a whole lot. Mardi Gras, New Orleans, Louisiana fabrics. Lots of fun things to use. We have a great selection of terry cloth towels and golfers towels even for you to make your LSU golf towels. Some of our newer arrivals. We've got all kinds of patterns and projects to make. Lots and lots of elastic, everything you need to make masks for this time of our lives. Lots of ribbon. Don't you just want to hug this little doll? She also is a panel. All you do is cut it out, sew it together, and stuff it. We have an awesome selection of stabilizer. Stabilizer for everything that you need in a variety of sizes. And if you're new to embroidery or not quite sure, we are here to help you. We can tell you, we can help you choose the right stabilizer for your needs, for whatever your project is. And oh my gosh, do we have thread? We have glide. We have rubber Anton. We have serger thread and isocord. And a full selection of DMC hand embroidery thread. But we're not done with thread. We still have Mettler sewing thread. Brother thread. A variety, a lot of variegated thread. Aurifil, which is your 100% cotton thread. And a full line of exquisite. My grandchildren love these little animals. They come in and tell me which ones they want all the time. the wonderful thing about these, you've got animals and you've got backpacks. And on the animals, you can open the zipper, pull out the stuffing. The zipper's stuck, it doesn't want to open. You can open the zipper, pull out the stuffing, monogram the belly, put the stuffing back in, and you've got your wonderful stuffy for your grandchildren or children or shower gifts. Speaking of shower gifts, one of my favorite shower gifts is the cloth book. The cloth book is a panel. We've already got them packaged and ready to go. All you do is cut on the line, put some batting in it, sew it together, turn it inside out, sew it together, and you've got a fabulous book. My grandchildren like this one a lot because it's just nursery rhymes. They know the nursery rhyme, so they think they can read. A lot of fun. And then we've got sewing machines, sergers, quilting machines, everything you need to round out your itch to sew.
So let's go find Robert now.
Yeah, what is that? What's Robert up to?
Here I am.
Here he is.
So I want to show you a fun way to use a button that you may have on your machine already to actually create a patch or applique very easily. And this will work on, of course, the multi-needles like the 6-needle, the 10-needle, but also works on our Stellaire and Luminaire machines. And this is actually very simple. We can set any design. We'll just use a design that we have in the machine here and find the little button here that looks like a shield. What this is going to allow us to do is to actually set an applique stitch around that design and stitch this out and create a patch very easily in the machine. So you can see we have a fleur-de-lis with the outline. This is our steps. And the first step is going to stitch out the actual fleur-de-lis. After that, you'll notice there's a line that has a pair of scissors. That's our cut line. Then it'll have a placement line and then our satin stitch around the edges. So this makes it really simple. What we'll do here is change the color so that they're not all the same color. We're going to set this to the gold that I have in position 2. I want the cut line to be visible, so we'll go with a white thread, and then we'll go back and do the gold thread around the edges. That way we end up with, again, a patch that looks like that. So once we've got that all set, we'll go ahead and stitch out the first step. As you can see down here, we've got the fleur-de-lis stitched out. So what I'm going to do is skip to the cut line, and we'll go ahead and stitch out the cut line so you can see the machine is going to do all the work for us here. We're just going to get a quick line around the design. So that couldn't have been much easier. Now the machine's going to stop, and it wants us to go ahead and remove the embroidery frame. And we'll remove this from the frame and cut that out. And what you'll do is just follow the white line all the way around with a pair of scissors. Once you've done that, you'll end up with something that looks like this. So what we're stitching on here is just a piece of black felt, and we have a cutaway stabilizer on the back. I have added a little bit of a spray adhesive to the back. And the next step is to go ahead and hoop 2 layers of adhesive sew-and wash in the hoop. And put the sticky sides together. And the step that it's going to stitch out next is a placement stitch. It looks very much like the cut line. That's the next step. And you can see that we have that stitched out here. So we'll take the patch that we've already cut out and stick this directly in that cut line And that adhesive spray helps so that you don't have to put your fingers on there and hold it down. So then we'll go to the last step here, which is the satin stitch, which we have set to gold again. And we'll go ahead and unlock and stitch that out. And so what this is going to do, of course, is finish off the edges for us. And I think you can see what that's doing. I actually have one already stitched out, which is here. And of course, you can see now that what we have is the patch on the stabilizer. So the last step is simply to cut out the excess stabilizer, take it to the sink, and just rinse it out. And once we do that, it's going to completely rinse out the stabilizer, and then we'll be left with just the patch itself. Now, I like to take the patch and make it an iron-on patch. So what we'll do is, once we've rinsed that out and dried it, we'll get a piece of sacrificial fabric, as I call it, and a little piece of heat and bond, and we'll use the iron to actually iron the heat and bond onto the back of the patch, which is what we have here. Now, sometimes you'll get these little extra pieces of heat and bond on there. You can use your fingernail and just pull out most of that. If you have any stray threads around the edge of it, one little trick that I like to use is to simply get a lighter and go around the edges quickly. You don't want to catch it on fire, but just quickly go around the edges, and that's going to help to seal up the edges and remove any stray threads that you might have, and also tightens up the heat and bond quite a bit. So there we have our patch, simply done with the applique stitch in your machine. And again, just to show you that button, set your design, find the little shield, and you're off and running. Now, one more thing I wanted to show y'all real quick is another little project we've been working on. This is a sample quilt using some of the built-in designs, the quilt blocks in the machine. Now, this is the PR 1055, and it does have 9 different quilting patterns built into it. However, what we found when we stitched this out was we had 25 blocks. So the first 9 went pretty quickly, and then we decided to get creative and create our own blocks. So now what we'll do is use My Design Center. And in My Design Center, there are shapes in the machine that you can use and fill within those shapes. So if I select a couple of these shapes real quick and resize them, we'll bring this one in a little bit smaller. We can now use the built-in fill tools or patterns to actually fill in those shapes and create our own quilt blocks. So now I'll select another pattern in a different color, and we'll fill in around here. We'll set that design, take it over to the embroidery screen, and we'll resize this to fit our block. And you can see the background image I've already scanned. That's one of the beauties of this machine, is the camera built in allows you to scan and actually see where it's going to stitch out. You can see here we've actually put an X in the middle that marks the spot right in the middle, so that when we go back to the screen, we can line up our pattern with that center X and get it right in the middle of our square. From there, if we like the position, edit end, and we're ready to embroider. So we'll just select our colors. And in this case, we've been using 3. So we'll just go ahead and use number 3, which we have pink, number 5, which we have blue, and number 8, which we have silver in. And that's all it takes. And we're off and stitching. So that's an easy way to create a quilt block using My Design Center in the PR 1055. At this point, I think our time is just about up. So if y'all have any questions, feel free to call us here in Baton Rouge, 225-923-1260, or visit 20415 Highland Road in Baton Rouge. Thanks for joining us, and y'all have a great day.
here I go. I'm not muted now. Thanks for being patient with me, everyone. And thank you so much, Robert, Marilyn, and Karen Presser. That was amazing. And thanks for the great tips on that PR 670E, making the badge, and the quilting demo with that magnetic frame on the PR 1055X with my design center. That's so, so, so exciting. So another thing that's really exciting is that next up on the docket, or on the demo stage for Virtual Houston International Quilt Festival is Cindy Hogan. We're going to be talking about the differences between the SDX 225F and the Disney version that I have right here, the 230DX. Everybody's like, oh, which one do I choose? Which one's better? So so we'll just be getting into that at the on the next demo. So I'm going to be doing a giveaway right now. So go ahead and start making some comments down below to be eligible for that. And yeah, so, oh, thank you, Pat. I'm so glad that you like to see the store. And that store is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's the capital of Louisiana. It's about an hour from our New Orleans Metairie location. So we have locations in Slidell, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Lafayette, Louisiana. So a lot of crawfish there, a lot of crawfish and gumbo and good times, good Zydeco music. And our Lake Charles store, unfortunately, had some really bad damage from the last hurricane, so it's temporarily closed. So the next one over, just on Interstate I-10, is Houston, Texas. It's about 10 minutes from the Johnson Space Center at NASA. So that's really exciting. That's a fun trip to take anyway, and very educational. We have a lot of astronauts that come to our store there, which is really fun. A lot of astronaut fabrics. And then, oh my gosh, San Antonio. And who knows where we'll be next. So we're really excited about the future, and we love our stores. We love our employees. We love everyone that comes and joins our Allbrands show. So thanks for being part of our little family that we got going on here. So I will pick a winner for a $10 allbrands.com gift card. And Cindy from California. How's the weather, Cindy? And congratulations for winning a $10 allbrands.com gift card. So how do you redeem that? Email me at events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I will email you on Monday a $10 Allbrands gift card that you can use on our website. So congratulations. All right, so we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go get yourself some coffee if you haven't yet, if you drink coffee, or, you know, hot tea or water. Take a little break, enjoy the music, maybe dance a little bit. And we'll see you really soon with Cindy Hogan, Brother National Educator. Oh, no, she's not. She's a Brother Ambassador. She's been featured on the It's So Easy TV show. She has a Facebook group called Cynthia's Embroidery. That's her company name. And she does tons of amazing education on ScanNCut, multi-needle embroidery. And she's just amazing. She literally writes the books on all of this stuff. So we're so excited to have her in 5 minutes. See you then.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Allbrands Show. I am Barbara Chatelain from Allbrands.com, and up next on the virtual demo stage is Cindy Hogan from Cynthia's Embroidery, brother ambassador and amazing person. She knows so much. I just see a comment on our YouTube channel from Linda. Yes, isn't it amazing that we're able to attend virtually this year? So I hope that you guys are having fun on the Quilt Fest page and at the quilts.com Quilt Festival. And hey Tina, thanks for joining us again. So at the end of this broadcast, I will be doing another giveaway, so stick through for that, and I will bring in Cindy Hogan now.
Hi, Barbara. You had me dancing that one. That was good music.
I love your earrings.
Yes, my bright and shining earrings are bigger than my whole head.
All right, so we're going to be talking about ScanNCut, and there's two different models. And what's the difference between them? I know we have great deals on them now, which I'll be talking about later, but what's the difference?
They're both absolutely amazing machines, and they are the exact same machine with the exception of what comes in the box. So this one has Disney on it. The 225F does not. So all of your Disney patterns, which are quite a few additional patterns, are built into this machine. What else? So good question, you say. All three of your blades come in. You get your black auto blade, which is for the majority of the things that you cut. You get your fabric auto blade, which is for fabric without a backing on it. And you get your new vinyl auto blade, which I love. It is so great. In addition to that, we're going to pull out the mats. You get all three mats that we have. All three cutting mats that we have. So the new fabric mat, which if you didn't guess, it's colored gold to match your gold blade. So this is when you're cutting fabric without a backing on it, your fabric that you've stiffened. So for things like quilt pieces. Then we have the standard mat, which you've had in the box forever. And the low tack mat. All right. So what does not come in? Hold on. Let's finish this thought up first. Then you get the universal pen holder. You get a rhinestone trial kit, not the starter kit, but the trial kit. So if you want to make your own rhinestone designs, you would need to get the rhinestone starter kit. Okay. But this allows you to get started with the built-in rhinestone designs that are Disney built into the machine. In addition to that, it comes with a starter project, and this will be in the bag with your mats. So there's a little plastic bag that the mat comes in, and this will be in the top of it with a color guide that walks you step by step on how to create this cute little project. And that, one last thing, 2 sheets of the Brother iron-on fabric contact sheets. That is a long name for double-sided adhesive backing. That's what comes in the Disney box. And as I said, more patterns, Disney patterns. This one does not have Disney. So what comes in the 225F? You get the fabric blade and the regular black auto blade. You get the standard mat and the fabric mat. You get two starter projects. You get a fabric starter project that teaches you how to scan and how to cut fabric with your new fabric mat. And at the end of it, you'll have a nice little keychain that uses your sewing machine. And it comes with another starter project. Here you go. That's a paper project complete with the color guide on how to complete it, with all of your screenshots, everything there to get you started. So I really like the fact that they put projects in there. This one is the F, which stands for fabric. So this is more of the fabric cutting person that's not interested in everything else. So that is what they did. Now, what else comes in this? So since this had the 230DX, I do believe is what it is. Since it comes with the auto vinyl blade in it, it comes with the auto vinyl blade kit, the Disney auto vinyl blade kit. In addition to that, you get the regular auto vinyl designs as well. So it's called the Everyday Collection. So when you get 2 different collections and your auto vinyl blade kit with the 230DX. Boy, you're going to get me so confused today, Miss Barbara. Any questions so far?
Hey, Cindy, I think Mike Lachek is pretty much taking care of all of the comments in the notes. So if you want to just kind of let us know a little bit more.
All right, good deal. All right, how do you use a pen holder? The universal pen holder is a really cool tool. I did forget that both of them come with a marker kit. So both machines come with a marker kit. This one, you get 6 pens and then an air erasable and a water erasable. And let me flip cameras here for a second so you can see, and you get a spatula. Let me flip my camera here so you can see how the pen holders that come with the kit, come with the machine look. You've got a can. It looks like a garbage can, and you press the button on the back of the garbage can, flip that open, take out a pen. I'm going to pick one of these. Take the lid off the pen. Throw the lid all over your table. flip the can down, and then put the cap in the top. I the fact that they gave us a space to hold our cap, because I don't know about you, but I lose mine all of the time. And then it just simply replaces your blade. When you're done, you take the cap off the top, put it back on top of the lid, and just store them back in. One other thing that I want to show you while I've got you up close here is how do you change your blade? You know, this is a blade just like a rotary cutting blade. It's going to get dull at some point. And so how do you change it? They came up with the neatest idea on the back of your spatula. So this is the plastic spatula is included in both models. You unscrew your cartridge, or your holder is what it's technically called. Take that little spongy piece, push it on top of your blade, and slide that blade out. Then you can put your new one in. I'm going to put mine back in because it's not dull. And we're ready to rock and roll. Both of them have nice little trays that open and close. They are magnetic. They keep your things in place so that you don't have to worry about it. Oh. Universal pen holder. Here's my pen holder. I'm going to take my pen. And what this does is expand your range of pens that you can use. So if you've got pens in your house that you like to draw with, let's say I've got a heat erasable one right here that instead of using water erasable or air erasable, I might want to use this when I'm drawing on my quilting fabrics. I simply make sure I have it extended, slide it in the cartridge, take this little lever right here, lift and twist, and it's ready to go. So instead of using one of my other pens, I can use my heat erasable pen there. All right, that is what comes in the box. Would you like to see some of the little designs that come in the vinyl auto blade collection? So this is one of the ones with the everyday collection. And I absolutely love it. Actually, I think it has 2 more stars that go down from it. I went into Canvas Workspace and I took out the bottom ones. But I absolutely love that design. I can't decide what I'm going to put it on, but that's one of the things, that's one of my projects I've got to decide what I'm going to do with. This is one of the Disney Auto Vinyl Blade designs, and I think I have a sample of that on something.
Cindy, I'm in love with that. So cute.
I am in love with that little design as well. I think it is so stinking cute. Hold on. Let's see. Where did that go? Oh, of course. That would be the one sample I didn't pull out. Oh, well. Here's one. And this was what it was going to go on, just so you know that this was one of those things that I was planning on doing. But heat transfer vinyl and this particular project did not play well together in the sandbox. I don't know what they used on the inside of this particular little guy, but he is not heat resistant and it shrunk up and was terrible. But look at how teeny tiny those little circles are, Barbara. Teeny, itsy bitsy, teeny tiny circles. It is a.
So the vinyl auto blade helped you cut.
That is. Look at look at that delicate detail on those. Let me raise it up just a little bit here. This direction. Can you see her eyelashes? Those are teeny tiny delicate cuts. Absolutely amazing. I was truly impressed with the vinyl auto blade, I will have to say. And I did forget one last thing that comes with the Disney. So this is another one of the Disney auto vinyl blade designs. Now I have actually made this one bigger just so that it would fit my box here. But look at the detail. That's something that just did not work very well before for me. Yes, I was able to cut vinyl. Not saying I wasn't. But it's amazing, the detail. This is another one of them. And actually, I think this is supposed to be 4x4 in size. I just made it bigger so that it would fit my box once again. This is like 11.5 by 11.5. And I thought they did a really nice job with those. They are super cute on the Disney Auto Vinyl Blades designs. Okay, whoops. One last thing that comes with the Disney. And that would be the roll feeder. So you can actually cut up to 6 feet of rolled vinyl. I have one that is 3 feet because that's as much as I can hold up for you guys. And this is one of the ones that are built into the Disney machine. So those are really some very, very cute ones. And Brother just recently put out a new Disney roll feed design kit. You cannot get this particular collection for your 225F, just so you know. This is one that is exclusive to this machine here. There are some of the designs that are built into the machine that you can buy a card for, that you activate on Canvas Workspace, but that particular collection is not one of those. All right, I need a little feedback here, Miss Barbara.
All right. Let's see. We just have gorgeous, so cute. Cindy makes it so easy to use. Wow, I need to learn my ScanNCut. Don't be afraid to take it out of the box. I have the 225, but I'm intimidated. So this demo is very helpful. So maybe you could talk a little bit about some resources for education.
Yeah, that was one of the things that if you have not taken yours out of the box, you really need to. Because first of all, the worst thing that can happen is you may cut through your mat, which with the auto blade, we don't do that anymore. So, you know, it's really not a big deal. It is so super simple when you get to know and love your machine. But you do have to get to know and love your machine. And there are definitely resources. One of those resources you can get from your local dealer. It's called the ScanNCut playbook. This is a playbook that I wrote for Brother that takes you step by step on how to use it. There are different projects that you can use throughout that walk you through step by step on how to do it. It walks you through all of your screens, how to activate your Canvas workspace, how to activate pattern collections, because a pattern collection does come with the book, the Pig Pog lettering collection. It looks like ping pong, but it's Pig Pog lettering collection. And it shows you how to activate that. It shows you how to connect your machine to your Canvas workspace account so that you can send wirelessly back and forth. It shows you all of your scanning options, everything that you might want to do with your machine. It gets you started. That is really, it gets through the basics without totally being overwhelming. It's color, step-by-step, pictures for everything. We tried our best to do that, and included in it is a USB. And I guess I should show how to open the USB because that seems to be a challenge. People don't understand that this is actually a USB. There is a little hole on the end, which is where you can hang it. You can put a ribbon through it to hang it, but it also is the hinge. And you just flip that out, and then I hold it when I slide it into my machine. It's also used on your computer. So there are printable files here. One of those happens to be what all the icons are. The glossary is what are all the icons? What do the screens, what can you find on each screen? And that is a huge helpful resource. It's printable in case you don't have your book next to you or you don't want to have your book next to you. You can print it out. If you lose it, you can print another one out for yourself so that you have that as your resource.
So Cindy, I did get a question from a few folks. How do they buy the playbook? So unfortunately, we're not allowed to sell that item on the internet. So you can come to the Allbrands store and purchase that locally.
Yes, that is a dealer purchase. So that is one of those that you will have to get from a dealer. Hopefully Allbrands is your dealer. So Barbara and I talked about what else you might want. And let me, first of all, finish up some samples. So one of the projects in the book is how to do a quilt piece, how to do a quilt block, because we've got all these beautiful quilt blocks built into the machines. But some people, I mean, I wasn't a quilter. So you've got this quilt block, you've cut it out. How in the world do you put it together? That is one of the lessons in the book, is to show you how to actually start piecing a block. And you end up turning out with a nice little picture wrap. You can turn it into anything you want. This was just an idea that we had, since it's the theme of the book is tea party. So there you go. What else? Oh, here we go. I'm trying to pull from This is another one of the projects. This is showing you how to use a PES file with your ScanNCut. The bottom part is using one that's been color-coded for applique data. The top is using stitch data to cut out heat transfer vinyl. So showing you different ways that you can use this with your, and any machine, Barbara, with a color screen that is a brother machine can color code a design in order to cut out the applique. They can turn it into applique material. One of the things that we also talked about was what other kits can you purchase? I'm going to show you a few of my favorites down here, show you some samples of what those can do, and then we'll go from there. Let's see here. All right, so the foiling kit would be one of my favorites. It is just simply, if you're a paper person, this is a really cool project. This is the same design that's been drawn. Here it is foiled. So can you see how much difference that does? Here it's foiled in on a different color of a cardstock. And that's a shiny colored cardstock material. But what's cool is this particular design came off an embroidery machine. It is an embroidery file. So here is the coaster to match. You can do a whole set of these and have them ready, put them in the card, mail them off, and you haven't spent a whole lot of money on that. We did this on my Facebook Live on Tuesday. So you might want to go back and watch that Facebook Live if you're interested in foiling, because this shows you exactly how that kit works. I do not have my sample of calligraphy because it's walked off somewhere. Rhinestones are another one that you might be interested in. And it comes in a nice little box here. And what rhinestones do is it cuts a template out for you. Once you've got the template, and that you have a trial kit so that you can try this out in the Disney machine, you just take your stones. I'm going to take this rest of this flock out. So this is a flocked material. It's fuzzy and it grabs the stones for you very easily. And there are instructions on how to use it right here. So I've got my flocked material cut. I'm going to take my stones. And that's what the ScanNCut does, is it cuts out those little holes in this for you to use. And then you just take your brush and rub it across the top of them. The more stones you throw on there, the better chance you have of getting them right side up. It's just my take on this. And you're rubbing, not scrubbing, because you don't want to take them out once you get them in. And once you think you've got them all knocked in right side up, and it looks like I do, oops, I've just slipped one across the room with a fingernail. You take your tape, and this is called transfer tape, and it's heat resistant. I've cut it to the size of my design, and you take it. And here is a little trick for you, just so you know. Start like this and put it down fast, because otherwise it picks them up. It's got a little static electricity in there, picks it up, and you'll kind of get messed up. So then lift them, and you're ready to take that and press it on whatever you want to add bling to. How sweet is that? And the reason I did it in this box is so that I can get my stones back together all in one nice, neat little pile, and pour them back in my baggie. That is way easier than counting out how many stones you actually have in the design and making it work. So that would be the other little trick. All right, so that is rhinestones. We also, as I said, we also have calligraphy. Calligraphy comes with pens. And like I said, I've lost my little sample. But here's what comes in the calligraphy kit. You get a pen set, you get the little cartridge to put in your machine, and this is how to set it up. So that just gives you pretty lettering. So if you are a real card person, you will love this kit. That's what it's used for. Any questions back there so far?
So Cindy, it's called the ScanNCut, but with the calligraphy set, technically you can scan and write, which is really cool.
You can scan and write and cut. It's we call it a scan and cut, but anything you can scan in, you can cut back out or draw back out, which is really, really cool. So you asked for some, oh, looky here. You know that sample I was looking for? I found it.
Super cute.
So yeah, I'm pink Mickey, but hey, I kind of like that. And I love doing little gift bags. So I'm one of those people that I will embroider all the time, right? But embroidery takes more time sometimes than heat transfer vinyl. And if you have dissed my embroidery in the past, or you don't really appreciate it, you get heat transfer vinyl for your Christmas instead of something that's taken me days to do. You get something that takes me 10 minutes. So it is my fast and easy, quick way to get things done. We also have a stamping kit, which I don't have my stamping kit. It's hidden somewhere for me since we moved. But that allows you to stamp things. These are stamps. These are rhinestones. This is heat transfer vinyl. And this is an applique. So if you want to see a close-up of that one, that gives you a little idea of how you can combine all of the items that you have. Stamp, rhinestone, heat transfer vinyl, applique, all in one little project. This is applique. So notice how precise that cuts. I don't have any fuzzy sticking out. That is really, I will say, this is the process that I use most for my ScanNCut. I am an applique cutter, and it absolutely does a marvelous job of getting those. Look how that is. That's a blanket stitch. You cannot see my applique sticking out from my blanket stitch. There's my little let it snow. I'm trying to figure out which direction to pull this. There we go. It just does a beautiful job cutting. Absolutely fantastic.
So Cindy, I see that you're cutting fabric there, but we are getting some questions on different kinds of materials that you can cut. Like, what are the different kind of vinyls? How thick can the machine cut? You can cut, I know you can cut paper, you can cut puffy foam, vellum, anything up to 3 millimeters. And tell us a little bit about the different types of vinyl and cork that Brother just came out. So
yeah, that was my next thing, is what did we come out with that's new? Brother came out with a line of cork, and one of the nice things about this cork is it's heat resistant. That means I can actually put a heat transfer, put a double-sided backing on it, like the iron-on fabric contact sheet, and turn it into a double-sided project. The machine itself will determine how many times it needs to cut. So this particular one, it needed to cut 3 times because it's fairly thick. On the other hand, this one is a single-sided piece of that cork, and this stuff cuts beautifully, guys. I was so impressed with it. Cuts really, really delicate. And if you look at those little the little steam items there, they are teeny tiny. It will cut cork. It will cut paper. It will cut fabric. It will cut fabric with a batting. It will cut felt, but you have to prep your felt appropriately. So if you have a stiff craft felt, no prep is necessary. If you have inexpensive craft felt from your local store, then you're probably going to need to adhere it to something in order to get it to cut appropriately. That is one of the projects that is in the playbook. And that is one of the things that I suggest. If that's something that you really want to do, watch that lesson, because that is a really important thing to be able, if that's your goal to cut craft felt, then you either need to back it somehow, or you're going to want to use the stiff craft felt. My personal preference is the stiff craft felt, just simply because it does a much better job, and there's no prep needed for me. What else did we want to talk about today? Have I missed anything? Oh, vinyl, she said. Heat transfer vinyl. Heat transfer vinyl is known as HTV. So if you hear people talk about HTV, they're talking about vinyl that you iron onto something else or press onto something else. When I say iron, I don't really mean iron. I mean press. because if you iron, you're going to shift it. You want to press it with some pressure and keep it in place. We have pressure sensitive vinyl or craft vinyl. That's stuff with a backing, an adhesive backing on it. So it's sticky vinyl. For instance, that's something that you put on a hard surface that has, that's not porous. You have, guys, you can cut balsa wood. I would not consider putting plywood through mine, but you can cut balsa wood. Now, having said that, balsa wood is a very fibrous material, which means it's going to dull your blade rapidly, okay? So if that is your goal, you're going to go through a lot of blades cutting balsa wood. Just letting you know. You can cut paper. I've cut tissue paper. You can emboss. There's an embossing kit that you can get. You can engrave with it, kind of not a hard surface like this, but the paper, vellum, and the metals that Brother supplies, that they have, that you can purchase from Brother.
So what makes Brother cork different from the other types of cork available?
What I will say is the backing on it and the way it's woven in the top. It doesn't, when I've pressed some other corks with a heat transfer material, a double-sided adhesive backing on it before, the cork itself comes off the substrate. That was a pain, because then you got to figure out how to get it back down on the other side. And a lot of times I will cut cork with heat transfer vinyl on the back of it, to where I have a double-sided item. One side's cork, one side's shiny heat transfer vinyl. So, it all depends on what you want to do. It cuts beautifully. It cuts very cleanly. It has a really nice substrate on it. So it just does a super, super job in cutting.
That's awesome, Cindy. So what kinds of, now that we know all the, we didn't even cover everything that it could cut, because it could cut a lot, but there's different blades for different materials. Can you just go over those different blades?
Yes, ma'am. So your general purpose blade is your black auto blade. And this is what you're going to use for the majority of things that you cut. If you cut paper, you might want to have a separate one of these, just to be able to and put an F for fabric or F for everything else. But whatever you cut, if it's very porous, it's going to dull your blade faster. But this is your general purpose blade. I use it for fabric with an adhesive backing. I use it for cork. I use it for paper. I use it for pretty much everything I cut, except for fabric without a backing and my vinyls. So fabric without a backing is the gold blade. Okay, it matches your gold mat. So you no longer have to do the high-tech fabric support sheet. They've given you exactly what you need for both. Now, when I'm using this, I have stiffened my fabric with something. And the reason I do that is not so that it will cut, but so that I can lift it off the mat. Because the fabric mat is super, super tacky. I'm just going to throw stuff in the floor here. Because this thing is super, 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 super tacky, and I do love it. It is superb when it comes to this. I'm going to lift this up, and it is so tacky that my hand's not going to come off of that. Well, imagine fabric that hasn't been stiffened. What's going to happen to the fibers of that fabric? It's going to stay on the mat. So that's why you want to put a backing. That's why you wanted to prepare your fabric with a fabric stiffener of your choice. Standard mat is my general purpose mat. I will say I use my standard mat for 9 out of 10 things. I use it for cutting HTV. I use it for cutting craft vinyl. If it's brand new, I do not cut my craft vinyl on this because of the paper. I will use my low tack mat for that process. But if I've used it for a little while and I haven't cleaned it off, then I'll use it for my adhesive craft vinyls. If I have cutting HTV, this is definitely my surface because it sticks on it very, very well. Your low tack mat, if you are a paper person, you are going to want a low tack mat.
I learned that the hard way, Cindy.
I mean, like I said, if my standard mat is dirty, I will cut paper on it. But if it's clean, I will not, because my paper is going to be stuck to it. So those are really, this is your paper, this is your general all-purpose mat, and this is your fabric specialty mat, would be my statement on all of them. Now, tools that I would actually tell you that are...
Before we transition, Cindy, how do you clean the mats and maintain them for longevity?
Baby wipes without alcohol are the recommended. That's what Brother USA recommends. Toolkits, I highly suggest purchasing one of these if you don't have one. And last thing before we transition, to the next, are we done?
No, this is the hour session, Cindy.
That hour went really quick. We're going to transition over to Canvas Workspace. I got you. I'm feeling you. Scan mat. This would be the other thing that I would highly suggest that you get. And the reason I say that, yes, I can scan on any of my other mats. But what happens as you cut, your scanner is so good that it starts picking up those little bitty cuts, and it causes you more hassle than it's worth. Buy yourself a scan mat if you're planning on scanning your own stuff out, because it will make your life so much easier. Those are the tools that I usually tell people when I sell a ScanNCut. These are the two things that you want to go with it, because this is a 5-piece toolkit and it keeps your tools together, and it makes it so much easier for you to find it. I cannot tell you how often I hunt from this little stylus if it's not in here. I have a hard time remembering not to put it in my head and to put it on top of the device, but you get a lovely spatula, and this thing is amazing. You get your weeding tool, you get your tweezers, you get your scraper, and there is that the baby wipe without alcohol is what I'm allowed to tell you. So, and the little stylus. So keeps it all nice and contained and together, and you can set it down on top of your ScanNCut and you're ready to go every time. That is one of my favorite things of all time.
Yeah. Thank you so much for explaining the differences, Cindy, on those. And I just kind of want to tell you the difference in the packages that we have for the two ScanNCuts. So the one to Cindy's right, our left, is the Disney ScanNCut, the SDX 230DX. And Cindy explained in the beginning of this tutorial some of the extras that come with it. It's $1,000 worth of extra items that are included in the box by Brother. There's also a rebate for a rolling tote bag from Brother that's listed on our website if you purchase it from now until I know if you purchase it today, then you're eligible for the rebate, but that's on the product page. And there is a gift card that you get from Allbrands.com for $75 that you can use on additional accessories on our website, or anything that you would like. Yeah, that's the one you need to get. The scanning mat and the toolkit. I love my toolkit, and it keeps it all together so nice and neat. So it's on sale for $899.99, free shipping in the continental USA. And guess what? If you're outside Louisiana or Texas, we don't have physical locations there, so our website will not charge you sales tax when you check out online for those items. So that is a really, really good deal. What do you think about that, Cindy?
That is awesome, and they will love their rolling tote bag, because it's a great place to store stuff. If you don't want yours out all the time, although mine happens to stay out all the time, but if you don't want yours out all the time, then it's a great place to store it and your mats. So, no sound, Barbara.
Sorry. Okay, I'm going to bring up the ad for that just so that you can see just a recap of the ScanNCut Disney SDX 230DX. That's a picture of the rolling tote rebate from Brother. And you get a $75 Allbrands gift certificate. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we're throwing in the roll feeder for 6-foot vinyl roll feeding. You get a project book. That's not the same as the playbook by Cindy, but it's a project book with more instruction in it, and a roll of vinyl to use with your roll feeder. That is amazing. Okay, so I'm going to take that off the screen and we're going to transition to the 225F model, and I'll put the special on the screen for that one. That one comes with a new fabric mat. It comes with a $50 allbrands.com gift card, and guess what? There's a rebate for that too. A Brother duffel bag that fits the machine in it to travel easily, and it's only $5.99, free shipping, and we ship anywhere in the world, but it's free shipping in the continental USA and no sales tax if you're outside of Louisiana or Texas, unless we're importing it outside of the United States of America. But yeah, so I'll show you the special for that one. This is it. So you get the $50 gift certificate from Allbrands and the duffel bag. And this is a pic. The optional playbook is available in our stores, but this one comes with a project book with it. And with both ScanNCut's, Brother has an amazing program called Canvas Workspace, which we're going to transition to. Cindy, would you like to take a 5-minute break before we go to that?
I'm good unless you need one, but I'd like to show one last thing before I go away from here.
Okay.
New. This is the mat holder that's new. And it really is super nice as well. Place to store your mats up top. It will hang. So if you want to hang it over a door, you've got hangers on both sides. And at the bottom, you have place to store your tools and accessories. So that is a new offering from Brother as well. It's quilted. It's got a nice strap for you to carry to and from your classes. It's just a nice little utility bag. And if you've got a project in the works, it actually works as a project bag as well.
Yeah. So you guys, if you already have a ScanNCut and you just liked some of the accessories that you saw, all of these accessories are available for the DX models. Some of them are available for the older models, but if you have an older model, I highly suggest getting the new DX models that have the auto blade that automatically senses the depth of your material. So use code on our website and in our retail stores, BRO15 off, to save 15% off of Brother accessories for that. So I'm going to do a quick giveaway right now, and it's going to be a $10 allbrands.com gift card. So go ahead and give me some comments down below, and I'll be choosing a random person for that gift card giveaway. And let's see. And I want to thank Barb Michaelchek is in the notes. In the comments section. She's a Brother National Educator, and thank you so much, Barb, for answering all of the questions. So if you have any questions, please contact us at 866-255-2726. We're allbrands.com, and email info@allbrands.com, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Okay, so to the giveaway, and here we go. Charlene Scott, congratulations. You won a $10 allbrands.com gift card, and email events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I'll get that email to you on Monday. Congratulations, and thank you everybody for your comments, and I'll bring in Cindy Hogan in just a moment. Are you ready, Cindy? Oh, all right. Here she is.
Hi again.
Oh, we lost her. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission, and we will be back in 5 minutes, do some dancing, get some water, and we'll see you soon.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
And welcome back. We're going to be transitioning to Cindy Hogan's program on the ScanNCut Canvas workspace. So when you buy a ScanNCut, you don't have to use a computer program to use it, but there is one that you can use if you want to do even more intricate, fun stuff and get tons of tutorials and education. So I'll bring Cindy in and we'll talk about that.
Yeah, Canvas Workspace is an awesome program. It allows you to actually do things on a bigger screen. But Barbara, you can keep you still up for a minute. Let's not do close in on me. My face is having a lovely day today.
You are lovely.
I am having a allergic reaction to something. So I have like the hives everywhere. So let's not get real close to me.
Well, I could not tell. I couldn't tell at all.
So it's a great program. It has tons of free projects for you to be able to do. And they have complete instructions and videos. So here's a look at it. When you open up Canvas Workspace, this screen appears. These are all of the projects that are there. And as you scroll through, you'll see more and more and more. And I mean, truly, this is a huge resource. every now and then they start going through and adding, you'll get more, but there are some for all seasons. When you find one that you want to do, basically you're going to click on it. It will bring up the parts of it. You select the part that you want to work with, left click on it, and make sure that you move your cursor over, let's give it a second to finish thinking. There you go. Move this over because it is there. Even though this screen is still up, the project is down there. There is a video on how to complete the project. There is a recipe, which is PDF, which will tell you how to, I'm not going to close it, how to complete the project. And I mean, truly huge resource. This is also where you look at pattern collections before you buy them. So this is how to put the cardstock box together, the lampshade together.
So Cindy, I have to say, I was scared of a computer program, to be honest, because I mean, I love to sew, I love to cut and quilt, but I'm like, oh, computers just scare me, you know? So I was like, well, I have to learn this Canvas workspace, you know? And I got into the program and I saw that huge list of ideas. And I felt like when you have the ScanNCut, you're like, well, I know it does all these great things. What am I going to do? I have no idea. Like there's so many choices. I get bogged down and overwhelmed. So this allows you to drill down and really like be inspired and like follow it step by step. And it really takes you through with the videos provided, the PDF that they provide, and like they give you great inspiration. So I felt like this was my best friend when I was able to log into it and finally get inspired and educated. That was my most valuable resource.
I think it's a huge resource, and yes, it comes with both machines. It's free for every person that owns any ScanNCut out there. So that, I mean, it's a huge, huge resource. Look how cute that little box is. Would that not be so much fun to put a gift card in?
Exact Christmas gifts. That's what I'm thinking.
My stepmom, I've been teaching her how to use my 550. And she's having a blast making boxes. An absolute blast making card boxes. There's one in here that's a luggage, a little piece of luggage, and she's just in awe of it. Having the best time ever. There are so many resources, but you don't have to use them just to do that with. So let's say I want to do this candy-shaped gift box, and I don't actually want to do the gift box, but I want to turn that lettering into embroidery. I'm going to click on the lettering portion of it. Let's get rid of this guy. And go into our layers menu. We can take out anything that we don't want, which would be all of the stuff going around it. So I'm holding my shift key down. Actually, we're just going to grab that and delete it. Now I'm left with this. I can export that as an FCM file. So let's go export FCM. And I can take that into either my BES4 or my PE design and basically turn it into a running stitch design ready to go. That, to me, that's a huge benefit. I use a lot of these cutting files for something other than what they were intended. So don't think that just because it's a snowflake here that it says you have to do that you have to have the tattered lace collection for that one.
Yeah.
But just because it's designed for a certain thing, look here at this one. Would this not be a cute quilting design?
I love that, Cindy. That's amazing.
So you don't have to do it what they tell you to do with something. You can go forward and multiply. Have fun with this.
Go forth and cut away. Cut up and cut away. So Cindy, I gotta say too, like the tutorials were the first thing that got me just wowed by Canvas Workspace with all of the instruction included.
Yes.
But then the second thing, when you're in this section and you see this large on your computer screen, this is much larger than the screen that's provided on the ScanNCut. So if you have like an intricate part that you have to move that it's just a little bit hard on the screen that's about the size of like my iPhone 11. My computer screen is much larger, so it just makes it a little easier to move and see the moving parts of the screen.
Yeah, and especially bending over your ScanNCut sometimes. You'll notice that mine are up in the air. Mine are tall, just simply because I prefer to stand and work on my ScanNCut. It hurts my back otherwise. I don't like to sit and lean over something. So that is my preference. If I'm working on the ScanNCut itself, it is always up higher. The other thing that you'll notice is over here, when I click on my Shapes tool, it brings up another menu. Each of these has different items in it. So all of the trims and all of the shapes that are built into the ScanNCut are here. The majority of the logos are built in here as well. Every time you get a new kit, you will get a new icon. So these are the designs that come with a rhinestone kit. Here's the designs that come with a stamping kit. And so anything besides rhinestones, just because it says stamping, doesn't mean I can't cut it out of something else. So huge resource library. I mean, I can't tell you, do you remember that little yellow bag I had that I showed as a sample?
Mm-hmm.
I used that sewing machine right there to convert that to an applique.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting some really good comments here. Cindy, Rachel says, holy cow, didn't know you can export it as an embroidery file. Might have to buy the ScanNCut. Yeah,
you can't export as an embroidery file. You do have to have a piece of software to do that. So I can export as an FCM file, and then I can take that design into my PE Design 11. Shall I do that for them real quick?
Sure.
So let's take this little snowflake design right here. Kind of cute. File, export, FCM, and I'm going to export the file. FCM stands for Fabric Cutting Machine, or as I like to say, Fancy Cutting Machine.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to save that as Snowflake Line. I will open up my PE Design 11 because it allows me to convert this to a running stitch. And wouldn't that be a cute little embroidery design?
Yes.
So let's come back in here and we'll go to, we have PE Design 11 has a ScanNCut tab. We're going to choose Import. And let's see here, put it in my FCM folder.
Nancy says, Cindy, you are so fancy.
I am fancy, not really. I am probably plain Jane, gang.
Yeah.
I'm the one wearing tennis shoes today. So let's see here, Snowflake. Did I not save it in here? I swear I thought I put it there. Where did I save it? Be sure and know where you save things. FCM Snowflake. So I'm in the right spot. I just have to find it. FCM.
I think it was on your C folder.
C FCM file Snowflake. All right, so we're there. Hold on, gang. Let's go look. Maybe I put it in different.
It went in your C drive.
Yeah, I'm on my C drive. FCM. All right, you know what? Just because that's being a booger, we'll export it again and we'll put it in my downloads folder. That's the easiest place in the world for me to find it because it'll pop up first.
So Sheila asked if she can watch this again from the beginning. Yes, on our Facebook and YouTube channels, you can rewatch all 3 days of the Houston Quilt Festival demo booth.
Okay, so it'll be untitled here. There we go. I'm going to import it. It is automatically a stitch file. I can change that from a running stitch to a triple stitch if I want, but that right there is ready to send to my embroidery machine. It can be resized. You can do whatever you want to with it. You can duplicate it. You can have a blast.
Cool. All right. Well, Cindy, we got to start transitioning. So I'm going to just let everybody know we have a trunk show coming up with Louis Carney next. And I can see his jacket in the background. And it looks very festive and fun. So thank you so much, Cindy. And can you let everybody know again where your Facebook channel and how they reach you for?
I have a YouTube channel, Cynthia's Embroidery. I actually go live both on my Facebook page, Cynthia's Embroidery. It's at Cynthia's Embroidery 1, I believe, if you search for it on Facebook. And it actually goes directly to YouTube as well. So that's Tuesdays at 3:30 Central Time. Great. I do a live show every Tuesday except for holiday weeks. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Cindy. And we're going to take another quick 5-minute break. And then we'll be back with Louis Carney is going to be showing us all of his great creations. We'll be back soon.
Thank you.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
welcome back, everyone. And I'm so happy to have on the show Louis Carney, Brother National Educator. And he has the most inspiring creations. I love what he makes. It's always so fun and creative. And so I'm going to bring him in on the show. And here he is. Hey, Louis, welcome.
Hey, Barbara, how are you?
Oh, excellent. We're on our grand finale of the Houston International Quilt Festival, Brother presented by Allbrands.com booth, and we're just having tons
How
and tons of
exciting.
fun. So what do you have?
I know, you're getting all ready for the holidays with this quilt show right so close, so it'll hopefully inspire people to do some wonderful things with their machines and to make some great creations and some great gifts. I know we have all this time at home now, so it's like, okay, let's do something, you know, let's be creative, let's think outside our box, and let's have fun, you know. And that's why we sew today, that's why we quilt, that's why we embroider, is for fun, you know. It can be necessity, you know, like PPE, thanks to all you guys who have done masks and things like that to support our frontline workers. We at Brother, I'm sure, really appreciate all of your efforts and all the great things. And we're always so excited to see what you have done. So please share that with us. We love seeing what you've done.
I love your jacket, and I love that quilt in the background.
Well, that's one of the things that I want to share with you guys today. If you join us later this afternoon, we're going to be discussing quilting in the hoop. And we're going to talk about how you can take a pattern and how you can create a quilting pattern from your fabric. So those quilts are actually quilted with the printed fabric. So we took a pattern and turned it into the quilting pattern.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. Brother
It's
calls
really
that
fun.
embroidery, right?
Yes, and you do it in your hoop, so it makes it quick, fast, and easy. You know, for example, this quilt, and you know, sometimes when we talk about quilts, everyone thinks big. You always think king size quilt. And so I like to tell people, start small. You don't have to join and just start with a gigantic quilt. So this is just a little wall hanging. The embroidery collection is Jenny Haskins. And so it's applique and then also quilted in the hoop with that same heart pattern that's taken and then stippled around the pattern. So I'm going to try to get really close up for you guys so you can see the detail, but look at how beautiful the stitching is. And this is all metallic thread. I love Brother metallic threads. I'm going to be showing you how to use them later on without any problems. I use metallic threads at full speed, 1,000 stitches a minute, and let the machine just go. And I won't say never, but I will say 99% of the time, I do not have any problems with thread breakage. You'll notice that I used my ScanNCut to add crystals, because you can do your rhinestone kit with the ScanNCut, so you can add crystals to give things a nice added touch. You know, Jenny is a firm believer in more. And so I kind of learned from the best. So you'll see a lot of things from her today, because I think she's a fabulous artist and she does beautiful things. And I love her design collections. God rest his soul, her son Simon, this is a part of his collection with reverse applique. So here we've quilted in the hoop, and then there are actually 4 layers on this center panel. So you cut away the top to expose the next. You have your underlaying, the batting, and then you have your backing. And so this has been stippled. And so we stipple that with our auto stippling, which is a part of our built-in editing features on several Brother models. You'll notice, hopefully, that you can see the prairie points all have decorative stitching. And again, That's a Jenny Haskins technique she taught me, many moons ago. I won't say how long, but a long time ago. But what a great concept to do bicolored prairie points and then add another touch to it by putting decorative stitching into it. So that you guys will be able to see it really well. And this is just a fun, again, little table runner. Look, what a great table topper. And you could place candle or vase or something over to protect your table. So a quilt doesn't have to be gigantic. You can make a quilt, any size. So this is a pattern. And again, using a Jenny Haskins technique. Now, this technique is twin needle quilting. So yes, you guys probably have heard or used a twin needle before. It's traditionally used for top stitching your hems on knits. You'll see it in denims and things like that. This is where we use it in quilting. And you use a built-in serpentine stitch to create that beautiful raised texture and that beautiful raised effect. And then the embroidery, that's something that I digitized and created. And of course, you got to have your bling. There's nothing like, a boy likes his bling. And then to add the depth and dimension, we do the stippling again. So that's where we're going to scan the triangular shape so that we can tell it to stipple in that particular area, because we didn't want to do overkill with it. But see down here, we have much more detail in the stippling. And I'll just flip it over so you guys can see how it's stippled in the rear. And so it does a beautiful job, and it's so fast and so easy, guys. This is so much fun. But what a great gift idea also, in case you're like, oh, they have everything, I don't know what to give them. Well, I will guarantee you, if you make something like this, they will not have it. And if they do, you take it back and give it to someone else. We believe in regifting. Now, this is a kind of a fun way to learn your machine and to get ideas about your using your sizing, your scaling, and to just kind of learn your machine. You don't just stitch on scraps and then end up with a stack. So here we took the same pattern and we've stretched it. We've stretched it so that it would be a different size and a different scale. And I'm going to hold that still so you guys can see. And so here it is in one. And this is a different scale of it. And then we have a third scale in the same one. But, this is a great way to learn your machine. And then you end up with all these little scraps. You're like, well, what I'm going to do with all these little pieces that I'm now stitched on? Again, what a great table topper. You could make a beautiful cover for your machine to drape it with. Why not have a pretty sewing room, a studio? So don't just stitch on scraps and throw them over to the side in a pile. Turn it into something. But it'll help you to learn all the different editing capabilities. Now, in the borders, I know it's kind of hard to see because it is a deep purple on purple, but that is a meandering. So when we do a meandering stitch, and see if it shows up better. Now, you can take your stipple and turn it into a meander. So a stipple is the little tight S stitch that's traditionally done for emotion. So you're moving your fabric on your machine and you're doing all the work. Well, we have models that will do that for you automatically. So you don't have to sit and do all of that work. And you can take that stipple and turn it into a meander, which is the big S. So you'll have a larger pattern when you're trying to fill different areas. So there are many, many ways to, get creative and to do different things that makes it fun. Another way to think about quilting is to think of applique. So here in a corner, these are the owls. And this is an applique pattern. Now, for those of you that are familiar with our ScanNCut, all of these pieces were cut on the ScanNCut prior to applique. So this little portion in the eye, that little blue, that was cut on ScanNCut because that's a little thin swoop. And I know of no one, well, no one lucid anyway, that would want to sit and cut hundreds of those little pieces. What if you were making this into a king size quilt and you needed, 30 of those blocks? Well, you would have to sit and cut each of those. So you can use the ScanNCut, which is our electronic digital cutter, and cut all the pieces for you. This is also a built-in part of that pattern where this is the quilting pattern, this star. Now this is everything is stitched in metallic thread except for around his little horns. Forgive me, owl lovers, if I'm not saying it correct. Now I know that's the wing and that's not metallic. However, the detailed stitching, that's all done in the hoop metallic. And the little trim is ribbon. So this is wire edge ribbon. So again, think outside the box, use some of those great things that you use for other crafting and do-it-yourself projects. And then you can use it there to embellish. And I mean, oh my goodness, how fun is that, right? And so here's the rear, and you'll see I did do metallic in the rear. And
so the back,
don't you think
just
so?
as
I
good
mean,
as
look
the
at how
front.
gorgeous that came out. I cannot take credit. I don't take credit at all. The machine did this. The machine completely did this. Now, whenever I stitch things like this, I also do not hoop. This is stitched with it basted to stabilizer. And so there's still stabilizer in here. So this is, it's a little stiff right now, but that's okay because it's a wall hanging. If you're doing this for a duvet or a bed or something like that, you may want to consider using something water soluble, and then the stabilizer will just wash out when you throw the quilt in the wash. But for a wall hanging, table runner, things like that, the stabilizer is fine to stay in. It's not, going to hurt anything. And it gives you the capability to not have to hoop. So I just love this one. And I just thought it was so much fun. So what else do we have?
Oh, now, Lewis, we just have time for a few more.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get these out quick. Now, this piece, this is a checkerboard with applique, and then the leaves are all fusible. So this was created using fusible thread in your bobbin and fusible stabilizer upside down, and you've just created an iron-on applique. So if you put that in your hoop upside down, you put fusible thread in the bobbin, you can make a patch and it'll iron on. Now the quilting pattern, let's get to an area where that's at. That's actually that flower that's stitched in the pattern. And you'll see that there's that flower, and there it is again. That was taken from the actual fabric and made into the quilting pattern. And then again, turned into a little wall hanging. Of course, you add crystals for the bling, but look at how gorgeous the back came out. Can you guys see that detail? Oh my God, it's gorgeous. Again, the machine did this, not me. And this is all done with cotton thread in the bobbin, and I did use rayon embroidery thread on top. Now, one other fun piece, I'll just kind of show you quick. I like free motioning, and I like to do couching, and 'tis the season to be jolly, so who doesn't love a little wine? Now, this is all free motion. And this is done with metallic threads everywhere. Every grape is outlined, the wine, and then around the bottle, that's chenille thread that's couched. And you use our couching foot to do that with. And so you go in and you use a satin stitch. So these are all outlined with a satin stitch. So instead of just stippling with free motion, you'll use a satin stitch to add the embellishment. And just create wonderful, this is a panel. And I know all of you guys are going to ask, I got it years ago, so I have no clue where you could get it from now or where I had it from. But it was just a lot of fun to be able to do. And again, in free motion. Now I'm working on another one of these cranes and browns right now. But
hey,
again,
Louis?
satin stitch, free motion.
Hey, Louis, I have a question from Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
What is your technique to not have problems with metallic thread?
Well, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Okay. The secret that I find that works for me. So this is, again, a me thing. I use a top stitch needle. Metallic thread should always stand. So, and this is a trick with any threads. If you have cone shaped thread, so this is a cone, it doesn't matter the size of the cone. It should always be placed vertical. Horizontal, if you're doing, 20 stitches, but any other time, the thread needs time to release and relax. So that it's going to go up to the thread mast, and you'll want to place metallic threads no matter what, whether they're on a cone or whether they are identical end caps. You'll want to always stand them up. I use a top stitch needle. I do not slow my machines down. If for you guys that don't know, I'm from New York, so everything's fast. And if it can't be done 1,000 stitches a minute, Louis doesn't do it. So this afternoon, if you guys join me back, give you a little preview. We're making quilted gingerbread man ornaments that are quilted with the gingerbread man pattern. And this was all done 1,000 stitches a minute, Brother metallic thread in Brother machines. Phenomenal. It just works wonderful. They do come in little gift sets, and Barbara can order those for you. If I can take 5 seconds, I'll show you.
Oh, yeah. So while you're taking those 5 seconds, guys, we're about to do a giveaway. So give me some comments down below to be eligible. And yeah, oh, Louis, what is that you have there?
And I'm sorry, I took my earpiece out to grab that. But you can get the metallic threads, and they work wonderful in Brother machines. And they come in an assorted of colors, and they're fabulous. I have no problems with them. So
good.
I wish we had more time, guys. I have so many more things to share with you. You'll have to come back.
Yeah, you'll be back with us. Let's see, what time are you coming in?
I'll be back at my time, 2:30, so 1:30 Central, I believe. Or what time is it now? I have no clue.
Central, 3 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, 3 o'clock in Eastern.
You can come in at 1.
Guys, please
be okay with that.
Because then we're going to talk about how you're going to actually quilt in the hoop. And these little gingerbread men are going to be garland. So you can make one for your tree or to hang a garland rope of gingerbread men on your fireplace. And I'm going to show you how you create all of that in my design center. And that can be done on any machine that has my design center. It's so easy and so fast, and you're going to be amazed.
All right. So the winner is Carolyn. Hey, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn. You're so sweet.
Carolyn, you are awesome. She has been watching all 3 days. So yes, thank you, Carolyn, for joining us again. And email events@allbrands.com. Your name, email address, and phone number, and I'll email you the $10 Allbrands gift card on Monday. Congratulations, Carolyn. And
you
before
can use it for metallic threads.
Oh, yeah. So I have to tell you, Louis, you are such an inspiration. And we have got some wonderful, like everyone is just saying, so original, so many ideas, wonderful, beautiful. Wow.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. And, I've got really so many things, but, I love working with Allbrands. So keep a lookout for this class schedule because, the new year's starting and you're going to, unfortunately, we probably will still be quarantined for a while or, at least social distancing. So you can do some great classes. And I'm sure that Barbara will have me back if you guys are really nice and ask very nicely. She'll bring me back, I hope, anyway.
So let us know what your favorite one was. I think my favorite one was the owl, just because
Everybody loves the owl.
All right. Well, we'll see you again soon, Louis.
We'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a great afternoon, guys, if you can't join us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And next on the list is Kathy Stipe, Brother National Educator. She's going to show us quilt binding. Isn't that exciting?
She is so good at that. You guys are going to be really like, wow.
I love you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great afternoon.
See you a little later.
Okay. See you guys in a little bit. Bye.
Bye.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back to the Allbrands Show, streaming live from the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival. You are in the Brother presented by Allbrands.com booth. And we have a very special guest, Kathy Stipe, Brother National Educator, will be showing us a little bit on quilt binding. That is a big topic to cover in just 30 minutes. So I'll bring her into the stream. And hey, Kathy, how are you today?
How are you?
Amazing. We're in our
finale. I'm excited to share
so
with them some of my binding tricks.
Yay! Well, I'll let you get to it. I'll bring you full screen.
Let me switch to a different camera. So take me off 1 sec.
Yeah, sure. So guys, don't forget, at the end of this video, we'll be doing a $10 allbrands.com gift card giveaway. And so stick through to the end for that. And here's back to Kathy. All right.
Okay, so the first thing that I would like to share is that I am sewing on the Brother NS80 compact lightweight. I call it my just grab and go machine. It does have an automatic needle threader, so I left the needle unthreaded so that I could show you on camera how easy it is to just thread your needle. And there it is with the thread through the eye of the needle for me. So for binding, when I'm binding a quilt, I cut my strips approximately 2.5 inches wide. Then I'm going to fold it in half, wrong sides together, and press. I'm using my standard J-foot with my machine, and I know that if I set my stitch width at 5.5, I'm going to get 1/4 inch seam allowance from this right edge right here of my presser foot. So let me put the foot down. I like to start a little ways from the corner. And typically I would sew this with black thread since it is a dark binding, but I wanted you to be able to see it. So I'm stitching with a gray thread. So I'm just going to start out stitching. Let me set my stitch length back to what it should be. I had it real short for a project I was working on a bit ago. So my favorite tip to share is if I'm sewing with 1/4 inch seam allowance, I want to stop approximately 1/4 inch from the next edge. And the reason for doing this is because when I do stop that 1/4 inch, I'm going to raise my presser foot and I'm going to pivot. And I know it's probably hard to see, but I'm going to sew at a 45-degree angle off the edge. And the reason I do that, and I know that you can, do you see my stitching where it comes off at an angle? The reason I do that is because then I get a nice miter when I fold my binding strip back at a 45-degree angle and then fold it back over again, lining up my cut edge with my cut edge. So I'm going to then start again. And we'll repeat that corner one more time, just so that you get the hang of it. And mind you that I am not a quilter who does show quilts. And there are different techniques for that. This is just the technique that I personally like to use. My quilts are just personal, drag them to the beach type quilts, snuggle on the couch in front of the fireplace type quilts. but not a show quilt. So I've stopped again about 1/4 of an inch from my edge, pivot to a 45-degree angle, and then I'm stitching off that corner. Any questions so far?
Yes, Kathy, I've never done the stitch off the corner, so thank you so much. Everybody's loving that tip. And Laura asks if you can use your laser light. So yeah, Brother makes some machines. Not the NSAD doesn't have this, but some of their top of the line machines have lasers, and you could totally use your laser light to see where you're going to be stitching next.
And I sometimes find it handy to use a stylus to get that fold so I can hold it straight. And we'll turn the corner and we'll go again. I'm not going to stitch this whole thing because I wanted to show you a few more techniques that I like to use. This is a technique where I will stitch from the front and either fold my binding to the back and machine stitch in the ditch once it's turned over, or I will hand stitch it. I'm not as much in favor of hand stitching personally, just because that's a 4-letter word, that's work. Why should I work whenever my machine can do it so much more efficiently for me? So I'm going to stop with this one now that you've seen a couple of corners. You're just
we did have one more question.
Pardon me?
We did have one more question. What's the stitch length that you like to use there?
I typically use the standard stitch length or the default stitch length on my machine, which is 2.5. And like I say, this is just my personal preference. The next thing that I wanted to show is, you can see I've got my binding all stitched on. And now to make my miter join, I take my end of my binding, the tail that I started with, the tail that I'm ending with, I overlap it by the width of my binding. So typically if I have a scrap, I will take that and use that as a measurement. Then I'm going to pin those just so that they will stay nice and flat for me. I'm going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner, from the upper left-hand corner down to the lower right-hand corner. I'm going to set my machine back at the default so I know my needle is in the center position, because otherwise I would not be able to stitch on my line. And my presser foot and all of our J-feet, the J-foot for all of Brother machines, have this little center guide right here, and that's what I use to follow along with. Removing my pins and not stitching over them because I would break a needle, especially because we're live. This was the hardest thing for me to learn how to do whenever I started quilting, was how to join that binding. And before you make any cuts, you're going to want to lay this out and make sure that it fits in the spot that you want it to fit in. You're going to then just trim your seam allowance to approximately 1/4 of an inch. So I've trimmed that seam allowance. I like to take and just finger press that open. So I'm going to finger press that seam open. Make my fold back. And then I can go back to stitching my binding on. So I'm just going to overlap a little bit from where I left off. You want to make sure that you give yourself plenty of room. I've left myself probably 10 inches here, just so that I have room to work with. And now I'm going to just finish stitching that. And then I'm going to overlap where I started instead of back stitching. So then whenever you go to turn your binding to the wrong side, you don't have a lump right there. This is right at that red line is where my join was at. So I know when I first started, I would usually, I think the very first quilt I made, I just folded back the raw edge and then tucked one inside the other. But this just gives a much nicer finish. So any questions on how you join your ends together?
Let's see. I'm getting a lot of thanks for awesome tips. From the last tutorial, George suggested on that mitered corner to decrease the stitch length. And that may, like when you're going from corner to corner, that seems like a really good idea.
Yeah, to 2. Sometimes I will decrease it to 2 because I don't back stitch.
Yeah, so everybody's just really liking it. I don't think we have many questions.
So I'm making placemats for my grandchildren. Is what I'm binding today. So another thing that I like to do is make a binding that has a faux flange or faux piped look. So what I do is I cut the piece that is supposed to be, or the accent piece, the part that I want to be my piping. I cut that at 1 3/4 inch wide. The part that is going to be my binding, which in this case would be the green, that is one that I cut at 1 1/2 or 1 7/16, but my ruler doesn't have a 1 7/16 measurement on it. So then I just do it 1 1/2. And you're going to sew those 2 strips together with your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So here's my 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then I'm going to press those 2, lining up my raw edges, and that's going to give me this little faux piped look. It's really a nice finish. So these are placemats that I've done for my lanai at home, and you can see where I've just top stitched right on the edge of that flange. So Barbara, when I'm joining these 2 pieces together, I'm using my favorite foot, that 1/4 inch foot with the guide. And this one is one that I have left unstitched because I did want to show you another way that you can do it. And that's by using a monofilament thread in your needle. And so I'm just threading my machine with the monofilament thread. And even though they say not to use your needle threader, this monofilament is so fine, I would never see it to be able to thread my needle. So that's why I'm using my needle threader. And I am also going to change this foot out. Notice that it just snaps right on and off. These are all snap-on feet. And I'm going to go to my next favorite foot, which is my stitch in the ditch foot. And you'll notice that it has this flange right down the center of it. That's going to help me guide this. Sorry for the camera angles, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line that flange right up here in that seam. And this time when I start out, I'm just going to lower my stitch length to, I've got it at 0.8 just so that it's almost like stitching in place. And then I'm going to go back and lengthen it to 3.5. And then I'm just stitching in the ditch. And I'm letting the machine do all the work. I needed to move my needle position back over so it would stitch in the ditch for me, so that it's right behind that flange. And I know it's really hard to see, but that needle is going right in that seam allowance right there. And I will get one side done, and then I'm going to show you what this looks like. This is a great way to do mitered napkins as well. You know, our napkins with mitered corners. If you want to turn up a reveal on one side, you can stitch it down as well. So let me get to this corner, and then I'm going to do my short stitch again before I cut my threads.
Hey, Kathy, Barbara asked if you could use an edge foot.
If you could use
an edge foot?
I guess you can. I just like my stitch in the ditch foot.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, it's just always sitting right out. But can you see where I've got like this faux piping right there along the edge? And I just think that that adds a nice little pop of color to some of your quilt bindings. So if I wanted to go around and finish this, another tip, you'll notice I really don't have too many pens or even wire clips holding this. I like to use a basting glue. And I don't know if any of your customers have ever tried that, but there is a water-soluble basting glue. And I use that when I want to fold my binding over, and it just holds it in place long enough that you can get your binding on and not have to worry about clips or pins being in the way to distort it. So there's many different brands out there. Do y'all carry one in your store, Barbara?
Oh, we have tons on our website. I just included a link in the comments.
So because I'm a Florida girl, everything is about flamingos for me. And when I get to this corner, you can see that that flange was wanting to hang up where this was folded over and mitered. And probably the most important thing that I forgot to say, when I'm stitching this faux piped binding on, I'm stitching it to the back side and then bringing it around to the front instead of the more traditional way of stitching it to the front and bringing it around to the back. So I have my machine programmed so the needle stays down, so I can just pivot when I got to that corner. And I can continue stitching. And I will have to say that I cheated. I had 2 of the sides done before we started, so that after I got finished, this whole one would be complete.
That is so cute, Kathy. I'm so inspired. And it was so easy.
It is really so easy. And with this machine, like I said, Barbara, it's just my grab and go machine. As soon as I get home from Houston today, I'm going to grab it and go over to help my grandchildren with a sewing project. So they have an ugly sweater contest next week at school.
Oh, wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit more about the machine that you're using and maybe show it to us?
So this is the NS80 from Brother. It has 80 stitches. It has 8 different one-step buttonholes. It has piecing stitches built in. It has quilting stitches built in, decorative stitches, satin stitches, just everything that you're going to want. You can program it to start with the needle in the left position when you turn it on, or start in the center needle position when you turn it on. So because I typically will have a quilting foot on, I found for me personally that it's better for me to have it programmed to start up or come on in the center needle position, because I have broken too many needles that way.
Well, this machine, I've sewn on this machine, and it is wonderful. It's a compact size machine, but it has all of the things that I love, the basic necessities that I love about the big machines, like the longer J foot.
Yes.
That you can start your stitch and it doesn't suck the threads back down. So we have that on sale. It's only $4.99 with free shipping, and you can finance that for 6 months on our
website. My goodness, that's an awesome offer.
And we have plenty of stock to get it in time for Christmas. So get yourself a travel machine for Christmas, or you're looking for a sewing machine to pass on this wonderful, wonderful hobby that we have to another lucky person, and teach them how to sew would be such a great Christmas present, I believe.
So I just wanted to point out too that I have the extension table, the wide table on here. That is so handy, Barbara. It just makes all the world of difference, because it's there to help support my fabric and help keep it nice and flat.
Yeah, so if you go to the product page on our website for the NS80, and I'll include a link, let's see, after this video is over, to shop that item. It's in the recommended accessories for that. So I definitely recommend adding on that SAWT extension table, and then use the coupon to get an additional 15% off of that. So this is a picture of it here, and it's such an amazing machine, Kathy.
It is. It's great. And like I said, because it's compact does not mean that it's lacking in features. I mean, it has all the features that you could ever want in the machine. And my grandchildren say that it's their size machine. So that's why I'm going to grab and throw it in the car whenever whenever I get all cleaned up today. And
yep. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy. I'm going to give you a second to come in full screen so that we can say bye. And thank you so much for a wonderful tutorial. So everybody, we're going to be doing a giveaway now. And so give us some comments down below to win a $10 allbrands.com gift card. And I'll bring Kathy back in. Kathy, thank you so much. I learned a lot today.
Thank you. I've enjoyed sharing with you today.
That was wonderful. beautiful and
we'll
inspiring.
See you soon.
Yeah, so let me pick a name. So
Okay.
if that's your name, you'll win a $10 allbrands.com gift card. Congratulations, Terry P. Email events@allbrands.com and your name, email address, and phone number, and I will send you a $10 allbrands.com gift card. Congratulations. And thank you again so much, Kathy.
Thank you. Y'all have fun.
I hope that we get to see each other again in the future.
Soon. In
Yes.
person instead of virtual.
Yeah, yes. So next up on the stage will be Coleen Swettman talking about the 10 needle embroidery machine. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then Coleen will come back in. So we'll see you soon.
Y'all don't want to miss her. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
do. I hope you liked that, and welcome back. And next on the demo stage for the Brother presented by Allbrands.com booth is Coleen Swettman, Brother National Educator, and we're going to be talking about the Brother 10 needle embroidery machine. That's the PR1055X. So Coleen, I'm going to be bringing you in, and here she is.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. I saw you dancing back
front
there.
for just a second to say hello, so I'm not the headless voice, and then I'm getting out of the way so you can see the star of the show.
Yes, I have one too. I am smitten. It's amazing, and it's so much better than the previous version, the PR1050X. There's so much more included on it. Oh, love.
You're
love,
right
love
about that, Barbara. Brother doesn't bring out a new model until they have new and cool features that make you want to have that new model. So this one has some really exciting, fun features on it, I think. And let's get started just talking about it. First of all, let me say this. Today's our last day. So if you have questions about a PR, today's a good day to ask them because I'm right here ready and willing to answer. I've only had a PR since the first minute one entered into the country. I grabbed up that first one. So that's how much I love mine. Just saying. Okay, let's get started. This is the PR1055X. It is gorgeous. It has a tablet-sized screen, which you can see is very, very clear and easy to read with a million tools. One of the things that they've done is they've taken all of the easy and fun features of our other machines, and they've incorporated them into the multi-needle. Now, why do you need a multi-needle? Because it's just so much fun. Oh, no, you need a reason to justify it, don't you? I can do that for you too. Because when you're making gifts or when you're selling things or when you just have a large family and you're planning an outing, it's really, really nice to have that multi-needle because it goes from color to color, changing colors without you being there to do it. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Now in Brother's package, you get the machine, you get 2 different arms, so you can hold a lot of different hoops. It comes with 4 separate kinds of hoops. It comes with a big support table that I'm not going to pick up. Well, it's white. It's not real pretty, but it sure does the job. So when you're doing heavy things, you can see how huge that is. When you're doing big things, like this big heavy jacket I'm about to hold up, you will know why you want that big table.
Yeah, so Cindy, I actually have the extension table on mine, and it's perfect. If you see it right here, like if you're doing a heavy item, it helps visualize that and keep it up. So that comes with the PR1055X, which is
it does. And see this jacket? These letters are about 4.5, 5 inches tall. They're beautiful. They're clear. This jacket actually weighs 3.5 pounds. So you do want to have the table to support that weight. It's pretty kind of a heavy jacket. And then there's another fun thing that comes with it that I have to show you. And that is called the Scan Mat, because there's a program included called My Design Center where you can draw, design, digitize, create your own designs. Well, I have 0 talent. So what I have to do is I have to use copyright-free clip art, or I have to use things from a coloring book. This happens to be from a coloring book. If you are using from a coloring book, you're going to want to print it on white paper first because you'll get a cleaner image. But here is the design, and you just magnet it in place, and then it attaches to the machine. And there is the stitch out. You can't even try to tell me that's not spectacular because I know it is. Isn't that amazing? And the machine did that. All I have to do is touch colors and put them in where it does it. Are you impressed? I am. So that's all included with the machine. Now let's get this machine moving so you can see it in action, because that's where the real fun is. Let me move it to a camera. There we go, so you can see better what we're doing. So there's a lot of designs included. This category has 5 new categories. This one's kind of important because it's a test one. So in the event that you had changed all your threads or bought new threads or changed your needles and you want to test everything, that's the quickest way to do it because it will test every single needle perfectly and quickly. So let's get out of that guy. And we're going to go right here to letters because everybody likes using letters. And there's 25 glorious fonts included on here. This is one of my favorites. I'm going to go back one because my favorite is this one. I love it. I call it the kid font, but I just love this one. And I'm going to type in a name, and I'm going to go to lowercase. Notice that it has uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, and then some of the foreign language choices are also available for you. So I'm going to type in the word Bob, and I'm going to set it into place. Now there's a ton more tools I can do with text. I can array and, oh goodness, change everything around. I can actually change this font to a different one. But I'm going to go to size. I'm going to go to middle size. And I'm going to leave it at middle size. Small is really, really small, but you can make small bigger. Let's go back to middle. You can also make these larger and smaller. And because they're fonts, you don't have to worry about changing the size. It does it for you. I'm going to pick up the toolbox that I failed to show you in the beginning and hold that up so you can see that toolbox also is included with a nice assortment of tools and screwdrivers. Now here's the shirt we're going to do today. It's just a small kid's shirt and it has a little design on it, and that's really the problem. There's a design on it and I want to put the name on it, and I want to put the name in the right place so it doesn't look stupid. But we can already see that when I hooped it, I didn't really get it centered in the hoop. So let's just see what we can do here. We're going to slide this in. We're going to pop it into place. You can hear it click, so you know it's done. I am going to slide my hand underneath and make sure that the shirt is hanging down below. Don't ask me why I need to do that. You know the reason. So all of these tools are available to help you do things, resizing, rotating, changing the colors, all kinds of things. We're going to go to edit end. That will give me rotating. This is a good friend, basting. Sometimes we're doing something that's slippery or just doesn't want to stay still, and basting will hold that right in place. This would allow us to delete a color. I think I showed you the magic of the Mr. Snowman yesterday. He and I are just the best friends ever in the world. And now I'm going to, because I can't hoop straight, I'm going to touch embroidery, and it came up, and my machine knows that black is on number 10, and that's where it's going to go. So let's go back. I skipped one little step I wanted to show you. So it's okay to cancel. I'm going to go back. Okay. I forgot to touch this fella because right now that's in the middle of my screen. So I am going to touch my camera, and the frame is going to move because the camera is going to scan. And this is really the magic of placement right here. So there's my design. I can see where Bob's name is going to be. It's in the star right now. Do I like that? Well, I don't really know. So let me move it down here. See if I like that better. Notice I can move slow, medium, or fast. I'm kind of moving medium speed. Well, I thought that I would like that better, but actually I don't. So I'm just going to go back to the center where it was. And I can push start and it's ready to go. So I'm going to touch embroidery. And there's my colors. And I'm going to touch lock and go. And this is going to stitch for about 2 minutes. I'm going to switch the camera so that you can see that needle going up and down, because that's the fun of it. See how magically it just moves that? I don't have to do anything, and I don't have to worry about my shirt sleeves. I don't have to worry about the back of the shirt. It's all going to be out of the way. That's pretty exciting to me. I'm sure that some of you may have had the opportunity to sew something together before. Notice how easy that was to hoop and get on there. And it does tie off and automatically cut. So nothing left on the top. When it's done and ready to go. Well, that's finishing stitching. I'm going to pop up kind of in front of it a playbook. And this is the playbook. This is a book that is written by educators, and it has 34 lessons in it, and it has 5 hours of video to help you learn. So when I'm talking to somebody about this, I say it's kind of like having me sitting beside you. When you open a page, there are directions. It actually just shows you the little icons so you know what icon to touch on your screen. It's very, very, very user friendly. It is a wonderful tool, and that is available to help you learn. Because I know sometimes people say, well, I don't live close to a dealer. Well, that's okay, because the dealer's got this available for you. So it's a fun tool. And as it happens, my machine has told me that it's finished sewing, and it did the little blinking light. So I'm going to tell it, okay, and I'm going to lift up and pull this out. And there's Bob right where I wanted it in the star. That scan feature, that built-in camera really, really does make a difference so that you can see exactly what you're going to do before you make a mistake. I've also used the scan to help me figure out the colors. Sometimes once you see the scan on the bottom of a bright orange shirt and you see the colors on top, you realize that the colors aren't good, and you may have to change out some of the colors in your design to make it work better. So that's just another little thing that you can do. Now oh no, I forgot to show you Stitch Monitor. Stitch Monitor is a great tool, and let me just show you what it would look like if I had remembered to show you when it was stitching. Come on. It just, yeah, I know, you're finished on it. Come on. Did you see it told me it was finished? It says there's nothing on now, you finished. But what it does is it actually will monitor this as you're sewing. It's a wonderful thing because the app can be on your phone, it can be on your computer, whatever you want. I have mine on my phone. But the other day I had run downstairs to do something, and it popped up and said, you need bobbin thread. It's like, oh, all right then. And I ran back upstairs to take care of that. So I thought that was a pretty impressive help me tool there. So let me show you a couple of other things that we can do, because sometimes people want to really go outside the box. So this design is 14 inches, but with a sleeve hanging in here, I'm sorry. This design is 14 inches by 14 inches, and you can do that in the jumbo hoop. And this is actually the top half and the bottom half. You just flip the hoop around. These designs are found on iBroidery. It is a proprietary website, mostly for the brother machines, but you do have some amazing, amazing designs in there. Another thing that you can do with this, and I love to show these because this little boot right here, and I'm not going to mention the brand name, but I think you all know what kind of boot it is. This little boot right here actually sold a machine. One day I was walking into a store with it in my hand, and a little girl skipped up to me and she said, I want that. And her name actually happened to be Carolyn, and it starts with a C. So she was pretty excited. But she took the boot and she went to Grammy and she said, Grammy, I need those boots. Well, I only had one boot there. So you know what happened? Grammy bought a PR so she could do boots too. Isn't that fun? But this is just a real easy thing to do to personalize. You know, kids take their stuff to school. When we get to go back to school and they leave it and it gets lost and found and nobody knows which is theirs, even if you write your name in it. But this way, everybody knows whose boot it is, and it's easy to get back. Another thing that's really, really fun to do is hats. And over here on the side of my machine, you can see that I have the hat driver. And you can see that this is a new hat driver. Maybe some of you haven't seen it before. It really works very, very, very user friendly. I'm going to step around the computer and try to get to where you can see this. This hat band you just pop, and it pops right off the framing gauge. You would have your drive arm on here and you come on and twist it. So how does this work? Well, this is just like putting a hat band. All of you ladies know how to put a headband on. It's the same thing. Come down from the top, come into the ear slot, and pop. It's into place. It's so super easy to work with that. Everybody's been loving that. Now let me show you some of the stuff that it can do. So its name is the Flat Brim Cap Hoop. And the reason is because it actually does these flat brims. See how flat that is? Well, these are kind of hard to do on a normal cap frame, but on this one, they're a piece of cake. So this one's really easy to manage on that. Then there's another kind that's not so much fun to do, and that's called a snapback. So the snapback, no matter what you do to it, it snaps right back into place. So these were also a problem. So they actually named that in the beginning the flat brim cap coat. But the reality of it is everything I've tried worked perfectly. So there are designs included on the PR for you. And then this is one I just created. I took a little design and flipped it and did another little design, then put an initial on it. And that's for a high school reunion group. So there's all kinds of fun things that you can do that are just so simple and so fast. I showed you the boot. Now this little adorable purse, isn't that sweet? I'll try to hold it level. I'm not good at that. Isn't that cute? It's such a cute little purse.
That looks like
that's what?
That looks like it would be really. That looks like it would be really hard to hoop on a regular flatbed embroidery machine.
No, it would be impossible because I just don't see any way. It's so tiny. It's only, see the end? Well, there's my finger, so that gives you an idea of how big it is. It's maybe 2 inches at the most. So it's not hard. I think it's impossible unless you took it apart. Who's going to do that? But with this guy, you just use one of our accessory hoops and just pop it on, and it goes right over the arm, and it's stitched beautifully, as you can see. Otherwise, little purses like this kind of tend to get lost, if you know what I mean. They get little feet and they walk away sometimes. Now, I showed you a stitch out, but that I had done in the My Design Center, but here's another one. This is using a coloring book drawing for the dog grooming shop where we take our dog. So I just used a generic little drawing because we couldn't agree on what kind of dog. Of course, I would have put my dog in there, but they didn't agree on that. But you can see how cute that turned out. And they have a set. They have bags, aprons, and caps. They were, of course, the aprons and caps at work, and then they sell the bags. So that's a moneymaker for them.
So one quick question before we move on. What hoop did you use for that hat and for the purse? Sorry.
Okay, well, the purse I cheated. I used the shoe hoop. So the shoe clamp is a tiny little clamp that is wonderful on shoes. That's what I used on the boot also. But the purse and those little things that are leather, I don't want any mark on it. I've got to have it stay solid. That shoe clamp is really a good way to hold that nice and tight. There are other possibilities. I think that Allbrands carries a Durkee hoop, and I think you could probably use that. But that leather does not want to stick nicely. So the shoe clamp was what I chose. I hope that helps. And thank you for asking. This is just a little, these are the bags you get at the dollar store or someplace, or $2 store, whatever. But they're just handy. You're not going to take the time to take it apart so you can put your name on it, but you do have to put your initials on it, because if it's with you at a show or even at the grocery store and you lose it, you'll never see it again. So that's a fun thing to do. This one, this is a slipper, and it's not the kind that unvelcros. It's a real stitched together slipper. My brother was in a care facility, and he wasn't so good at remembering which was his slippers. But what did happen is the staff knew which was his slipper, and so they would bring it back to him. So that's another really good use for the machine, is just keeping track of items so that they're more easily found. Having been a school teacher for so many years, I know how much ends up in the lost and found and goes to Goodwill, because no one claims it. Even if it has a name in it, it seems like the kids will say, no, that wasn't mine. This is what an applique can look like. So this is a backpack that is water resistant. These are really cheap. I think I paid $1 a piece for them. So I don't want a lot of holes in it, but I do want to have them. I give them to the grandkids to take when they're going to the beach or something. So you just make that as an applique, and that way you have a reduced footprint on the inside. That's all the stitches that you have on the inside. So that makes it a lot nicer. Then you can actually waterproof that if you want to. There's all kinds of waterproofing products that you can get to do that. Isn't that fun? That's how our applique system works. And if I go here, I'll show you how hard it is to set up an applique. Here's the name Bob. So let's go to edit. I think I'm going to make him a little bit bigger so that you can see him better. There we go. Are you ready? Touch the applique button. And this one I'm just going to do auto configure. I could use it as one of these shapes too. Let's put it on a badge. Ooh, that's going to be like Bob the fireman or Bob the policeman, or this one would be Bob the sunshine, or this one just is an auto configure and it just goes right around the shape of whatever you give it. That's the one that looks kind of wonky because it just fits anything. Let's do the star. Oh, cute. So there's all kinds of fun things that you can do with that, and that's how easy it is to do that applique. It just simply adds it right into it, and then you tell it okay, and it's a part of the design. And the machine knows that you're going to applique last, so it does the embroidery, and then it does the 3 steps in the 3 steps of the applique. So it does all the thinking, which I really, really love about that machine. I will have to confess to you that I love these machines. This machine has more features than the ones before it. I love the new cap driver. The good thing about the new cap driver is that that does fit some of the other models, many of the other models. So that's kind of cool to see that Brother has done that. So I have just a couple of seconds left, I think. So I'm going to go through and just show you a few of the included designs. So when I touch this first one, you have all kinds of included ones. Most all of these are, everything in this category is brand new. It wasn't on any other machine before this. There was a little hat one that I used. These are always fun. This is some quilting designs, and there are companion pieces in here where you can, like this one, you could do right and left and then have a great big quilted piece. There's just so many in here. This one I call there are several of the hat ones that are in here. So there's one of the hat ones right there. That's a pinkish cap one. And then this one I call the utility cap group because there are so many just small designs between the 4-inch and the 5 or 6 inch that you would use for all sorts of things that are right there handy and just ready to pop. And then I told you that was the test bar. And then we go back and we have the alphabets, we have shapes, we have buttonholes. It's really nice to be able to do your buttonholes on the embroidery hoop. And these are super large buttonholes. They come in at, there's 3 sizes, large, medium, and small. They come in almost 4 inches, almost 3 inches, and almost 2 inches. Of course, you can resize those, but they do come in very big.
Wow, Coleen, this machine just has something for everyone.
It does.
Like this machine does quilting. It's always been known as being the best multi-needle tubular arm embroidery machine in the business for so many years. It has that longevity. It has that name recognition. Brother, being just wonderful quality. So I'd like to tell everybody about the specials on that.
Oh, I think you'd love to hear that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen really quick. So on allbrands.com, we are a brother dealer located in Louisiana and Texas. So this is a dealer-only product. You would need to come into our stores to purchase this, but we have an amazing special on it right now. So not only it's the brand new for 2021 model, it's like the souped up 1050, it's just with so many more features. Right now, we have a bundle valued at $2,200, and that's the stand that I'm not sure if you can see her stand, but mine is right here, and it is just such a valuable tool. It also comes with a rebate for the Durkee 7-piece easy frame. So I will actually get that for you because I have a set here in my studio. Do you use these, Coleen?
I do, but mine were all goofed up with paper because I haven't cleaned them nicely.
Oh, yeah.
This probably looks good.
So you get the arm, and then for floating, you can use so many of these different hoops. So like the 8x8 hoop, there's just tons of different sizes available, and that's a rebate from Brother. I think that those hoops are the most versatile ones for this machine. So that's a rebate. And guess what? It also comes with that playbook that you were showing.
Oh,
yeah. The playbook and 60 months, 0% financing until the 18th. And it comes out with an option for you to pick one. So you can pick to do a trade-in. If you have an older model, we want your trade-in. So come and offer that machine for an extra discount on your purchase for this one. Or if you don't have a trade-in, you can choose the PE Design 11 digitizing software, or you can choose a ScanNCut, or you can choose from a long list of optional accessories on that page. So I'd love to invite everyone into our stores to test drive this machine and take advantage of this amazing special we have. And photo stitch, look at that.
So that's my brother's car. I know how good the photo stitch is because I had it at a show and a woman came and picked it up and said 1934 Ford Coupe. I didn't know what kind of car it was, but she did. And when I checked with my brother, she was right. But the photo stitch on that PE Design 11 software is totally amazing. I've done a lot of fun things with that photo stitch. So that alone would be worth the software. But then, of course, it does everything else too.
It's amazing. So we have to take a little break now, but please, guys, don't miss out on our amazing show specials we have. This is our Houston Quilt Festival specials, and it only happens once a year. So contact your local Allbrands store location. You can find our locations at www.allbrands.com. Well, I want to thank you so much, Coleen, for coming on the show and for your knowledge on this machine and inspiration.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed it. I love this machine.
Yes. All right. Well, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with Louis Carney, who's going to be talking more about My Design Center. And My Design Center is in that new 10 needle too, and it's been enhanced. So definitely test drive that at our stores. All right, Coleen. Until next time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Barbara from allbrands.com. And next on the demo stage for Brother presented by allbrands.com is Brother National Educator Louis Carney. So welcome, Louis. I will bring you on the screen. I see you there. And
hi, everyone. I know you can't really see me right now. I kind of focused in and got the camera all good and set on the machine. So I'll come up and pop my face in a little bit. But I wanted to dive right in because there's so much I want to share with you about my design center and how to create your own quilting patterns, right from built-ins as well as from existing things that if you've already made, you can quilt still.
Wow. Well, I have a confession to make. I made a mistake and I forgot to give a gift card out to our winner from the last video. So I'm going to do that really quick. So go ahead, guys, and for the $10 Allbrands gift card from the last video, give me some comments, give Louis some love, and I'll be doing it at the beginning of this one and at the end of this one as well. So Louis, would you mind moving your camera back just a little bit so that we can see the full screen? And let's see here, maybe even a little bit more back. Is that possible?
Oh, sure. I can come back a little bit. I just want to make sure you guys can see everything.
That's
perfect. Are we good, guys? Is that good?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Let me pick a name for a random winner.
Uh-oh, let's see.
Yeah. Congratulations. Email events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I'll get that gift card sent over to you. Congrats.
Congrats.
All right, Lewis, it's your turn, and I'll make you full screen. And just what you got to show us today?
Well, we're going to actually create some, I wanted to show you guys about quilting in your hoop and how you can do that in my design center. So often when we think of quilts, again, like I mentioned earlier, we think of gigantic, full-size, gigantic, big king-size quilts. Well, quilting is, the definition is the 3 layers put together and stitched. That's quilting. So a quilt can be something as small as my lovely gingerbread man, which is going to be an ornament. I still have to put the hang tag on him. You'll notice he has crystal eyes and a little crystal smile. And he's actually quilted in the gingerbread pattern. So I want to show you how you can take the actual object that you want to quilt and make that into the quilting pattern. I will be doing the same thing with the teddy bear in the rear. And then we're going to talk about some of the quilts I have on the wall behind me, which you can't see right now, I know, guys, but I'm going to show them to you, where you can take the pattern from your fabric and make that into the quilting pattern. Now, these are all directions are going to be part of the owner's handbook, the steps on how to do these for each of our models that we make that for, but you also can find more help and references on our YouTube channel. So please tune into those if you get lost or whatever, but I'm going to go kind of quick because I have limited time, but I want you to see just how fast and easy this is. You're going to be amazed. I've left the home screen and I'm actually in my design center. This is my design window. For those of you not familiar with my design center, this is an auto digitizing program built in on your machine. I literally can take my finger and I can write on my screen, and whatever I draw, oops, I need to tell it I'm drawing. And if I put my signature on the screen, the machine is going to embroider my signature. It's that easy. It's that simple. But say you're not an artist and you're like, oh, I don't know if I could draw. Well, we do have an item that comes with any of our machines that have my design center. They have a included scan board. And the scan board looks like this guy. And it has the green magnets, which hold on a piece of paper. So all of those at-home learning right now with all the kids, what a great thing to take some of their artwork, put it on your scan board, and then you could turn that into a piece of embroidered art. Trust me, you will become the favorite grandmother if you do that, or aunt or uncle or grandpa. You'll be the favorite regardless. The little green magnets simply hold your piece of paper or your drawing on. I've lost my paper, but you would place your magnets so that they would hold your drawing on. You use as few magnets as possible. The black and white area is registration. That's not storage. The magnets won't stick there. So that's for the machine to register. You have this on and it attaches just like a regular embroidery hoop. So it will go onto your machine the way a regular hoop would attach. Well, you say, oh, I don't have a drawing. Or let's say you have a piece of fabric that you just adore and you want to make that piece of a fabric, like say these, for example, this is pieced blocks that I put together in this little throw quilt for the baby. And it's all teddy bears. Well, I can take that teddy bear or the embroidered teddy bear and I can make that my quilting pattern to quilt the quilt with. So you have, and you don't even have to scan anything. You also, because this machine, if we're talking about the Luminaire, has Wi-Fi, you can take a graphic image and send it to the machine wirelessly, and it will then embroider what you sent it. It's the coolest thing, guys. You're going to love my design center. Well, enough of me babbling. Let's get on with it so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to clear my screen and I'm going to go into what we call our shapes. So these are different outlines. These are all built in the machine. And I'm going to go to our second category. And since, again, holidays are coming up and everybody likes gingerbread, and if you don't, you're going to act like you do, we're going to simply say, okay. So we have a lovely gingerbread. Now, I want this gingerbread man to become an ornament for me. Right now, this is still in the graphic stage. It is not a stitch file yet. We're going to turn it into a stitch file. I have many options as to what I can make the outline of the gingerbread man, and I can simply tap on my selections, and I have these different patterns that I can choose from, as well as color palette. The color palette is simply for your visual. The machines, thank you, God, do not know what color thread you have in yet. So they won't stop and say, oh, you have the wrong color in. And you're like, I know, I want that color. So they don't know that yet. Well, right now it's defaulted to a satin stitch around, which is fine. I'm happy with the satin stitch, but I want to quilt it with the little gingerbread man shape on the inside of this. So we're going to make sure to select our gingerbread man. And now that he's selected, well, I guess it could be a gingerbread woman too. I mean, it's just gingerbread. How about that? And we'll just make sure the red box is around it. That's how you know it's selected. Well, I need a copy of this so that I can make it into the quilting pattern. So I'm going to simply tap copy, and it's going to give me a second one. I'm going to drag that down a little bit out of the way so that I don't interfere with my original. Well, the pattern that's going to go on the inside, and that's going to be that little gingerbread. You guys see him? There he is. We're going to make it smaller, much smaller. So we're going to go to size, and we're going to reduce the size overall in our pattern. So I'm going to take my pattern and just make it smaller, 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 way smaller. And I'm just tapping and holding. And I happen to know that my size to fit in there, the way I like it, is going to be about 0.72 by 0.62. You can make it whatever size you want to. It's up to you. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's strictly what you like. And we're going to tap OK and tell it we want it to be a double straight stitch. We don't want it to be a satin stitch for the quilting. And I'm going to undo that and move it down. So now that I have that one, I need many copies of this to be able to place them inside of the gingerbread. So there he is, tiny. So we're going to simply copy and move that one over, and copy and move that one over. And you'll just continue on in this manner until you get, you know, just quite a few, several of them to be able to have enough to fill in your project. Well, right now, I'm going to go ahead and start positioning. So I'm going to take this one that's selected and drag it into my gingerbread. Now, you don't want it to go into the outline because you want it to, if it does, it's going to break that stitching line. So I recommend that you zoom, and we can go all the way up to 1600%. You can get exact to a mark and a dot as you want. We're going to just increase this one about 400, and we'll turn our pan on so that we can drag the screen, and there he is. And I'll go down and I'm going to select another one. And now that one is selected, so I can move him. And the key to making this a continuous quilting pattern is that they must touch. So you want, it's okay if they overlap or lay on top of each other, and feel free to rotate them or to turn them on its side, whatever way you see fit, and that it'll fit in your pattern. But I hope that you guys can see that this is touching each other. That will make the machine think that this is a continuous line quilting pattern. Now, it's touching my outside, so I'm going to move them over just a hair, and I would probably use my arrows for that so that you don't drag the wrong thing. And you will continue on until you have your gingerbread filled in with all the little patterns. This will work if it's a scanned image. If you drew something on the screen, it will work regardless as to what you have up there. You can simply take it and make it into the continuous line quilting pattern simply by resizing it to fit into your needs. Well, I already have one saved that I filled in, so I'm going to simply pull that one up so you guys can see. And I'll go and get it. I saved it in my memory. And I'm going to pop him up, and there it is. So that's him, and I'm going to zoom so you guys can see it even better. See, I'm a little gingerbread man. How cute that is. Is that not just the most adorable thing you ever saw? It's filled in with the actual pattern. Well, we need to get this over into our embroidery area so that the machine will take it from the graphics section and put it into the embroidery section so that it can actually stitch. We're going to tap next. Excuse me for sniffling, guys. And we're going to tap set. And it's going to say, hey, are you sure you want to get out of here? Because this is not saved. And this is kind of the scary message I always tell people. If you are questioning or you want to be able to come back and use this again, always save. Always, always, always save. You can always delete it later, but save, save, save. And we're going to set. We'll tap OK, and it's now placed this into the embroidery screen as our stitch file. That's how quick, fast, simple, and easy that is, guys. Well, I want my little ornament. You'll notice that here it's got a straight stitch, right? And I want a satin stitch. So I need to tell it that I want a satin stitch around it. Now, I could have done that in the My Design Center area, but the purpose I'm using for now is I want to be able to place my backing fabric. That's right here under my hoop. You'll notice it's not hoop. So on my hoop, I have stabilizer in the hoop. Then I have batting and fabric floating on top. The backing is simply underneath the hoop. Now, this is only good in a small hoop like this. You would want to secure your backing fabric in a larger embroidery area so that it doesn't fold on itself. But this is the 4x4 hoop. So I'm using a small hoop to create my small ornament. If you're going to make a bunch of these, you can tell it, oh, I want to create a lot of these. So I would do it in the larger hoop. Then you would secure your backing fabric to the back of your hoop with your tape and or spray adhesive so that it's secured. Well, right now, because I want it to be an ornament and I want to float the backing fabric, oh, tapped it too fast. I'm going to go down and I'm going to tap my applique feature. Now, any of our embroidery machines that have that shield is applique. So when you tap it, it tells your machine, oh, we want to put an applique stitch around it. Now, this is for traditional applique where you would stitch an outline, and after it stitches the outline, you place down your fabric you want to be the applique fabric. It'll tack it down. After it tacks it down, you take your hoop off, trim the excess, place your hoop back, and then it does the pretty satin stitch. The other alternative you have is once you have added this as an applique stitch around the pattern, you can now send this to the ScanNCut, and your ScanNCut will cut it out for you. Now that's great if you wanted to do some, say you want to do some of these in the quilting, but you also might want to do some of them in our brand new corks we have. Would be adorable on a Christmas tree or hanging off of a mantle. You can use them with some of our vinyls. This would be so nice, and some of the glitter vinyls have little sparkly gingerbread men to hang on, tie them around candle holders and stuff. They would be so cute. You can make them into hang tags. How adorable would that be? This is now ready to be saved onto a USB and placed in your ScanNCut, and the ScanNCut will cut out the exact gingerbread man as your embroidery design is. We could even send it over this way and tell it to draw this if we wanted to make our own greeting cards. So there's so many options. I just want you guys to think out of your boxes and have fun with this and play and get excited and think about all the options that are there. Well, right now we have the stitches set up. It's ready to go on the inside with our stitching, and it has our stitching on the outside. So we are going to I'm going to remove the backing fabric, because remember, that's the purpose of me doing it as an applique stitch, is because I only want that quilting stitching to go through my batting, my top layer, and my stabilizer. I don't want that stitching to be on the back side. I only want it through those layers, and then it'll applique around and put the backing on. So we're going to go ahead and hit embroidery. Now in my embroidery screen, the first thing it wants to do is to do those decorative stitching, which is great and fine. So it's wonderful that it's done that. I'm going to let the machine get ready to start to go. And while it's going, I'm going to, and you'll notice I have my metallic thread in. If you guys can see, that's gold metallic. There's a top stitch needle in. That's what I like to use, and I know it's going to give me the results I want. And my machine is threaded with the thread at the standing up, even though it's got matching end caps. Now, earlier I mentioned to you guys, if you have matching end caps, this type of a spool could lay down horizontally. However, if it's metallic, monofilament, any specialty type threads, even if it has matching end caps, it should still be placed vertically. So you want it to stand. So I have it standing, and we're going to go ahead and let it go. So here we go. This is all set. This is all ready. We're simply ready to start. Our light is green for go. That means we're ready to go. Oops. But I forgot something. Remember, who knows what I forgot? And since I caught it on that first stitch, well, one of the things I forgot is that I might want to walk away while the machine is going. And I forgot that I can turn on my stitch monitor. How cool is that, guys? That is the app that will allow you to monitor your machine while it is embroidering, and you do not have to sit and babysit it. But the other thing I forgot was that I want to add basting, because remember, this stuff is just floating in the air right now. So we need it to be attached to the stabilizer so it doesn't get folded up around the foot accidentally. We're going to look at our screen and go to layout. And in our layout screen, it's grayed out. I can't use it. Anyone know why? That's because I've already taken a stitch. It thinks I'm in the embroidery pattern. So it's like, oh, well, now how do I get to add a basting stitch now? I need it on there. Well, I can show you a quick, simple trick. You're going to tap your stitch advance, stitch return, which is the needle plus or minus, and simply tap 0. Now, when we tap OK, look what all of your icons are now available. So anytime you need to change something or add something, if you're in the middle of something, write down your stitch number, take it back to 0, do what you want to do, and then go back to that stitch number, and you can add any type of things you want to. And I'm not even charging extra for that little tip. Well, let's add our basting. So we're going to tap on basting. And now it knows that I want to baste. And we're going to be ready to go now at this point. So we're going to simply hit start. This is going to allow us to baste our fabric to our stabilizer through our batting. So it makes sure that nothing is jumping up and getting caught on the foot. And I am going to let it stop because I forgot about your bobbin. So I'm using a Brother pre-wound bobbin. So here's my bobbin tail. I'm gonna drop it in, make sure my bobbin is located, everything's right. We have top stitch needle, and you see it basted around. So now we're ready to jump into, oops, I pulled the thread out when I did that. Now I'm going to give you also a trick for metallic thread when you're threading. So here we go to thread the machine. Now, how many of you guys have had the needle threader not work with metallic thread? That is simply because it has a lot of pullback because it has a high twist on it. So it will pull back when the needle threader is trying to pull it. In order to do that, if you get that and that happens, just put the thread through the last guide, but do not place it into the plastic slide number 7, and it will thread every time. Again, not going to charge you for that little bit. Now, see, I pulled it out again, reaching my finger in there too fast. I know none of you guys have ever done that. You all are way too smart for that. Now, the key also, when you are placing your thread, and I know my sleeve's in the way, you know, these thread caps have that little catch on them. You want to make sure the catch is on the bottom so that the thread doesn't get caught on that little catch. I know that's weird to say, right? The thread doesn't get caught on the little catch. There we go. And now we'll get started. And when it started, I'm going to show you my garland because I've made some gingerbread garland. And see, I'm feeling a little pull here. This is how you always want to check your thread first. And notice what has happened. It's wrapped. So I said, I see. Let me move my spool there. Now it's pulling freely. You always want to give it a little pull to make sure. And people always say, oh my God, look at all the thread you're wasting. Guys, thread is cheap. Your sanity is not. So throw thread away. It's a lot cheaper to throw thread away than it is to pay for a therapist. Okay. So we'll get threaded. And there it's ready to go. We're all set. We're ready to start. I'm going to hit go. Well, while this is embroidering, I'm going to show you what I did do in a larger hoop. And in my larger hoop, I made garland. So I have a gingerbread garland going. So this we'll trim around and we can make this to hang from our mantle, or it could be great in a window. It's so much fun. But you also could put names in here. So you could put your school teacher. How cute would that be to put each of the kids' names, you know, to give them a little gingerbread. So here it is stitched. And this was, you know, you can fit 2 rows of it. So I did that. And this is where I've already trimmed it. So I have my little gingerbread garland all ready to go. I just think that's so adorable. You want to trim it, and you'll probably need to use some type of block on the edges because you're going to manually trim this with scissors. And I have my applique scissors. Those are your duckbill scissors. That's what these are for because they're very, very sharp to the point, but they won't trim on the rear. So that will allow you to cut very close to that edge and get rid of any of that. Look at how adorable that is. I just think it's so cute. Now, we can, of course, dress them up. And that's when you might want to go to your little ScanNCut and to add the little eyes and to add the smile to make it into a really adorable. Now, see, this is why I'm going to put the back on after it does all that inside stitching. We'll attach the back when it gets to the next step. So that's, you know, in case you are going to make this one-sided. If it's double-sided, you'll go ahead and put the backing on now. And I have placed metallic thread in the bobbin. So I've sewn with metallic thread in my bobbin before. Now, while that's going, I want to kind of see if I can show you guys over at this quilt. Now, this quilt, there is appliques that have been created from the actual leaf pattern that's in the fabric. So I took this leaf and I scanned it and made it into the applique pattern. And then for the quilting, it's meandered. So I used took the stipple and I turned it into a meandering stitch so that it would meander all over. So a meandering stitch is again a big S. Stippling is the little s. All right, well, the machine is stopped and it's letting me know it wants a color change, and that's because it thinks that it is doing a color change. We're going to do this all in the same color. So we're going to go ahead and remove our hoop from the machine. And I'm going to slide my backing fabric. And again, only do this if you're using a small hoop. Otherwise, you do want to secure your backing fabric to your back of your fabric. But I mean, look, the stitching's beautiful even through the stabilizer. So we'll replace our hoop. Oops. Make sure you don't get it caught on your foot. It's kind of one of those do as I say, do not as I do. Or I'm the daddy, that's why. And so now that that's attached, our next step, and so I'm going to go on my screen and I'm going to turn the camera so you guys can see the screen. On the screen, I'm going to go to the next step and I'm going to use my, again, Stitch Advance, Stitch Return. And so that I could see what the next step is. So here it's showing me that it's going to do the outline of the gingerbread so that will tack the backing on. So we'll go ahead and let it tack it on. Make sure your little threads are not in the way. And again, while the machine is going, I don't want to sit and babysit. I'm not a good babysitter. I'm going to use my Stitch Monitor app, which is the app you can download either for your Apple or Android device. And it will go onto your phone, your tablet, whatever you like. And it's going to, whatever happens on the screen of your machine, it's going to tell you here. So right now it tells me, let's see if it'll let it, no camera say, and it's not going to give you good view. It says waiting for thread change. So the machine is stopped. It knows it's time to change the thread. So the app tells me that. I love this thing. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to, but technically now you'll remove your hoop, flip this over, take your applique scissors, trim close to the stitching, and you'll want to trim all the way close inside to your stitching line. But for the sake of time, I'm going to do that after the fact, and we'll slide our hoop. After you trimmed, you slide your hoop back on. Now, here's the trick also. We don't need this next step because we've already tacked our fabric down. We can simply skip ahead. So you're going to hit your down arrow, and when you tap the down arrow, it's going to show you your next step. So the next step is your actual satin stitch. So all we do is hit start. That's all you got to do, guys. It's so easy. It's so simple. It makes everything so fast and so great. I love this machine, but and no, now I'm going to jinx myself. So you know that's going to happen, right? Because I'm going to say it out loud and say it to you guys. My thread has not broken. My machine is set at 1,050 stitches per minute. It's going to break now that I told you that. You know, it's like your kids when you say how good they are and then you go out in public and they misbehave and just embarrass you just because. Well, maybe my baby is going to be perfect because it's going along without a problem. So again, key, and I'm going to stop it. Now, why did I stop it? I stopped it because I heard a sound. Your machine will tell you when something is going on if you just pay attention. And I noticed my thread had jumped out of my thread mast. So it was no longer up here. So I'm guiding it back into the thread mast and into the guide. So I noticed that it had did that because I could hear it. And you can tell there are different sounds and you'll hear the sounds. Your machine is going to warn you. It tells you things. So it didn't stop. I knew it. It didn't break. I just heard it do that. So I know that, oh, let me check something. So now that I've checked that, I'm going to go ahead and hit start again and let it go. Now, of course, it would have broken at some point and the machine would have stopped and told me, but it would have also have told me on my app that, hey, check your thread, it's broken, or the bobbin is low, or it's time for a color change. And when it's finished, it also will tell you that. Now, see, it did do it because it got caught. So I knew it would because I told you it wouldn't. So, and see what's happened? You guys see, I want to show you so that you know what happened. Now, as I'm pulling this, see that thread mass? Look, see how that's bouncing like that? That's because my thread is caught on the bottom of the catch. So that's when, this is also a sign of when you want to use your caps. So there are caps that go on your thread and they go on your spool holder to keep the thread from getting caught like that. And now it pulls. Look how freely that's pulling. Oh my goodness. What a difference a day makes, as the song says. So we're going to hook it back in and get rethreaded and let it run to finish. 90% of the time, if you do what's right, your machine will do what you want it to do. You know, there's a saying in the industry that half the time there's not anything wrong with your machine. It's usually the loose nut in front of the machine. So I happen to be the loose nut right now that's in front of the machine. And I have no problems in admitting when I'm wrong and when I'm crazy. Well, look at what my app says. It's, if you guys can see that, it says broken thread. So it let me know. So had I been off in the laundry room or starting dishes or something, it would have told me, and see, it didn't catch in there. So that's a sign that I should just leave it in that last thread guide only. Oh, it jumped out of there. And then after that's happened, we're going to then catch it straight into only the silver metallic, silver metal piece, not into the little white guide. I take it in there so I can cut it, but then we're going to leave it only through there. And once you leave it only through there, it will thread it for you. Okay. And so now we'll grab the little tail just to get it out of the way. And I'm going to back this up a few stitches just because. And with metallic threads, the reason that we back it up, you don't, you know, your machine stops immediately when the thread breaks. However, with metallic threads, they can shred. So I don't know if you can see that, but the thread has kind of shredded a little bit. So when it shreds, it shows. So I want to back this up. So we're going to simply go back. And if I needed to make sure I was back exactly where I wanted it to go, we're going to, and I'll back the camera.
Oops. Hey everybody, sorry, it looks like we lost contact with Louis.
You guys?
Him back.
That's okay. I said, oh, I don't know if I'm talking to anyone anymore. Hi guys. Well, we're back and we're just backing up our stitching. So we're going to tap the camera with the needle. And when you tap that up, look, it tells you everything. This machine is so smart. It says, hey, lower your foot. Well, when you turn that on, you can actually zoom and you can see exactly where you need to be. You also will use this if you have ever had anything to pop out of your hoop and you have to re-hoop. God forbid, but it happens, you know, things happen. This is how I'm able to line up a stitch to a exact stitch, even though I have re-hooped. You will never see where the thread broke when you use this. And that's on any of our machines that have the camera built in. You can do that with, that has that icon, you'll be able to. So I'm going to back this up some stitches and it's showing me on the screen exactly where it's at. So I don't even, I look at my hoop. I don't ever even look at it. I simply watch over here. Now you can see I went back too far, so we're going to advance it some. You can sew with this window open. You will need a Dramamine, so I don't. But, you know, hey, some people are better than I am, so you can go ahead and use it if you want to. And we'll let this continue to go on. I'm going to get rid of my little thread nest that I created from my threading. And now it's picked my stitching right back up and let it keep going. Now, while it's doing this portion again, I'm going to pull my little teddy bear out because, and yes, that was me. I did that time. Sorry, guys. I backed the quilt into the hoop, so I made the thread break. You know, when you're trying to do something multitask, guys are not necessarily the best at this. So I should have probably backed away instead of getting caught on my hoop. So that was not a machine fault. That was a me fault. Well,
I must say, Louis, we're super, super inspired by such this cute project that you're doing. And, you know, I find the best way to learn is for people to see what, if a thread breaks, how do you get it back on the screen? So thank you so much for demoing that. I wanted to share that with you guys because there's always a way to fix things. I don't want you to feel frustrated or aggravated that you feel like you could never, you know, get something back, or that something is not going to line back up. If it, you know, pulls it out of the hoop, you can always, with a brother machine, get it back to the exact stitch you need it at. And that's the wonderful thing about these machines, is that you can line it back up exactly, even if you have to rehoop it. So that's what's amazing. Now I am going to watch my backing now. I'm getting good. Oops. And see, again, operator error. See that long tail? I didn't cut it because I was in a hurry to try to show you guys this. So I tell people all the time, stop blaming your machine for your mistakes. That was my mistake. Own up to it and just say I messed up, and I messed up. So I fixed it. Now I can keep going, because everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. So what I was going to tell you guys is about my teddy bear. So what I'm going to do is scan this, and this is going to be echo quilted out. So when we echo quilting is where there's a repetition, and it's normally done a 1/4 inch away. So it'll be done a 1/4 inch away, 1/4 inch away, 1/4 inch away, 1/4 inch away. But it's an outline of your shape, and it'll echo out, kind of like ripples in a water. If you throw a rock across and a pebble across a lake, and you'll see it echo out into the water. And that's what I can do here, because I can scan this and then trace around him so that the machine will see this as an outline. The same way I pulled the pattern up as the gingerbread man, I can draw my own pattern. So I can use a built-in embroidery design. I can use any kind of image graphic that I want to create to do that. And so I'm stopping my machine because I think, is it time for us to go to our next machine? Did I lose Barbara? No, I'm here, Louis. We can do whatever you want. If you think we should finish that, that's totally fine too.
Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stopped. You know, this is on any of our machines that have my design center, guys. So this is how we got this. Now, the recommendation, and I stopped the machine because I do want to show you a couple other little tricks. Now, I'm gonna tap return, and I'm sorry, tap something on the computer. So let's tell it no, we don't want to do that, so you guys can still see me. No. And now let's say we want to make the garland. How do you make it continuous and make it continue to go? So you see it's going along. It's doing a beautiful job in the hoop. It's sewing the metallic thread gorgeous. I just stopped it because I want to show you something. Now I went to return, so I'm back in my edit screen. Now I'm going to tell it I want to use the biggest hoop I have for my machine. So whatever would be the biggest hoop you have, you'll go into your settings and you'll choose your large frame so that you have plenty of room to put them in. So there's my original, and I'm going to tell it that I want to rotate this. Now I'm going to, because I want it to go down lengthwise, right? So I'm going to tap rotate. And I'm trying to do this so you guys can see. So I'm sitting at a weird angle, so it looks like it's not doing activating, but it is. So rotate 90. And when I rotated 90, what did it rotate? Does anybody know? Remember, I had put the basting in. So the only thing it rotated was the basting. So we're going to go back and tell it to delete the basting because we don't need the basting anymore for this continuous. Now, I want to rotate. So now when I go rotate 90, it's got the whole pattern rotated. And now we're going to simply move this up so we can click and drag that. And this is one of the few times that I do click and drag. Normally, I use the arrows because if you have multiple designs on your machine, you will inevitably have the wrong thing selected. And guess what? You're going to move the wrong thing. Fortunately, guess what? If that happens, you have undo. So that's wonderful. We're going to use a feature called the border feature. So in border, this is where you can make it do a repeat of something. Now, I'm tapping the button at the same time on my stylus. So now in border, I rotated this. So you would think you would want to add this top and bottom, right? Well, actually, when I tap the plus at the bottom of it's going to add, and we'll add as many. So I'm probably only going to get 4 in that hooping, right? So I'm going to make sure that those are touching each other, so it makes it as a garland. You want to make sure they're still touching each other. And I'm going to drag that down a little bit so you guys can see it. Well, I have all this space. I can do a whole second row so that then I could go back and manually attach them so that it would be able to do twice as many in one hooping. So we're going to simply tap OK. And then we're going to tell it, I want to copy that. I want a whole second thing. Well, notice your copy icon is grayed out. You can't use it. That's because in the border feature, when you have this selected, you don't copy that way. You actually do it in border. So we're going to go back to border, and we're simply going to tell it to add in a horizontal manner and tap a plus, and there's my next row. Now we need a little space in between those because remember, we're going to trim around these. So we're going to tap this and give it a little space, and I just tap and hold it. And then we'll tap centering icon so that it automatically centers this in my hoop. Ta-da, memory, let's save it. Just God forbid power goes out, something, anything. Now, and the reason I say that is that you're like, well, I thought the machine remembers something if the power goes out. It only can remember something if it started stitching. Because we started editing in here, it thinks it's a new pattern. It would not have remembered this because it hadn't started embroidering or sewing yet. So memory. I cannot reinforce that enough. So now that that's saved, I now have my little pattern that I did earlier and created my garland. And so that's how I created that. This is the second row. And I already trimmed out, the first row. And that's how easy it is to make it into a garland pattern. Now, of course, you can use anything. It doesn't have to be this. Now, what if you say, I'm not an artist. I can't find the shape I want. And I need to get a shape in. If you have a cookie cutter, you can trace your cookie cutter, and then you can scan your cookie cutter pattern and make it into an embroidery or quilting or applique pattern. How great would it be to serve your cookies with your linens to match your cookies you're serving?
Oh my gosh.
Martha Stewart would be just blown away.
That is really exciting.
Isn't that clever? I'm going to pop them off and put on my teddy bear because I'm going to show you how easy this is. When I say that, I don't want you guys to think I'm just making this up. I'm going to pop him on, lock it in. And now that's saved. So I can go home now on the screen because I'm done with this. And so when I tap my home icon, I'll get my arm out of the way. I'm going to tell it, okay, go back to my design center. And I want this to scan. So we're going to use our scan. And it says, well, what are you scanning? Do you want it to be an outline of something, an illustration, or an image? Line design is like coloring books. You know, this is the simplistic description of this. Okay, guys, I'm not, excuse me. I'm not giving the detail, but just to give you clarification and to know when you're going to choose what. And I'm going to bust my iPod. Line design would be for like a coloring book. Illustration would be, say, for example, this fabric, and you wanted it to fill in from the fabric. Or if you have a Kleenex box, you know how they have the pretty pattern on a Kleenex box, and say you flattened it out? That would be an illustration. Image scan means I just only want it to scan what it sees in the hoop, and it's not going to try to trace it. It's just going to pop that graphic up, which is what I want. So I'm going to tell it to simply scan. So here we go, and it's going to scan. And you'll notice I'm not using the scan board. I have this in the hoop. So if you have something at home you've already made, and you're like, it's waiting to be quilted, or you're waiting to send it out, you could do it yourself. Once this is scanning in the machine, I can go into embroidery edit, and I could tell it to stipple around it. I could tell it to echo quilt around it. I can even tell it to use any of the built-in fill patterns to quilt around it, because it's now a built-in graphic. So do you see? I mean, that's how simple this is. Now, I want to quilt around my teddy bear right now. This is still just graphic. This is only image. It's not any stitching there at all. So I'm going to tell it I want it to be a straight line as opposed to a satin stitch, and tap OK. And people always ask that, they say, well, I don't really like that style. This is uncomfortable or whatever. Can't you just use your finger? You can just draw with your finger on the screen. You do not have to use the stylus. So I'm just simply tracing around my teddy bear to create my echo quilting pattern. And if you make a mistake, you have undo. Now, you want to make sure the lines meet each other, because if they don't meet each other, it will think it's an open pattern from there. So from here, I'm going to simply hit next. And when I hit next, it says, there's your line, there's your stitch. What do we do? Anybody? Memory. Always, always, always memory. Even if you don't like it, put it in memory. That way you can come back and easily save it, adjust it if you have to. We're going to tell it to set it. And look, there's my outline right now. Well, guess what? And if I go into edit, and I'm going to go to my quilting icon. And that's a stipple, because that's the default. Well, I don't want it to stipple around it, but I could. I want it to echo quilt around it. And look at what's going to happen, guys. I think this is so amazing. It's the coolest thing you ever saw. I'm going to space the lines out so you can see them better. And it's going to then quilt around the bear in my bear pattern from the embroidery design. But how fast was that? It's so simple, so easy, and you can do that with anything. Now, I could. It's cool, isn't it, Barbara?
This is so inspiring. Thank you so much for showing us that.
I just really want you guys to, again, we get in boxes. We start doing one thing and then we get stuck there. And I want you guys to, this is a holiday season. You're stuck in your homes. Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Think about new stuff. Think about different ways of doing stuff. We've had to think about different ways of living our lives today anymore. So think about that when you're doing your sewing, your quilting, your embroidery. Just get, different. Just think different and just have fun. There's no wrong. There's no right. And if you make a mistake, there's no such thing. I've been sewing way older than a lot of you guys have, and I've never in my life had a mistake. I have had a million creative opportunities, but I have never had a mistake. Just because it doesn't end up the way it starts out doesn't make it not perfect. That's why God made crystals and appliques and metallic threads and everything else. There's no such thing.
I'm sure those things were invented because someone made a mistake and found out a new way to do
Because somebody had a creative opportunity and they said, oh, you know what? I'm not starting this all over again. I'm at the very end. I'm going to slap a crystal right there. It's going to be gorgeous and nobody will know the difference. This is something ladies do, and I want you all to stop doing this. Don't point out your mistakes. The first thing you'll do is point out something wrong. I want y'all to say thank you when somebody gives you a compliment and act like you're from the South and smile. So I just want to say thank you guys so much for spending your time with me. I hope you guys had a good time and you got a chance to see some neat ideas and to hopefully enjoy learning about quilting in your hoop.
Well, Louis, thank you for inviting us into your sewing room where all of this creativity happens. We're just in awe.
Well, you guys are great, and it's been so fun sharing with you all. Don't forget the giveaway.
Yes. Okay, so everybody make some comments below. Tell Louis what you think of the demo, and everybody's been saying very wonderful things.
I hope it was informative. I hope it was informative and it was helpful to you guys. And again, not limited to this model of machine. My design center functions that are the same. Some have more advanced features in different models, but the basics of what I have shown you are how you can quilt anything on any of our machines that have My Design Center.
Yes, so My Design Center comes in the PR1055X 10 needle embroidery machine. The machine that I have, well, do you have the XP1 or the XP2?
I have a XP2 and you have it in the Stellaire.
Yeah, and I have an XP1 and it's in my XP1 and then Stellaire. And
I have it in my green machine because I still have my green machine too. I'm not one of those people that trade machines in. Now, Barbara is, trying to get you guys to trade your machines in. That's like having a baby and you're going to have a new baby. You don't give your baby away because you have a new baby. You just have another baby. You make your family bigger. Now, I'm not going to show you my sewing room so you won't see all of the machines stacked up. But I just keep adding machines. I'm like, no, I can't give that up. No, are you kidding me?
I love it. So let me pick a winner, and it is Coleen D. Thank you so much. Email events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I'll get that gift card sent out to you on Monday. Congratulations. And thanks, everybody, for watching. And
thank you, guys. And happy holidays, everyone. And have a safe and be safe and mask. We want everybody to still be with us next time.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going from New York to San Antonio, Texas, to meet with Rosemary Castillo Sartin in our classroom there. So we'll see you in 5.
Enjoy, guys. Take care.
Have a great day, Louis. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Barbara. Love you. Love everybody. Happy holidays. Bye-bye.
Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Hey everybody, Barbara again here from Allbrands.com, and we're nearing the end of our Houston International Quilt Festival virtual booth. We have 6 more demos, and today we've done 3 days, and it's just been such a joy. And I love all of you, and I love this person who is coming up, and she actually made me this cup on the ScanNCut and got me so inspired. Rosemary Castillo Sartin. She is just a wonderful educator, and here she is.
Hey everybody!
Hey, welcome to the show. And how are you today?
Last day.
Well, I'm not happy. I'm sad. I wanted to go on even longer.
Then I'd have to make a cot here in the classroom, and nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that.
All right. So what do you have to show us today?
Today we are going to talk about vinyl, and just about almost any type of vinyl, from heat transfer vinyl to decal vinyl. Well, actually, that's really the only 2 types of vinyl that I usually cut are decal and heat transfer vinyl. So I'll show you some swatches of what they are and how you can tell them apart, because I get that question a lot in the classroom sometimes, and the ScanNCut area was closer to the classroom. So we had our big rack of vinyl there, and somebody would say, well, how do I know which one is a decal and which one is heat transfer? We will solve that mystery today. And then I'll show you some samples on what kind of goes on what and what you have to do. And then take a look at one of the newer features that came out in August from Brother, which was the vinyl auto blade and what you got with that. So lots of nice things. Are you all ready to get started? All right, so I'm going to switch my camera to the where my vinyl is so we can show you. Awesome. So let me move this one out of the way. I'm going to show you some heat transfer vinyl. So when I teach in class, I'll talk about regular vinyl or matte vinyl. And the reason I say that is because it's just looks kind of regular as opposed to all the shiny and glittery stuff here. So if you ever hear me talk about flat vinyl or regular vinyl, I just mean the normal stuff that people put on t-shirts. So how do you tell the difference? Because this looks really shiny and the finish is beautiful on all of these, but which is the right side and which is the wrong side? So if you're looking at a heat transfer vinyl and you are seeing it, nice and shiny, that is actually the right side, but you need to cut on the wrong side of it. And you see how that became dull? So this is the side that actually has the adhesive on there. And so when you are going to make something and you put this down on your mat, you're going to put that shiny side down, sticking on your mat. And your design has to be mirrored image. So if it was this way, and this is the way it's supposed to look on your shirt, it actually has to turn this way, and it's going to look wrong. If it looks wrong, it's correct. If it looks right, it's going to be all wrong by the time you cut it. Because once you cut and everything, you're going to take your cool weeder here, and you are going to weed. That's a term that you'll hear quite a bit in the heat transfer world. And you will weed this away. And you see how this has kind of come away from that. And you'll have your design on there for you. So this is what regular or matte, what I call matte, HTV or heat transfer vinyl is. But everybody wants a little bling in their life. And why not? Look how glorious this is. This manufacturer, I think they call it Deco vinyl. A lot of people call it graphic because look how it changes colors. And it's very thin. It's very similar to regular heat transfer vinyl. So when I pull it apart a little bit, it comes away pretty easily. Really nice. And it's a beautiful finish. Again, you are going to place it shiny side down on your mat and reverse your image. Whoops. Hold on a second. I've been getting some there we go. We're back again. Let me go back to my other camera. Oh, no, not that one. That one. I think our there we go. One more time. Let's try that. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Nope, I have it right. My bad. Let me go to this one.
I loved that vinyl that you had.
Isn't it gorgeous? So I'm just going to hold this up here. One of the greatest things about this vinyl is that you can use this instead of rhinestones. So if you don't have the rhinestone kit, because you can buy the rhinestone kit for the ScanNCut and for Canvas Workspace, but if you don't have it and you go out and buy a rhinestone design pattern from someone and you have absolutely no idea how to do the rhinestones, this is what you're going to use. It's an inexpensive fix for all that. Love it, love it, love it.
Wow.
And the last heat transfer vinyl we have is this glitter vinyl right here. And see how gorgeous it is? Again, it's nice and glittery, But when you turn it over, it's pretty flat and very dull. This is the side that you're going to cut. Just like your other heat transfer vinyls, you're going to put that shiny side down on your mat, and you are going to cut in reverse or mirror image. Now, and that's if you're going to press it on something. Like my lovely shirt. Let me stand up a little bit. I did this today, and that is all just glitter vinyl right there. Because remember, I said the theme of this week was snowflakes, even though it doesn't snow in San Antonio very often, but it's still kind of fun. And I like snowflakes. And it's a great opportunity to cut on your ScanNCut. Now, when I do applique, the other really great thing about glitter vinyl is that it has this carrier, okay, this clear carrier. And so when you are going to cut in the in mirror image and you have that down, you're going to weed away whatever it is. And then when you go to press it, you're going to put it that dull side down, put it in your heat press, and pull away this carrier, just like this. But in the applique world, I can now use this as my applique. So it's really cool little, you know, shiny, very shiny portion. I can sit right down in that applique pattern in my placement line and tack it down, hit it with a hot iron. And when you hit stuff like this with a hot iron, whether you're doing regular HTV or glitter vinyl, you need some sort of non-stick sheet, because you're going to put that on top of your heat transfer vinyl, and then you are going to press it. That way it doesn't muck up your iron, doesn't mess that up. But I love it. This is my favorite thing to use in a lot of the Kimberbell designs that we do. Love, love, love it. So that is that kind of vinyl. The other type of vinyl is my samples are over here, is a decal vinyl. Again, it's very shiny, but when you turn it over, it has paper on it. Is there special vinyl to use on windows for removable clings? I would say yes. Normally, when I'm putting on a decal, it's on for a while until I decide to scrape it off and put a new decal. But there are other things, but I'm not in the business of doing clings like that. So your decal vinyl has a paper, or regular heat transfer vinyl had no paper at all. That's how you can tell which one is a heat transfer vinyl and which one is a decal vinyl. And what do you use decal vinyls for? Oh my goodness, Barbara showed you her right there. Get some of the, there you go. And they sell it in background right there, and that's a pattern vinyl right there, and then put another layer on top. I've got a couple of holiday samples over here, and a quick gift. This is a Dollar Tree little rivet, and instead of cutting that decal vinyl in the positive, so when you cut it, that's going to be up, and you cut it just the way you see it. If it's backwards or a mirrored image, then you did it wrong. But this one, the vinyl is actually in the, when I cut it, it was in this orientation. See it in the positive. So it is not on top of this glass trivet. So really, really cool. I love this little sample. Another one, you can take, again, another dollar store coasters, they're the chargers. And you can put a really cool little snowflake in there. And I split this snowflake up and put our family name in that. So how do we do our little demo? Good on time. Awesome. So if I am going to decorate a plate or something like this with decal vinyl, and I just got this right off, the Dollar Tree, I am going to use my decal vinyl. Now, when you use decal vinyl, you can sometimes you can see it, the cut lines, sometimes you can't, but you have to have good light. Start going from a side, a corner. I like going from a corner to start it off. It can be a little stuck. And kind of a rule of thumb, when you're taking away vinyl from text, I like to go from here. So if I have a C, like right here, this is actually says cookies. I want to go through the empty portion here. So as I start pulling this away, and very carefully, because sometimes this can get a little stubborn and wants to get off your whole letter wants to come off. This is doing really, really good. If you're doing really fine detail, you really have to pay attention to it. Oh, that's an A. This was like, why, what is that? And why isn't it coming off? Patience is your friend when you're doing decal vinyl. And if you're doing something very big, it's good to have your scissors ready to cut at certain points. Because if this comes on top of this again and it adheres to what you've just cut, yeah, you'll cry. You'll pee your pants a bit, and you probably will cry because you have to start all over. But look at that. Voila. Cookies. Santa. That makes no sense, doesn't it? Well, I already cut a portion. There it is. The middle. Because it's going to say cookies for Santa. Brilliant. There we go. All right. So how do we get it off? How do we put it on there? How do we put it on our plate, you say? Well, there's that one. And this one's going to go in the middle for Santa. So there's two different colors on that. I'm going to use a transfer tape for this. And it looks just like this. There's several brands of this. Brother has a really good transfer tape. And all I'm going to do is off right here. And this, so if you have a cotton shirt on, I have a cotton t-shirt. You don't see me doing this, but I'm just kind of swiping on my, that will stick. And then I'm just going to make a little U. So we're going to start with the biggest portion. I'm going to lay it right on top of there. It's helpful. Hold on a second. I need to get my one tool I didn't get out of my bag was the scraper, because the scraper isn't to do this, because we want that vinyl to adhere to it. And if you feel like that's pretty good, awesome. You can do a little test to see if it lifts up. If it doesn't lift up, see, like that is not lifting up there, I put it back down. Do that a little bit more and try it again. Well, it still wants to be, and sometimes if you change your angle, it will come up. So let's try it this way. Perfect. There you go. We'll just put that aside. And now we're going to pick up our 4 right there. So you just kind of have to angle it over. Trying to make sure you can see that. And this can be wonky, or you can use the grid. If you get it too close, it will, and if you did not remove the static cling, it will just get sucked up by the transfer tape. That looks good to me. Perfect. And actually, I'm going to bring this back so I can put that on there, and I'm not adhering it to the table. And now, awesome. Now I can take my little plate, and you want to clean it off. You can use some alcohol and make sure it's nice and clean. And you are going to position it in the middle, or where you think the middle is. That looks pretty good. What I did with this one, this is a curve item because it curves up, and I took the measurements from one end of the curve to, or where the flat part started, to the other, and that was about 4 inches or so. And you just rub that on, and then you start peeling it back. And again, if it didn't take, just do it a little bit more. The edges, starting is always the tricky part here. So I'm going to start in this corner and see what happens. Oh, no, I'm like thinking it's not happening, but it is happening because I wanted to stick to my plate and not the transfer tape. So it's perfect. I do like going at an angle. I don't like going from top to bottom or side to side. Angles seem to work a little bit better. And once that is done, you are perfect. This can be reused if you don't cling it together, and you can put it back on your carrier sheet. Awesome.
Wow.
Look at that.
Mary, that is so super cute. Oh my goodness, I'm so inspired.
And that's just with text. I mean, if I had a little bit more time, I'd put a little Santa hat right here, maybe make the O's some actual like cookies. You know, the sky's the limit. But this is a simple 2-color design that you can do right off the bat.
Awesome. So we're going to be doing a giveaway. So everybody who wants to be eligible, it's going to be a $10 allbrands.com gift card. So go ahead and start commenting down below. And Rosemary and I will pick a winner in just a moment. But Rosemary, you actually make a living doing this. You have a business. Tell us, what is it like having your own embroidery vinyl business?
It's pretty cool. So you get to do a lot of creating. So in fact, on the way here, I got a call from a woman who wanted names on beanies, on knit beanies. So it goes from 2 beanies to, hey, I need 60 shirts screen printed. So I do a lot of art. I tell my students that 95% of what I do is in front of my computer. I kid you not. It's about designing and getting comfortable with whatever software you're going to use, whether you're using the Canvas workspace or if you use a more high-end graphic software. It's being comfortable with the design. And all that was what we did today was just simple lettering. And that was just 2 different fonts. So stuff like that sets your stuff apart. So I really love it.
Well, thank you so much, Rosemary. And thank you for being an instructor at our San Antonio location and our guide teacher and virtual Kimberbell and pickle pie instructor as well.
It sounds like I do a lot.
You do a lot, but it's fun.
It is so fun. I really hope that you're able to, once we get folks back into the stores, you can come in and take a class with us. We do have a class December 12th, virtual event for the Sugar Plum Jubilee, the Kimberbell Sugar Plum Jubilee. So hopefully you can join us virtually on that. If you're local, we let limited number in the classroom to work on that locally. So I hope to see you all then.
Yes. So you can find that class on allbrands.com and click major events and you'll see that. All right. Let me pick a winner.
Pick a winner, girl.
Oh, Melanie Clark. Congratulations.
Yay!
Just email events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and I will email you that gift card on Monday. Congratulations.
Bravo, bravo. Very good.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. You
Absolutely.
are
Wish everyone happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Again, be safe. Virtually hug your neighbors and your friends. and keep your dear ones close to you and mask up and stay healthy. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Rosemary. Bye.
Bye.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Barbara from Allbrands.com at the Brother at Allbrands.com virtual booth at the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival. And we have a very special guest back again, Brent Taylor from Durkee Hoops. Hi, Brent.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Hello.
Welcome to the show, Brent. I love your products. They are so amazing. Thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for your service to the sewing and embroidery and quilting business.
Well, you're more than welcome for both. Both were and are a pleasure. I thank you very much. It's great to be with you. It's as I trust you know, Allbrands is very special to me. You're very special to me, your whole family. So I'm grateful that you invited me to be part of the program, and I'm very grateful to Brother as well. So thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here, Brent. And oh my gosh, so you make amazing products. We love, love, love your products. And today we're going to be talking about packages for multi-needle and single needle machines, correct?
Absolutely correct. And Barbara, if you don't mind, just a couple of things. I want to do a little bit of a teaser. And by the way, I've got a surprise for you that you don't even know about. For the people that are watching, if you will, tell them what they need to do to be involved for the drawing at the end, because the drawing is worth roughly $500, what we're giving away. And again, I have a surprise that you don't even know about that you'll find out about at the end, okay? So if you would you take a minute and tell everybody how they register to be involved for the drawing?
Yes. So to be available for the drawing, go ahead and like, comment, and share this post, and we will pick a winner when should we pick a winner, Brent? The end of the day or the end of the week?
Oh, I think by all means we should do it at the end of the day.
Okay, so it'll be at the end of the day, and yeah, and I'll also give a $50 Allbrands.com gift card at the end of this live. But to get the $500 value package, you got to stay through to the end and like, comment, and share this. And at the end of the show, I will announce a winner, and we'll make a big deal about it because this is a big deal package, right?
Yeah, let me ask you this, Barbara. Would it be possible to give it away at the end of this 30-minute segment?
I think we can do that for you, Brent.
If we can do that, because I'd like to know that the person that wins this was actually watching this particular segment. So, and again, I really encourage people to sign up and do what's necessary, because there's something even more special at the end, okay?
Yeah, so make sure you give us some comments, give us some likes, share it with your friends, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you have Durkee products, tell us what you think about them. They're amazing, right? So yeah, so good luck there.
Great, thank you. Well, let's get started if you're ready, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, in the program on Thursday, we talked about single needle products, single needle easy frames, single needle cap frames. And then yesterday we talked about multi-needle, and today we're talking about packages. So I'm going to take it in the same sequence as we started, and start with single needle first, if that's okay.
Yeah,
right?
That's great. That's
Perfect.
Great.
All right. Well, right off the bat, we talked about single needle easy frames. And what are single needle easy frames? Single needle easy frames are frames that are used on flatbed machines, specifically Brother Baby Lock with the slide-in type adapter, okay? Easy frames are for the flatbed single needle machines with the slide-in adapter. Now, we have 6 different packages, and I'm not going to show you every single package, and I'm going to explain why in just a minute. Hopefully it'll make a lot of sense. But this is package 1. In each of these 6 packages, you want to pick the package that is appropriate for your specific machine. And each of the packages contain 4 easy frames. So what's the difference between, in case you weren't with us on Thursday, what's the difference between an easy frame and a traditional 2-piece hoop? Well, with a traditional 2-piece hoop, as you know, you have to hoop the fabric, you have to hoop the garment or the fabric with the backing, and you've got to squeeze it together with that thumb screw. And you've got the inevitable challenge of, is it too tight, is it too loose? And I got carpal tunnel syndrome, and I've got arthritis, and I hate hooping, and the list goes on and on. With easy frames, there's no hooping, none. You simply apply a piece of sticky self-adhesive backing to the underside of the frame and then just float your fabric on top. That's it. And the sticky backing holds the fabric in place and you get to keep your hands in good shape, okay? So that's what easy frames are. There are 6 different packages. Now, without talking about each individual one, let me tell you why I'm not going to talk about each individual one, because they all look pretty much the same. But here's the difference, and it's important that you understand this. Your machine, and let's just use them as an example. Let's say that the machine that you own, the flatbed single needle machine, brother or baby lock machine, whichever one, has a maximum sewing field of 8 inches by 12 inches. What your machine will not do, it will not read up to a larger size. It will read 8 by 12, 7 by 12, 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, 6 by 6, 5 by 7, 4. It'll read down, but it won't read up. And the reason I take a moment to mention that, 2 reasons specifically. Number one, sometimes people get the idea that, hey, my machine will only do 8 by 12. You know what I'll do? I'll buy a bigger hoop. And if you were to do that, for example, if you bought a 9.5 by 14 and you got it home, you're so excited to get it unwrapped, you slide it in your machine will sit there and do absolutely nothing. Nothing, because it won't recognize the hoop, okay? So your machine will read from the size, your maximum embroidery field for your machine down, but it won't read up, okay? So with that said, now let me go back to these packages. As I said, there's 6 different packages and the pictures look the same, so there's no sense in just showing you a bunch of pictures. Here's the difference with each package. You want to select the package of 4 frames that includes the largest sewing field for your machine. For example, there's a package for the Luminaire that's got a 10 5/8 by 16 and 3 additional sizes. There's a package for the Dream machine. I'm holding it in my hand, okay? Dream 1 and Dream 2, where the largest hoop is a 9.5 by 14. There's a package where the largest hoop is an 8 by 12, 7 by 12, 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, and away we go, okay? So you want to pick the package specifically right for your machine, all right? So with that, have a ball and away we go. So those are the basic packages. Now, our website is durkeehoops.com. I'm not trying to get you to go to our site to buy anything. Please use it simply as a reference. Go there, find the package you need. If you can't find it on Allbrands' site for some reason, find it on our site, watch the videos if you like, then go back to Allbrands and make your purchase from them, okay? So that's the easy frames for the single needle flatbed machine. Thursday, we not only talked about the easy frames, we talked about the single needle cap frames. For example, here's the one that we showed you that can be used on any of the machines that will take a hoop 5 by 7 or larger, and all of those machines will. And all you do is take your 5 by 7 hoop, take the inside part of it out, put our cap frame into the hoop, fits right into the hoop, slide it in the adapter on the machine, and stitch your cap. Isn't that pretty? And that's a design that was actually built into the Dream machine. So that one actually came with your machine. So that's what you can do. But this product has been so popular, the cap frame has been so popular, we said, look, why don't we put together a package that has 4 easy frames and the cap frame, and just because we're nice, let's give them a bonus easy frame at no charge. We call it the Single Needle Power Pack 1. The Power Pack 1 is specifically designed for the Dream 1 and Dream 2 machine, okay? So it's 4 frames plus a bonus frame plus the cap frame. The second one we did for the Luminaire 1 and Luminaire 2, okay? Once again, the largest frame is 10 5/8 by 16, 3 additional frames plus another frame for a total of 5, plus the cap frame. So for your single needle machines, those are packages that we have available for you. And talk about making your life a little easier with your machine, these will do it. I would like to take just a moment to remind everyone of something they may not know, and just in case Allbrands does not have these on their website, I'm not really sure. If you do go to our website at durkeehoops.com, our desire is to be a resource, okay? On our website, on the top black bar on the navigation bar, go to videos, click on brother. And if you have a single needle machine, click on single needle. If you have a multi-needle, click on multi-needle. And here's what you're going to get. And we're very excited about it. On single needle, you will have 10 video tutorials, all filmed on a Luminaire. And those tutorials, they're not just teaching you how to do the project. Yeah, we want to teach you how to do the project, but more than that, we really want to help you learn a lot about your machine that perhaps you didn't already know. Same exact thing for the 10 needle. If you click on multi-needle, then you're going to have them done on the 1050 brother machine. So watch those project tutorials and you'll get a lot of ideas about things that your machine will help you do, okay? So with that, let's move to the multi-needle machines. Now, something that we said yesterday, and I need to start with it today, just in case you weren't with us, when we talk about multi-needle machines, we are including the Brother 10 needle, 6 needle, and the Persona PRS 100. They say, Brent, don't you know your machines? That's a single needle machine. Yes, it is. But the hoops that go on that machine go onto the machine exactly the same way with tubular arms. The PRS 100, the 6 needle, and the 10 needle, they slide on just like they're all the same, okay? So we include them as one group, even though the Persona is a single needle machine. So with that said, the first package I want to show you, we have what's called the ASK and MSK. If you have the Persona PRS 100, or its equivalent with Baby Locks called an Alliance, that's the ASK. That's the package you would want to order. That package includes 2 of the most popular products that we have, which is our cap frame, our 7-piece easy frames, and 3 traditional commercial embroidery hoops. These are double height commercial embroidery hoops. If you're doing something super heavy and you need a traditional plastic hoop to do it with conventional backing, there they are. So if you've got a single needle PRS 100, order the ASK. If you've got a multi-needle, 6 needle, or 10 needle, order the MSK. So that's the first package. The second package, our easy frames. We talked about those yesterday, and once again, in case you weren't with us, we started off with just a 7-piece set, and then we went to an 8-piece set. And by the way, when we say 7-piece, that means you're getting 7 frames. The blue adapter arms are automatically part of the set. Some of our competitors call that an 8-piece set. All we talk about in a set are the number of frames. The arms come with the set. And the 7-piece set we sold for a long time. Then we went to the 8-piece set, which the 7-piece set is shown right here. And the 8th piece, if you get the 8-piece set, it's a 12 by 8. That's the additional 8th piece. But I told a story yesterday, and I don't have time to tell it now, but I'll just get to the point very quickly. And that is, we said, well, you know, why should we force people to buy 7 hoops frames that they may use some of them, they may not use some? Why don't we let them, let's say Burger King, have it your way? And what we did with that is we created what we call the Kickstart combo with 4 frames, the most common sizes that are used: 2x4, 5x4, 7x5, and 8x8. So that's the Kickstart combo. If that takes care of your needs, great. But you know what you can do? At any time that you want to do it at your convenience, if you need an additional size, we have about 10 additional sizes available in easy frames. So pick out the size that you need to go along with your set, and away you go. And that way you've invested in exactly what you want rather than us trying to tell you what you want. Now to go back to that 7-piece set, this is it. The 7-piece set includes 2x4, 2.5x4, 3x4, 5x4, 7x5. Let's see, what else? The radius frame of the 8x8. I've done this many times, I have to think about it a little bit. One of the things that we do with our easy frames are actually 2 things that we do that are unique to the product category. Number one, our products are not flimsy, they're not thin. They're 3/16 of an inch thick. They're anodized aluminum, which keeps them light but sturdy. And what that means to you is, instead of having a frame that does this, you have a frame that does this. So your needle going up and down is not trying to chase a bouncing frame. And that's why so many people have been so gracious as to buy our frames and really enjoy them. So we're excited about it. But there's the basic 7-piece package, okay? And again, the 8-piece package is simply adding the 12 by 8 frame to it. So with that, I want it all. I want it all. I want it now. I can't sing, but to those that want it all, that don't want to find themselves on a Sunday afternoon or 11 o'clock on a Sunday night or Saturday night working on a project and not having the right size available, this is our 12-piece master set. That 12-piece master set includes the 8-piece set plus, I want to show you these, 1.5 by 4. This is the smallest frame we make. Ideas. Tongues of tennis shoes, sides of tennis shoes, cuffs, collars, pockets, okay? Smallest one that we made. The second one is a 3 by 8. And the 3 by 8 is very popular for shirt sleeves and pant legs, among other projects. The third additional one is the 5 by 8. That's what we call it, but what our customers call it is the onesie hoop, because it's absolutely perfect for doing onesies, all right? Last but not least is the 12 by 4. So if you're doing something wide, you want to do a wide monogram on a duffel bag, a towel, a shower curtain, whatever. There it is. Guess what else? Karate belts and dog collars, okay? So those are the 4 additional hoops that make up the 12-piece set, okay? Barbara, I don't want to just keep running my mouth. Are there any questions so far? And if not, I'll keep going.
We did have a question if you make a 14 by 8.
Do we have a 14 by 8? We do not.
Yes. And I'm not sure which machine that she has, though. So, Patricia, if you could tell us your machine, that would help us drill down.
Let me jump on this. I'm going to make a guess, and I hate doing guessing, but we go short on time. I'm going to guess that this person has a 10 needle machine. And if that's the case, then yes, we do have a 7 7/8 by 14 sturdy frame, okay? It connects to your machine. I don't have one here with me. I'll show you something similar. As a matter of fact, this is the split design hoop, 8 by 14 for the Persona PRS 100. The 8 by 14 for the 10 needle machine is just like this, and the brackets are on this end, okay? So if that's what they're asking for, we do have an 8 by 14 for the 10 needle machine, okay? So if that's the question.
That's great. And Brent, a lot of people are commenting on how sturdy your frames are. So I just want to kind of call out, Carolyn says that her bouncing hoops is the reason why she got your Durkee, and it's a game changer. And Paula also commented how sturdy your frames are. And I totally agree that it's a very thick anodized aluminum, and it's a very high quality product.
And thank you, ladies, for your comments. Let me go ahead and jump in and just say this now, because I don't want to forget to say it at the end, because we get so tied up trying to get things wound up at the end here. Thank you, ladies, for those comments, but I want to say thank you to everyone. I mean, everyone. We have been richly blessed with customers all over the United States and quite candidly all over the world that have bought these products and love them, and we're so deeply appreciative. We can't tell you thank you enough, and believe me, a lot of what we create here comes from you. The ideas are generated from conversations that we have here at trade shows, at booths, when you come up and say, why don't you create this or create that? And then the brain starts going, and eventually, hopefully, we come up with what you want. Let me get just one real quick example. Almost all of these easy frames were created as a result of customer request. This one I held off, this is the 12 before I just showed you. I held off for the longest time. Now, I said, well, look, you can do, what do you want to do? And they kept saying long monogram. And then finally somebody said the magic words. They said dog collars and karate belts. And I said, done. So it's listening to you, and it's your feedback that really motivates us to come up with the product. So thank you to everyone, okay?
Thank you, Brent. These products are great. We have about 5 minutes left.
Perfect. Let me jump on this. This is the product that we're going to be giving away in just a couple of minutes, okay? This is the most popular package we have for multi-needle machines because it combines our 2 absolute #1 selling products. The 7-piece easy frames combined with our cap frame. And the cap frame was a game changer for the industry. I don't say it, everyone else says it, not me. But we're so delighted that we introduced that product several years ago, and it's just been fantastic. And as the ladies just said, the easy frames, they simply work. They do what they're supposed to do. So that's the multi-needle power pack that we're going to be giving away in just a couple of minutes. Last but not least, we designed one more package specifically for the people that have a 10-needle machine. It's the same thing. It's a multi-needle power pack with a kicker. And that kicker is that machine, that 10-needle machine, will stitch as much as a 14 by 14 using a split design, okay? So we have a 14 by 14. This is that sturdy frame. Look at that thing. Huge. And by the way, all of our products are warranted for life. You're not going to break them, but if you do, we'll replace it free of charge. That's a 14 by 14 sturdy frame. That's the last piece of that 10-needle power pack. So with that, Barbara, I think it's about time to give something away, don't you?
Oh my goodness. And I want to thank you for that amazing giveaway, Brent. That is very good of your company. And I must say, the customer service, the quality, and just the assortment of solutions that you provide for embroiderers is just from the bottom of my heart as a sewer. Thank you so much, and embroiderer. So go ahead, and everybody, if you want to, this is your last chance. So we're going to be doing the giveaway. So make some comments, and I'm going to be checking YouTube, Facebook, and the shares and likes and everything. So go ahead and get those all in. And Brent, thank you so much. And I want to thank Danielle too. Is she there behind the camera?
You bet she is. Say hi, Danielle.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, we really love your products and everyone that works for you, and y'all are just part of our family too. I got to say, Uncle Brent. He's great.
In that vein, may I now please tell you our surprise?
Before the giveaway?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Because of the love we have for you personally and your family and our extended family at Allbrands, because you know we love every one of you. All the shows we've done together, it's one big family. That's why we decided to do the multi-needle power pack giveaway. That's a $500 value, okay? But there's somebody else that I want to thank as well. And that somebody is the parent corporation, Brother. They have been extraordinarily nice to us. They've been good to us. They've been great partners to work with. And what I want to do, Barbara, is we're going to draw 2, not 1. We're going to give one of these sets away on behalf of your family and one on behalf of Brother Corporation. Now, one other thing I want to add into this. Here's what I want to do. It would be ridiculous for us to send the multi-needle power pack to someone that has a flatbed machine. So what I'd like you to do is ask right now, whoever is the winner, ask them for their name, address, and all that stuff that you normally do, but have them also tell you what kind of machine they have. So we can send them, if they've got a Luminaire or a Dream machine or whatever, let's send them the package for that. If they've got a multi-needle machine, we'll send them the package for the multi-needle. How's that?
That is phenomenal and so exciting. And thank you so much.
Happy holidays.
Oh man, this is big on me. I better pick the right person. Okay, so let me pull up my program just a second, because I'm gonna check absolutely everything. Okay, so the first winner, I guess this one will be on behalf of allbrands.com, but from Durkee, which is great, is Maggie Sue. Congratulations, Maggie Sue.
Maggie, congratulations.
So to claim that, email me at events@allbrands.com. I will need your name, email address, phone number, address for shipping, and what machine you have. Congratulations. That's so exciting, Brent. Yay.
Congratulations, Maggie.
So we have to do another one?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. And the winner is, let's see. Drum roll, please. Terry Meyer. Congratulations, Terry.
Congratulations.
Yay, Terry. Email me, events@allbrands.com. All of that information. And thank you, Brent. That was so kind of you for that. And it's so kind of you, but you make great products. And thank you. Thank you.
Look, it's been a challenging year for everybody. Let's look forward to being together next year in Houston. Happy holidays, everybody. God bless. And let's look forward to 2021. Okay?
Yes. All right. And we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Thank you again, Brent from Durkee Hoops. And next on the stage will be Carrie Cunningham, and that will be in 5 minutes. See you soon.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. And next on the demo stage, we have Carrie Cunningham from Endless Designs by Carrie. She has the Disney, the one that I have, the Disney ScanNCut SDX 230DX, and it's very exciting. And so I'm going to add her, and she has two cameras, so I'm not quite sure which one to stream from.
Not that one.
Here's your ScanNCut.
Not that one.
Okay, so this one. How's that, Carrie?
I see the ScanNCut. I don't see me.
Okay, so this is what I need you to do. I need you to hop back out on your computer and then hop back in. And while you're doing that, we are going to do the $10 allbrands.com gift card giveaway. So I just want to make sure you can hear me. Carrie, let's see.
I'm hopping out.
Okay, you're hopping out? Okay, cool. All right, so everybody, let's just do this one now. We'll get it out the way, the $10 giveaway for Allbrands gift card for shopping. So go ahead and make some comments below, and I will pick a winner. And oh, Jill, thank you. I can't wait till it's safe to go back on the trips that I love to go, at a place in Florida that I love to go to. And I'll just be making so many fun things on my Disney ScanNCut. So the winner is, woohoo, Quilt Lover Essa. So email me at events@allbrands.com, name, email address, and phone number, and I'll get that sent over to you. And I see Carrie, but I don't see your camera, Carrie, backstage. I just see the ScanNCut. So perhaps if you could, oh, y'all are so sweet. I love Carrie too. All right, so let's see, Carrie. I'm gonna bring in the computer, but I think it's still black. Yeah. So this one is working, Carrie. Can you get in the shot with the ScanNCut?
Yes, I can turn it around, I think.
Okay. Oh, I
Hi.
see you now. It's so good to see you again. Can you believe this almost over?
It says I'm in the show.
Yeah. So here you are. And welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, look, it worked.
Yeah. So I know
technology, right?
Yeah. You've been cutting up on your ScanNCut. So what's new with that? And what do you have to show us today? Can you hear me?
We have an echo and a delay. Should I?
Okay, so I'm just going to hop out, and I'll just let you do your demonstration because it sounds great on our end, and I won't interrupt you or make echoes in your screen.
Okay? As long as it sounds good on your end, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, back to you.
Okay, so what have I been doing? A lot. It would take me an hour to tell you all of it. Hi, Jill. I love Jill. So I, on the 3rd, I did the t-shirt with the, I can't think. I'll just show you. That t-shirt in the corner there. I'm a little brain dead today, I think. But I did that on Monday, and since then I've been trying everything. I've cut paper, I've cut fabric on the new fabric mat. That's what we're talking about today with the fabric pen or fabric blade. The nice thing about the fabric blade and the mat is I like things that coordinate. So this pen is gold, and so is the border of the fabric mat. They go together. So you can't mix this up. Can't get this wrong. So here's a few little samples that I cut out. Of course, it's garments, right? And of course, we're going to cut more garments today. So let's get started. I'm going to turn the camera. Hopefully you can see everything. Let's see. Let's bring it down a little bit. Okay. Hi, Caroline. I think we're good. We're getting there. Oops, sorry. Give me a minute. All right, let's see where we are now, Barbara. Yes, I'll take it. What do you think? So I'm going to remove the cover sheet off of the mat, and I put it far, far away from me because I cut a couple of them with my rotary blade by mistake. So don't do that. And then I'm going to Something's happening here. I'm getting ads. Okay, do you guys still see me, hear me?
Yes, we see you and we hear you.
Okay, I'll ignore my laptop because I got ads popping up from places. Not sure what that's about. Okay, so I'm going to put the fabric down on the mat. And one pointer I will give you about this mat and cutting fabric is I clean my mat almost after every project because of all the fibers in the fabric. They'll get up under your new project and kind of get in the way. And then we're going to use my brayer and press it down. That sounded good, huh? And I see a couple of little lumps in the fabric, so I'm going to use the scraper and scrape that down. This is all from my little toolkit that I love. Ah, there it is. Okay. And now I'm going to turn the machine on. It was on, but it went off. I like that it goes off when it's not hasn't been in use for a while. And hopefully all of this doesn't get in the way of the camera. Wait for it to come up. Home. And then okay to move that cartridge. And I'm going to go ahead and load the mat. Sorry, I think I'm right in front of you. So give me a second and I'll be out of the way. And it says error because Carrie put the mat in upside down. So let's turn it on and do it the right way. Now I'm loading the mat again, the correct direction. And I'm going to click on pattern. And I kind of like the patterns in here. I'm going to click a few items here. I'm going to click on the dress and the purse. We'll make some garments here. We'll do the dress. And we'll leave it at the size. It's at 3.94 by 2.5, so about 4 by 3. We'll leave that. Say okay. And then okay. Set. And add. So I want to add a new pattern. I'll go back to pattern. Back to that same area. Oh, I think you can see pretty good today. Let's do a shoe. And it's about the same size as the dress. And it's asking me which do I want to cut. Do I want to cut the inside of the shoe, the outside of the shoe, or the frame around the shoe? I'm going to do the outside. Just to save us a little time. I'm going to say okay. It's making me pick parts. Here we go. Okay, it's happy. I'm going to do another add. Back to pattern. And back to that same area. And let's do the dress form. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. Because I've done this one before. I know it's quite tiny, actually. I don't want to 8 too far. So I've got about 4.5 by 2. It's 4.63 by 1.42. I'm going to say okay. And okay. And set. Let's see where they all are. So the dress is here in the corner. And I'm going to get my stylus because my fingers won't do that. I'm just going to move things over a little bit. I'm going to move the dress form down here. Move the shoe there. And move the dress itself down a little bit. Okay. So they're all on the mat. But I have fabric on the mat that looks like this. So I have to decide where I want that fabric to go. So I'm going to scan it. And it's right under edit here. The little, I call it the square with the line through it. And it's saying You're going to scan. Are you sure? Yes. Start. So we'll let us scan it. So there's my fabric. So I'm going to move this down. Let's move it down a little bit further. We've got room. I'm going to put that little, whatever that little white thing is in the middle. And then there's the shoe, I believe. I forget what's where now. Oh, this is the dress form. So let's move it over. We'll just capture a little bit of the white. And sometimes you can't see these. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is the dress. I'm going to move that up and try to put that in the center. You can also move this with your arrows if you have to. But I do like the stylus at my fingers. So I'm not going to save. I'm just going to say okay. And it's showing me where everything is. That's where I moved everything to. And then please select. And I'm going to select cut. And I'm going to check. It says half cut is off, which is perfect because this is not a vinyl that you're cutting one layer. You're going to cut this whole thing. And I did a test cut earlier, so I'm just going to hit start. And it says 1 minute for all of it. So I like playing with fabric with patterns on it, or because I put those circles where they are intentionally with this. So I could capture the circle of the shirt and the dress. One of my friends called it a Barbie dress. It could be. Cut another one. Cut a second one and sew them together. Or make it larger and cut them together. Let's see a little bit. Oh, it's one of my cuts. It came out. And it says it's done. So I'm going to unload the mat. Sorry, in front of you again. Move it out of the way. And then I'm going to use my spatula, which I like because it's metal, and just lift these. So that one that kind of cut away on its own was the shoe, actually, which is what I wanted. I didn't want that part anyway, so that's perfect. Here's the shoe. It's cute, huh? I like where everything's placed. It's a cool design on the front of it. Oh, and the heel. Look at that. And then let's find the other piece. The cuts are so fine, you can't hardly see them. You know what? I'm going to pull the fabric away. And that way we can see it. You can see it come off. So there's our little dress form. And there's our dress. And this is fabric, so it's reusable. This is not treated. It's just like it was purchased. When I got it, I remember pre-washing because it was kind of at the beginning of COVID, so it got washed and ironed and put away until now. But there we go. So you take your spatula again and slide them off. They come off nice and even. I'm going to show you what these cuts really look like in a second. And even this narrow piece, you can go right under there with the spatula. It's really nice. So let's show you what we got here. So here's our dress cut. Oops. No frays, nothing. It's perfect. Look at the small shoulders. How nice that cut. No frame anywhere. And then here's the dress form. I'll put it in my hand, maybe that'll help. Here she is. But look at the stand, how thin that is and how nice that cut. It's a nice sharp cut. So I did cut fabric on the, to test, I did cut fabric on the fabric mat with the black blade in there, and it cut perfectly. So if we want, we can take that blade out. That was my second time testing that blade. This poor blade has been through it. I've done a lot with it. So to put your fabric blade in, and I'm sorry I didn't say that was the auto blade, but to put the fabric blade in, you take this off, just pop it off. Don't lose it because you got a point under there and you want to keep that covered up so you don't get hurt. Poke yourself. And you just slide it in. Oh, can you see? Okay, here we go. I'll do it again. So the black blade was in like this. You just lift this little holder, take your blade out, and now we'll put the fabric blade in. I took that pin cover off for protection for it, for the blade, and for you. Take that off, put that in. You hear a tiny click, and then you let that down, and you'll hear it seat itself. So let's cut again with the fabric blade. This mat makes a big difference. I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to get a second piece of fabric. And I don't need to scan this because I know where everything was. I take that back because this is a smaller piece of fabric, so we'll scan it. Use my brayer, press it down. You can hear that noise, right? I was hoping to use both cameras for this today, but that's okay. We just go with the flow, right? And then I'm going to load the mat again. It's already reading what I have on the screen, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to scan this mat again. Because I think that dress is too far over. I may have to move it. Let's see where everything is. Let's see where that dress is. First, we need to say okay. I'm gonna go back. Let's you want to go back. I want that to off.
Carrie, these are so cute. Where do you where do you plan on using these?
You might find them on my walls the next time. You know, that eclectic taste. I have to be careful, but that might be where you find them. You could, but you know, these can be, and I was thinking about that a couple days ago. The cut is so nice on these. You use them as appliques because think about what you're doing here. You're using your fabric to cut appliques.
So did you treat your fabric with anything or just iron it?
No, I just ironed it.
Wow.
I made sure it was nice and pressed, no starch, no nothing. There's products out there, and people have been asking about heat and bond. I think if you're going to do applique, I don't do a lot of appliques. I actually avoid them. But if you're going to do applique, I think you can adhere the heat and bond light, I would say light, to the back of your fabric before you cut it. And my understanding is if you do that, you have to put your fabric face down. So then you have a little bit of an issue not being able to see where your print is if you're using a print. But let's cut this. It's ready to cut. Cut. And even though I've been here and I didn't go anywhere, I always double check to see if I'm on half cut or if it's on or off. So it is off still, just making sure. And now we're cutting with the fabric blade this time.
I love how it automatically detects the thickness of the fabric.
Yes. And how quiet it is.
Patricia. So I really like Terrial Magic too, and Patricia calls it terrible magic. It's not terrible.
Yeah, I think, yeah, a couple of my friends like Terrial Magic. I have some. I've never opened it. But yeah, this is not treated at all. There's nothing on it.
So we
and
got
the fabric is called a wax fabric, but because I washed it, the wax is gone. So that's not even there.
Yeah. So Cindy Hogan has a really good tip. So only fabric touches the fabric cutting mat. So if you have a backing on it, you have to flip it over and reverse it when you cut it out. Otherwise,
that's why you reverse it?
Yeah, because it's going to be like paper on that high tack, and it's paper backing's not going to work. It's made to work with fabric.
So if you use the heat and bond light, that's the reason you flip it. Is that right?
Yeah, but Terrial Magic is good because that's just a spray starch. It's still the fabric. Yeah.
All right, I'm pulling the fabric away. And here's our cuts.
Wow, it's so cute. I love it.
Yeah, and even that one piece that pulled away with the black blade did not pull away here. So let me see if I can get it off because I don't want it on there.
That is amazing. Like, because I've always been too afraid not to treat my fabric, but it's good to see how it comes out even not treated with that new fabric mat by Brother that just came out this year.
So I'll take these off the mat with the blade and show them up close. So because I used where's my little dress? So this is my first one, little dress. And that was the second one, I'm sorry. And there's the first one. So you could do some twinsies.
Yeah. Yeah, Cindy Hogan says she likes to cut face up so that she can get the pattern.
So you can see the print. Yeah. I would prefer to do that too. There's our little shoe.
Carrie, I love it.
It's cute. It won't match the other one, but you can make it match the other one.
Yeah. So everybody, we're about to do our giveaway. So go ahead and start.
Our last little piece.
Very cute.
Yeah. All right, giveaway time, huh?
Yeah. All right. So it's going to be another $10 allbrands.com gift card. Somebody made a comment that won earlier. They said, there goes my gift card. I love it. So let me go ahead and start chiming in below to be eligible to win. And I will pick a name shortly. And I got to say, Carrie, do you want to come up in the camera? I'll come full screen while we do the giveaway so that we can say a proper goodbye and thank you to you for showing us your new fabric mat that you got. All right. So, so our winner is, wait a minute. That's not going to work. Cindy, I'm going to send you something separate, but for the allbrands.com gift card. Then Lisa, congratulations. Email events@allbrands.com. Name, email address, and phone number, and I will email you your gift card on Monday. And Cindy, don't worry, you didn't miss out on a giveaway because I have something else for you for Christmas. Well, thank you again, Carrie, for coming on the show. It's always a joy to have you.
Thank you for having me. It's been fun. It's been a fun 3 days.
Yeah. And for what you
do.
Huh?
I appreciate you offering to have me here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you come to Houston with us every year. It just wouldn't be the same without the group. So, all righty. Well, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you again, Carrie. And next up on the demo stage is Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, which you are a certified educator for. So that's really exciting. Yeah. All right. So tell everybody where they can find you again.
My website is Endless Designs by Carrie. My group name is Sewing with Endless Designs by Carrie. My Instagram is Endless Designs by Carrie.
Oh, well, that
And my
makes sense.
Facebook page is Endless Designs by Carrie.
Awesome. All right. Well, everybody follow Carrie Cunningham, and she's on our allbrands.com sew forum Facebook group. She posts a lot there too. So thank you for continuing to post there. All right.
I'll be posting again there next week.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, Carrie. And until next time.
Bye, everyone.
See you in 5 minutes.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
welcome back to the Brother presented by Allbrands.com booth at the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival. I'm Barbara, and next on the demo stage is Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden. Hi, Reen. How are you?
Good, Barbara. How are you?
Oh, excellent. I can't believe it's been 3 whole days already. It just seemed like it's been 15 minutes.
or 15 days.
No. Well, maybe, thank you, because you've been planning your demos and everything. Oh my goodness, this is so great. So you have a really fun, exciting project to show us today, huh?
Yes, I do. I have a bag that I actually did a class with Allbrands. Whoops. So we did this in a class, and you can see that it has this diamond kind of quilting on it. So I'm going to show you how you can take the my design center, if you got a Luminaire, a Stellaire, a PR 1050X, I'm forgetting one of the machines, the Dream machine, any one that have my design center in it, how you can change and make your own fill pattern. So you can see it goes on both sides. All we're doing basically is preparing a piece of fabric before we start. So we're not messing with the file or anything like that. We're just preparing a new quilted piece to start the design. So first, when you want to do something like this, you're going to want to read the instructions of the design that you have to kind of see how it's constructed in the order that everything goes in. And on this design, the first steps tell you to hoop your stabilizer. Whoops. Hoop your stabilizer and to place a piece of batting on the stabilizer and then a piece of fabric on top. And then what the design normally, like, the regular purse, the original purse, it would tack it down and pop the fill and stitch the fill. So I'm going to show you how to create your own fill. So we're going to do that in my design center. And let me change my camera so you can see my laptop up close. I'm sorry, my machine up close. Wake it up, it's gone to sleep. I know there's a couple of glares on there, but it's gotten dark here and I really can't do anything about it. So let's go into my design center. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a big rectangle that's going to basically hold our fabric down. Then it's going to go into the fill stitch that we're going to put in here. So we need to create that outline. So let's go into shapes. I'm going to pick the square and hit OK. Now we have to size this. It's not the correct size. I want it to fill up the 8x12 hoop, which is the hoop that I'm using. So let's go into size and we're going to resize it. And let's work with the width first. And whoops, let me get my hand out of the way. You can see that the bottom number is changing. And for an 8x12 hoop, we can go to, we're going to go to 7.85 just to make sure that we are within our boundaries. Now we're going to change the height and 8x12 hoop. So let's just go to 11 point, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Let's go up to 11.75. And you can see that top number changing there. That's 7.7, that's fine too. I better change that. So we have it sized, so we're going to hit OK. So now we've created like a boundary, but you can see that it defaults to zigzag. And I touched it and I got to the other screen. So, but it does default to zigzag. And these 6 little boxes right here, they deal with line properties. And that's what this is. This is a line, it's a rectangle. So let's just click on the line property icon. And you can see it defaulted to zigzag. The next one is a double run, triple run, candle wick, chain, blanket, V-stitch, and then if you click this one, you have a whole bunch of motif stitches that opens up. We just want to go with a double run. We're going to change the color just so you can see it. I'm going to pick this red in the bottom corner, hit OK. Now to apply it to the rectangle that we made, we have to hit the bucket that is up here in the line properties. And once we do that, we just touch the outline. And when I do it, you're going to see it change color. You might not have seen it, but it did change to red, that color that I picked. And to know that you've actually applied it, let's touch it again and listen for the sound. Hear that knock knock? That means it's already been applied. So now we're going to go in and we can pop a fill in. This morning, this is the fill that I did when I did this demo. Let me just kind of show you this. And I kind of just picked one of the beautiful fills that is included. That one I think was included in the upgrade. Let's do something fun and different. Let's go back into our shapes. Let's pick a circle and hit OK. It's kind of big, so let's size it. And it doesn't matter what size I make it. I'm just playing around here. That looks good to me. Let's just move it around wherever we want it. Hit OK. Let's go in and grab another shape. How about a heart? Or you know what, let's stay geometric. Let's pick this diamond here. Comes in really big, so let's size it. And I'm just going to take it down. You can make it any size you want, and I'm just going to move it anywhere that I want. Let's bring one more in, go back to the shapes button, and oh, let's pick this oblong looking shape. And again, I can size that, and let's bring that down. All right, and let's, I don't like it being horizontal. Let's kind of rotate it a little bit. So let's rotate it like 45. So there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's just kind of move it over here. This is just kind of give you an idea of some of the different things you can do. Let's hit OK. Now let's start popping some fills in here. This is where we're going to find all the pretty fills in the machine. These 6 icons here deal with the fills. So let's hit the fill icon. It defaults to embroidery. I mean, regular filled embroidery stitches. The next one is stipple, which might look nice in some of the areas that we have on our pattern that we're creating. But if you hit this last one and then hit select, it's going to open up 42 different fills if you have the second upgrade, the kit 2. So let's just kind of scroll down, and there are some really pretty ones in here. So it doesn't matter which one we choose. I'm going to go with this one because I don't think I've seen that one stitched out. I'm going to hit OK, and I can choose where to put it. You have to hit the bucket so that that applies it and touch wherever you want that fill to go. And notice it didn't fill in where those shapes that we put in are at. So we can put in different fills in these shapes if we want. We can go back to our shapes. Let's put a stipple in one of them. Let's say OK. And our bucket is still selected, so let's put our stipple up here. Let's go in and pick another shape, or I'm sorry, another fill. It's so much fun to play in my design center. I really like it. And I don't know, let's grab this. Looks like they almost look like poinsettias to me. Hit OK. And let's put that one right there. It's going to look a little crazy, but that's okay. Let's go back and grab one more fill. And let's see. How about this one? That would be a pretty one if you were doing quilting like a landscape or something. I think that would look really nice. And let's go ahead and put it in there. So let's say we have our pattern done. This is what we want. Go ahead and click next. Now it's going to give you an actual preview of how this is going to stitch. This is exactly how it's going to look. If you don't like anything, if you don't like any of the fills you put in, you can change them. If we hit the select key up here, here's the stipple. I kind of like that one. So let's go to the next one, and it selected that oblong shape. Let's say I don't like that fill. I want to put a stipple in there. Hit OK. and it magically is going to put that stipple in there. And let's go to the next one. And let's say I don't like that fill, so we can change it. And let's put a stipple in that one too, kind of keep it consistent a little bit. And now it's giving you a preview of exactly how it's going to stitch out. So if you don't like that background, the large one at the background, you could hit the, you could keep hitting the select tool until you get to that background. There it is. And then you can go ahead and click it and you can change it. But it's putting an outline around each stitch. So that's what you were seeing when the lines that I was seeing, that's that double run. We can come in here now and we can play with any of these fills that we want. All you have to do is select them and make sure they're up here in your preview window. So let's play with this one. We can change the size if we want. We can make the stitches be closer together by decreasing the number here. Let's take it down to 75 and see what that looks like. The machine is thinking again. It's regenerating, recalculating those stitches. And you can see that it's now, the stitching is closer together now. We're still working with that same big background fill. This button here will change the angle. So, you know, all you have to do is, let's try 60%. Let's see what that looks like. And if you do something and you don't like it, all you have to do is change it, go back. I can hit undo and it's back to where it was. The next icon here, this is, it puts a background, an outline around your fill. And we've already made the big rectangle to contain our fill. I really don't want it to stitch another one. So it's turned off, it defaults to off. I think in previous versions, it defaulted to on. So we're gonna leave it off. This icon here will, it's called random shift. It kind of skews the, so like the circle here, let's go ahead and let's go up to 6. And now watch the circles. And you'll see that they're kind of skewed and they look more like, I don't know, like pebbles or something. So you could do that. If you don't like it, you can, you know, maybe not make it so pronounced. You can go down to 2 and you see what that looks like. It's thinking again. I don't know. I don't know if I like that at all. So I can just set it back to 0. It has to think again to regenerate those stitches with every change you make. This icon here is the thickness. So right now, everything is set to triple stitch. All of this will triple stitch. If you don't want it to triple stitch, touch it, select that icon, and now this is all going to be a single run. And if you like that, hit OK. And again, you could let it generate. We could go and we could mess with, let's see, this one is selected. You could mess with that stipple. You could change it. You can make it wider, put it closer together, skew it, make it single stitch, whatever you want. Let's just say for now that we kind of like that. We're going to hit set. It's telling us now that it's going to convert this to an embroidery pattern. We're going to leave my design center and we're going to go over to the embroidery edit screen. And that's okay. So now this is going to be our quilting file. Let's say though that we don't want to, let me grab my sample here. Let's say we really don't want to put the leaves on. This design, these leaves and this freestanding lace flower are actually from my garden flower lace collection. It has there are 125 different elements in it. They're all dimensional flowers. Allbrands sells the set, but let's just say we want to put something else on there. Let's put in something built in on the machine. So we're going to hit add, and let's go to one of the categories. And we can scroll through here just like you would on a phone or an iPad. This category number 15 was new with the Kit 2 upgrade. And when I was kind of looking through here, I kind of liked, let me get back up here. I thought maybe this rose might look nice on the front of the purse. So we can go ahead and hit set. So now we can't leave the rose there, because if it stitches there, that's going to be right in the fold of the flap. So how do we know exactly where we need to place that rose? Let's go to add, and we're going to go and we're going to find the original purse design. And this is the original purse design. And all I have to do is rotate it. Now, the reason I'm bringing that in, and I know it looks like a mess, is because it will help us determine where the rose needs to be placed. So I can hit the select tool, and let's see. Now I've got so much on the screen, it's a little hard to see what's selected. But now I can see that the rose is selected. It's got a red box around it. So now let's go into edit, move, and let's start moving it down. If you can see the actual original purse file, the flap here is kind of rounded. It's curved. So I don't want to get it too far down. So that's why I brought in the original purse design, to kind of see where I want to put it. That's too far down. I think right there looks kind of good. So I'm going to hit OK. Now I can go back, I can hit select, and I can get rid of the original purse file. And now it's gone. So now we're ready to stitch this out. If that's what you like, let's go ahead and hit embroidery. And now you're going to see it's first going to stitch our quilting, our motif that we put in the background. I needed to stitch that outline first, because that's what's going to hold the fabric down. Anytime you want to change the stitch order of anything, you can use this icon here. It's a needle with a plus and a minus. And you can scroll through your design basically. This would be step 2, and that's our tack down, and it's also the outline stitch that we had inside of our little shapes. So we're going to want that to stitch out first. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch the camera back so that you can see me now. And we're going to get ready to stitch this file that we just created. My design center is so much fun. So again, I have batting, fabric, and I'm getting ready to stitch. The stitch is going to hold this all together, because you know sometimes when you start quilting, your fabric wants to move and pucker on you. So it's always good to have, you know, a stitch that's going to hold your fabric and your batting and everything down in place. And as soon as it does that, remember we did a double run. My design center does not yet have a single run when you're doing, you know, using the shapes and things. It does for those quilting files. Remember we changed the one of those beautiful motifs to a single run. So it's actually going around in a big rectangle, and then it's going to come back on itself. Does anyone have any questions? Hi, Caroline. Nice to see you again. Lee Smith says she wants a luminaire. Who can she talk to about show specials? Well, Barbara, there you are.
Yes. Yes, so please give us a call if you have a question. If you're interested in buying a luminaire, please call one of our retail stores in Louisiana or Texas. So we have a number of different phone numbers on our website, but I'd love to know where you're from so I can give you the closest store's phone number. So I will just put those on the screen really quick and name the stores for everyone. So this is our Baton Rouge store location's phone number, 225-923-1260. They do close at, oh shucks, they're already closed. Okay, let me give you a secret phone number. If you want to buy this machine now, call 225-802-7886. And that person is the best person to talk to about show specials and packages, and we'll get you into a machine of your dreams, like the new luminaire. And Reen, people say you make it look so easy, but
oh no,
you can't take all the credit for that.
But I see
right?
that Barb Malachek said that there is the new change where you can change the stitch order. And yes, you can. And I know that I think Barb has done some videos on that, or I know there are some on YouTube where people have done it. I, didn't know if I had time to get into all that. So, go to YouTube, go to your dealer, talk to them about what the machine can do. I mean, we're just scratching the surface, just barely.
Yeah. So I put our locations in the comments below. We have 7 retail stores in Louisiana and Texas. So San Antonio, Texas, Houston, Texas, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Slidell. Yeah. So we have tons of locations to serve you. And yeah. So Reen, you want to do it?
Sure.
All righty. So everybody start making some comments below. And I'm going to be doing an allbrands.com gift card for $10. But why don't you tell them about the specials on your website, Reen, while we're waiting?
Okay, so if you use the code QuiltFest20, you'll get 20% off of my website. And let's see, I'll let it go until Monday morning, this coming Monday morning. What is that, like the 7th at 6 a.m.? And that's Central Time, and you can get 20% off anything on my site.
That's great. So what else are you working on these days, Reen? What's new?
Well, I've been doing a lot of virtual classes myself. What I started cutting out today, I started Brothers having the ugly sweater contest. And I'm making one of my pups an ugly dog sweater.
I love that.
I just started cutting it out right before I came on.
That sounds exciting. That's so funny.
I kind of take some time off here around the holidays just to do fun things like that. And, I'll get back into the heart of working and stuff at the beginning of January.
Congratulations, Arnell. You are the winner. Email events@allbrands.com. Name, email address, and phone number for that $10 allbrands.com gift card. Congratulations.
Arnell, she put the code up there. The code is QuiltFest. QuiltFest20.
Yeah, and that's on Reen's site.
Embroiderygarden.com.
Yeah, and allbrands.com. If you're interested in a brother accessory that can be sold online, we're offering 15% off of that with code BRO15 off, along with all of our machine package specials that are available in store. So yes, you'll have to see what's in store for those machines. So yeah, so thank you so much, Reen. And I'll just give everybody a little teaser. If you want to come visit us on Monday, we are actually, if you missed out on the deals in our retail stores, we're extending the Quilt Show specials on the machines until the 18th of December. So don't worry if you were busy watching the videos. The Luminaire XP2 is over 55% off in our store. So you get bundles, 60 months, 0% financing, plus you get to pick an extra. Like you can either do a trade-in for an additional amount. It's just, you could do a trade-in or pick one from a bunch of different stuff. So it's really exciting. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Reen. We really love you.
Thanks. It's been fun.
Yes. And hopefully next year we'll all be in person. Then we'll be back to normal. All right. Well, kiss those grandbabies and puppies for us and have fun sewing.
Will do. Thanks, Barbara. Bye, everyone. Right. Thanks for tuning in.
We'll see you in 5 minutes. See ya.
Bye.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Barbara from allbrands.com. And do you already have a Luminaire XP1 and see things in these videos that you don't have yet? Well, guess what? There's upgrades available, there's new accessories available, and that's what we're going to talk about today. The 2 Luminaire upgrades and additional accessories for your Brother Luminaire machine. So I'm just going to play a quick video on the first upgrade that gives a very good summary of what you can expect when you purchase the first upgrade for the Luminaire. And here it is. All right, so let's just get right into it. That was our Brother XP1 software upgrade for Luminaire. And let's just see what the box looks like. So this is it. It's a little bit bigger than some upgrade boxes. So this is the upgrade 1. This is the upgrade 2. You can see there's a lot of difference in size. And there is a big item in there that's really exciting. So I have opened this because I did upgrade my machine, but we'll pretend like it hasn't been opened yet. I did try to put everything back in neatly and nicely. So when you open it, and I'll just put this right here, you get, wow, yay, a really big square hoop. Look at this. So the embroidery area on your XP1 Luminaire is 10 5/8 by 16. So you get the square version of that, which is perfect for quilting. So this is 10 5/8 by 10 5/8 square, and it has the quick release on the hoop, just like the big one. So this is a great accessory for quilting, and when you upgrade your machine, it will be recognized in the machine. So thank you, brother. We love that accessory. Also in the box, you get, oh, what are these things? We get the couching feet set. So I'll take those out and show those to you. So this is the couching foot set for embroidery and sewing. So you get all of the attachments, and I'll demonstrate this once we get to the machine. So you have a move it foot attachment that has the hole opening for yarn to go through so that you can do couching on your move it foot. You see that little hole right there on the foot for decorative stitching with yarns and pretty threads. And then you have your embroidery couching attachment here with the embroidery couching foot that looks like this. So some of you might ask, Barbara, what is couching? I have no idea what you're talking about, so thank you if you were asking that, because I do have a little sample here of a scarf that was made. Now this is the embroidery couching, which is really exciting. And I took decorative yarn, and it comes with several different couching embroidery designs in your machine, and it will put the yarn on the top, and then you can see on the back is what the embroidery design looks like to tack down the yarn. So that is couching, and that's very exciting. And that's not all that comes with the Luminaire XP1 upgrade #1. You also get a detailed instruction manual, as well as this little guy that is a yarn threader for your couching attachments, and the so easy to install activation card. I had no idea how easy these were. It literally took me thank you, Jamie. I'm glad you liked that. Julie, you need to upgrade. There's so many exciting things, and I'm not even going to have time to cover all of the upgrade features today. So the activation card. So that is just the physical items that you get. Let's pan over to the machine, and I will demonstrate some of the items that you get in technology with that. So here's our machine. This is my XP1 that I love, love, love. And if you have one, give us a shout out. If you don't have one yet, it is amazing. It is a life-changing experience. So one of the really great things that I love about this #1 upgrade Oh, and let me tell you the part number for that, just in case you want to look it up online. So it is SAVR XPUGK1. Okay, and that's available in Allbrands.com retail stores, or contact your local brother dealer to get that. So the first thing that I have that's very exciting, let's just say that we're in embroidery. I was actually in my design center filling out my largest hoop, but let's just pull up a design. I'll pull up, let's see, my favorite design, one of my favorites. Here we go, just a simple little design. And you can move it, let's see, set. I can move it on my screen. I could scan my background for placement if I wanted to do that as well. So I'll just, I'm not going to do that now because that's not part of this. Okay, so let me go down rabbit holes, guys. All right, so we are just going to start embroidering. So I'm going to start embroidering Minnie Mouse. So you can see that it is embroidering out right now. I'm going to pull up my new app, my Stitch Monitor app on my phone, okay? Now, I've already connected it to the computer, which was to the machine, and it was super, super easy to do that. So I can see how much time it's going to take up. So that's this bar here. I can see how many stitches I'm on in there. And if it's a multiple color design, it shows me what thread I'm on. So now if I'm set my large design and I wanted to walk away to do something, I could keep my phone close by, and it will also tell me if I have like some sort of thread break or something like that that's similar. And then if it has multiple colors, I can start to get all my thread colors together for that. So let me just make sure that y'all don't have any questions before I move on to the next one. And okay, and if y'all can hear me, just let me know. I know that the machine's running, and so I need to speak loudly. All right, so let's stop this one. I'm just going to go to return. I'm going to trim my thread. There is a function where you can switch your embroidery order in this one. So I'm just going to exit that. I'm going to go home. And let's just say that we're pulling up multiple embroidery designs in the machine. So I'm going to say Allbrands. Oh, that one's too big, so I'm going to rotate it. Allbrands. Okay. And then guess what? I can also do multiple lines. So if I want to say loves, and then another line, to sew. And then you have your special characters here as well. So let's say I typed out that whole line and I wanted to edit one letter. Well, guess what? That is so easy, because using these little toggle marks here, I can just go back and forth and you can see the letters. I'll just zoom in so that you can see that it will highlight the letters on this part of the screen. So you can see the W is highlighted. So let's just see, let's just pretend that I accidentally said said that instead. I can delete that one letter instead of having to rewrite the whole thing. So I know recipe cards are super, super popular now, and I can't imagine typing a whole recipe into the machine and then having to erase the whole line just to retype it again. So, so yeah, let's just say I wanted to sew that out, and I can add additional designs. So I'm just going to pick out something fun. Let's see. Maybe some, let's see, flowers or something. I'll pick out something small. Here we go. Set. And then I'm going to rotate that. I can click and drag these anywhere on the screen. And I'm going to edit this. Rotate it 90 degrees. Okay. And then if I wanted to add that again, I could. If I wanted to duplicate that, I could very easily using this button, bringing it down, and then rotating that 90 degrees or 180 degrees. Okay. So, oh my gosh, I love this. But you know what? I want to see, before I pick out my colors for the flower, or my colors for the, I want to make sure that this embroiders out in the order that I want it to. So I'm going to go to return, and I'm going to go to this new button, this new special button at the bottom of the screen. If you can see that here, this is it. This is where you can edit the order of your embroidery designs, which is super exciting. So if I wanted to select something, I can move it up or down depending on where it is. And I can stitch both of the flowers together, or the Allbrands loves to sew first and then the flowers. So that's really, really exciting. So let's move on. And I'm going to show you the couching feature that it has. So there's two different ways to couch. Couching through embroidery. Let's see. Couching through embroidery, or couching through the move it foot for sewing. So I'm going to take off my hoop. I'm going to zoom out so that you can see. And I have my yarn here that I'm going to show you. Let me just make sure nobody has questions yet and you can hear me. All right. So actually, Lee, the show specials on XP1 and XP2 is there's a coupon for 15% off in our stores for both of the upgrades. So that's something that you can take advantage of. So I'll show you the embroidery first, couching designs. So this is a new button if you have the XP1 with no upgrades. It's the couching button here. So I'm just going to zoom in so we can look at those beautiful couching designs on the machine. All right, so we get, and I have both upgrades, so I have even more than what you get in kit 1, but you can get a good idea of the different designs that are available. And that's the first one that I did, the bird, and the deer just turns out so beautifully. So I would take my embroidery attachment here, and that actually goes on the side of the machine. And I see that someone is taking its place. Maybe, but maybe not. Okay, so on the side of the machine here is where that attaches to. So this goes here. And I'm gonna, am I really? Thank you, brother. I just found this out. So this is an optional accessory that I was planning on talking about later. The new magnifying glass for the XP1. Guess what? They included the couching attachment on it, and I just realized that. So, thank you. I'm so excited. I love Brother. They think of everything. So now that I have this, I don't need this one. So this is an optional accessory. This is the magnifying glass, and it allows me to see things up close under my needle, which is so needed. And there's two different magnifications on there. And if you need to thread your needle, it just goes up and out of place, which is super exciting. Yay. So I'm going to put my foot on. And the feet are so easy to remove on this machine. And there's tons of storage on the top. So I'm just going to put my foot on. And then you can have yarn at the top of your machine, which I have here, and you just thread through the top, and then you go through the side here. You can see that, and then through the other side here, and then you thread your machine with the thread as normal. So you have 3 different textiles in your machine right now. You have the bobbin thread, you have the top thread, and then you have the yarn that the top thread is stitching over. So this just goes through that little hole in the foot, and that's what this little guy is for. This is a threading attachment for that. So it allows you to easily take your yarn and put it through your foot and thread that yarn through so that it will stitch on top. So I hope that was helpful. That is how you set up the machine for couching with embroidery, and then you just choose your design. So there is a limit on the size of thread, and maybe Barb Mike Lychek in the comments can just kind of give you some more information on that, like different types of yarns that you can use in the embroidery. Now the other couching feature uses the Move It Foot, which we actually, I'm sorry, Move It Foot, you have not gotten very much attention these past 3 days, but you are actually one of my favorite feet for my machine. So I'm going to put you on the machine, Mr. Move It Foot, and I'm going to take the attachment that I got in my upgrade, which there's multiple feet for the Move It Foot. That comes with the luminaire. There's the, it comes with the closed toe. There's an optional open toe, 1/4 inch, stitch in the ditch, and quilting guides for this. And they just snap off like that. And you just put the new one on here, just like so. Just like that. So the yarn guide for sewing looks like this. And I think I'm going to have to, let's see. I'm just going to take this off and show you how it's used normally, because I haven't used that with the magnifying glass. But I just attached my Move It Foot with the screw on my shank, my machine just like that. And the Move It Foot, if you're not familiar with that, it has a it's better than a walking foot because it maintains contact with the fabric, because it has rollers and not like teeth that open and close. It stays closed on the fabric. So I have my yarn up here, and then I just thread it the same way, just through there and there. And then I take my attachment that I showed you earlier, which remember how Louis Carney earlier was saying save your designs? Well, save this little thing, this little threader, because it's very easy to misplace. So then you just put your yarn through that threader, and it goes through. Do you remember how I showed you there's a hole on this foot? Right there. It goes through that little hole that's in the plastic. And then essentially you just thread your needle on top, and you pick your stitch, and then you sew over the yarn to do couching with sewing, which is exciting. Okay, so that covers couching, and I don't have much time left, so let's go, and we're going to talk about now we're going to go back to embroidery, because there's so much in these upgrades, guys. I can't fill up all the time. So we're going to do, I'm also going to let you know that there is an automatic foot up and down for embroidery, which is very exciting. Thank you, brother. And I'll show you that the new hoop, when you hoop it, it's recognizable by brother. So this will be an option now for my design center. So if you want to start doing quilting in the hoop with a 10 and 5/8 square hoop, you can do that. So if I go to my design center, of course, I'm not going to have to move it on when I embroider. It will, that will be an option in your hoops there. So let me just check the comments, make sure, see where we're at. Oh, your video is blurry. Okay, let me come back to the front screen and see here. Let's see, hold on just a second. Okay, am I still blurry, guys? If I am, I'm so sorry. So I wanted to show you the 2 new accessories for the XP1 Luminaire. So this is the magnifying glass. That's awesome. So look at that. There's 2 options for magnification. So if you don't have this, this is SAML. Like SA is their part number. And then ML stands for magnifying lens, and it goes up and down out of the way. Still blurry. Okay, sorry about that, guys. And then the last thing that I'm going to talk about is the magnetic frame. So if you have both upgrades, the XP1 and XP2, the 1 and 2 upgrades, Premium Pack 1 and Premium Pack 2, you want to add the magnetic frame and the magnifying glass. So mag glass, mag frame, that's what you need to add and get for Christmas there. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, which hopefully this won't be blurry, the Upgrade Pack 2 overview so that you can see that. And here is that one. Ah, shucks. My internet must not be working properly. Okay, well, sorry about that. And I'll play that video a little bit later. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break after, and then after that, I'll announce a winner and play the video, and hopefully my internet starts working again. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes with Heather Banks, Brother National Educator.
At Allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the Allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Juki, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I hope you can see and hear me now. Barbara from Allbrands, and this is the last demo of the 3 days, and it's been such a joy hanging out with you guys. And we have Heather Banks, but let me do a giveaway first. So go ahead and give me some comments down below. Give us some love. We love you back. And I'll pick a random winner in just a tick. And here's Heather Banks. Hi, Heather.
Hello, Barbara. Thanks for having me tonight.
Welcome. I hope I did those upgrades justice.
Oh my gosh, you did. I was sitting here drooling too. You did a wonderful job.
I just love Brother products.
They are excellent. I agree. And you're doing a wonderful job showcasing them. So thank you.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. It's easy whenever. It's so easy, actually. Isn't that
They
funny?
do make it easy.
All right. So let me pick a winner before we jump into embroidery. And I have a special request from Jill who wants to see a little bit more on the SC 1900.
Sure. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one right here. Okay. The winner is of the $10 gift card, Lee Smith. Good to see you again. Lee.
Congratulations, Lee.
Yay. And we'll do another one at the very end. And I'll let you take it away.
Okay, that sounds great. Now, as Barbara mentioned, we have 3 different machines to talk about tonight. So I have one in here in my studio. Barbara has a couple, and we will definitely focus on the 1900, Jill. So I know that's important, and we want to get all of your questions answered. I'm excited because you've seen a lot of the high-end machines, which are amazing. Brother makes amazing machines no matter what. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the more entry-level machines or mid-level machines, because even you may be looking for one, or perhaps you're looking for a gift for someone who's getting into embroidery. And we can always learn new tips from people, as I have done every single day that Allbrands has been on with Brother. So thank you again for having me. I'm so excited to see you. I've been reading all of your comments, and it's been fun. So one of the things we want to talk about is embroidery only machines versus combo machines, or sewing and embroidery machines. And of course, the higher end that we've been talking about have both capabilities, but you do have that option anywhere from the starter machines up to the mid-level to just choose one or the other. And when it comes to embroidery, you can get a machine that does more in terms of embroidery features if you do decide to go along the lines of just doing embroidery. And I would like to show you one of the machines I have with me, which is the NQ1600E. And when you see one of Brother's machines with an E on the end, then you know that it only does embroidery. But Barbara's we're still going to go back to her, and she's going to show you combo machines that embroider and sew. So we're hopefully covering all of our bases and all of your questions. We want to be showing you anything you might have questions of that'll fit into your budget. And Barbara, thank you for showing back there so you can see what we're going to talk about, which is the NQ1600E. And I did want to mention, if you are a fan of Disney, Marvel, Spider-Man, Frozen, things like this, and maybe they aren't built into the machine you're looking at or one you currently have, you can absolutely still get those designs. We showed this last night, which was my little Olaf mask. There's lots and lots of Brother Star Wars designs that you can get. And all of those are available to anyone with a Brother embroidery machine at iBroidery.com. So you can see here that if one of those is if you have a machine that doesn't have Disney on it, don't worry, there's hundreds of designs available online to you as well. So let's talk a little bit about, let me show you something I made earlier. Now this was made in a 5x7 hoop, and this is just a quilting label. So I want you to see that you are not limited. Just because you have a 5x7 hoop or 4x4 hoop, you can still do a lot of things that you are looking for in embroidery. Embroidery is about personalization. It's about putting names, monograms, just making it something uniquely yours. Here is an example of applique that was done in a 5x7 hoop. I'm gonna try to get that into the camera. So the tie is actually applique. And I'm going to show you a 5x7 hoop here. And you can see that I did the placement stitch here. And then I cut out the applique fabric on the ScanNCut, in this case on the Brother ScanNCut, so that I could lay this directly over the placement stitch, and there's no need to trim. So all of these machines that you're seeing that have embroider or applique built in, and this is coming from the machine I'm going to show you right now, you can compare those, or you can pair those with a ScanNCut and cut your fabric out in advance so you don't have to trim. So don't think that's limited. I know you've seen a lot of ScanNCut demonstrations. It's not limited to high-end machines. If you have a Brother embroidery or applique design, you can take it from the USB, as long as it's not Disney, and take it over to your ScanNCut and cut out your fabric. So it's one of my favorite things to do if you like to do applique. So there's always a place we really find to pair the ScanNCut, the Brother ScanNCut, with our embroidery machines. It doesn't matter what level it's at. So let me change my camera view so that you can see the one that I have here with me. And as we mentioned, we'll be talking about the 600, the 1900, and also the 1600. And they all do slightly different things. And thank you, Barbara, you have one there too. So I'm going to show you Oh, thank you, Barb. All have colored screens too. And that's important because you can really see the details of the designs up close. And I'm going to do a little bit of getting closer so you can see that. I wanted you to see that one of the amazing features about the 1600 is that it does have a very large hoop. This is a 6x10 hoop. And that's really kind of unheard of in sort of a beginning or entry level machine. This is just a gigantic space for quilting or excuse me, embroidery. And if you are interested in getting into, or you've been doing in the hoop designs, so maybe you're working with Reen at Embroidery Garden or some other places, frequently the minimum size hoop is a 6x10 for some of the bigger projects. Now let me show you, if I get a little bit closer, I want you to see how easy this system is for inserting your hoop. So you have this lever right here, and you might be thinking it looks familiar if you don't have a machine like this. This is the same hoop system that you would use on any of the high-end Brother machines, excuse me, a hooping system. So I can slide my hoop in and then lock it down. And this is the same thing you would get on the Luminaire or the Dream Machine or the Stellaire. So this is a really, really nice system. And you can use any hoop that has the same attachment on the side with this machine as long as it's a 6x10 or smaller. So you kind of get the idea there. And it does come with the plastic insert. I'll try to back this up for placement. So let me take this out. And you can see here that the plastic insert goes in the middle, and it helps you with this grid system to line up your design and get that in the middle or whatever you're shooting for there. Okay, let me also show you a huge benefit of this machine that I love, love, love. And that is that it cuts jump stitches. And if you're new to machine embroidery, you're not exactly sure what that is, or if you have a machine that doesn't cut them, then you're going to know just what I mean. When the needle moves from one part of the design to the other and it's still in the same color, it doesn't cut frequently. Some of the machines do not cut them, and you just have to go back with some scissors and cut them yourself. It's totally doable. It's not a deal breaker by any means, but if you're able, if your budget allows, something like this machine here with a 1600, let me take the same design, and this is what it did for me. So I didn't have to go back and clip any of these jump stitches myself. So something to keep in mind as you're looking at your budget and your needs, and this could be down the road for you, or it might be just what you're ready for. But cutting jump stitches automatically, ooh, huge time saver, and it's one of my favorite features of this. I'm just going to really quick. I think we have Barb here. She's answering questions. So thank you, Barb. And oh, you know what, Barb? You just reminded me that I didn't throw up some of the designs that are Star Wars and available in iBroidery. So if you like Star Wars, you are not limited to it not being built into your machine. All right. Let's look at this machine a little bit closer. I'm going to slowly move you over to the full color screen. Let me focus it. Okay, this is a full color touch screen, of course, and we can do a lot with this. Let me show you some of the things that are in it and on it, and of course we will still be going to the other two machines as well. This does have a USB port. So you can see the USB icon right here. This particular machine has room in it to save designs. So if I touch the machine icon right here, you will see that I have been busy creating my own designs. For instance, let me choose this one. You can see there's the quilt label that I showed you, and I saved it to the machine. So, and this has a nice feature where this shows you the 4 hoops that I could use. Here's the 6x10 and the 5x7. And because they are highlighted or not grayed out, both of these hoops work perfectly in this machine. So this machine lets you know without having to figure it out on your own which hoops work. But let me go back to the home screen. And so you saw that I can bring in designs with my USB drive, and that brings in all Brother designs that are in the format of PES, and additionally I can save to my machine. Now we have quite a few categories here. There are 7 built-in fonts, and there are some additionally the Greek alphabet and then also some Japanese fonts. I'd love for somebody to translate those for me sometime. So we have all of these fonts to choose from, and I'm going to show you a little bit more with that in a moment. So let me go back. We also have a decorative, beautiful decorative font, and I'm going to bring it up so you can see it a little bit closer. So these are gorgeous. And, you know, these are actually built into our 10 needle. You're getting some really high-end fonts with this machine. Let me say okay and go back to the home screen. So there are 2 categories. There are almost 200 embroidery designs built in. You are, of course, not limited to those. You can bring in any that you find as long as they fit within your hoop size. Once you find something you like, let's look at all of the fun options you have. Now, this does show you right here the size of the design as it is. And there's that little cheat thing up here in the corner. You can see that all 3, it'll fit in any of the hoops except that really small one. Once I choose a design, oh my gosh, there's so much on-screen editing. I was playing around with it earlier, trying to think about things you guys might want to see. And I realized we hadn't really talked about all of the things you can do with the fonts. So this is a touch screen and I can move my designs around. Let me bring in a font. And oh, by the way, this is mirror image. So if you want to mirror image your design, that's a nice option. Let me show you what happens when we bring in a font and oh my gosh, the crazy things we can do with it. So I'll just go ahead and bring in, say, a monogram. So let's say I want to monogram something. Now, what I know here is I have quite a few options. So for instance, I might want the B in the middle to be a little bit larger. Traditionally, we would see that with a monogram. So I can change the whole design right here, and that makes everything bigger, but I want to change the center. So I'm going to go to Font Edit. And isn't it nice that you can see all this? You don't have to try to squint. Let me show you the multicolor. I'm not sure. I see this on a lot of machines, and I'm not sure people always know what kind of fun thing that can do. So if I push multicolor, and this is highlighted, I can turn each of these letters to a different color. So let me show you how that works. If I go to the palette, the color palette, you can see that my first choice is an A. So I'm going to see how it only turned the A one color. And then if I advance to the next letter, I can change the next one to purple, advance to the next letter, maybe orange. So when I showed you my quilt label, which is right here, that is exactly what I did right here on Quilted. So what's that?
I love it. I love that. So we only have 5 minutes till we have to we'll have to get off at 7:50, like in 5 minutes, because otherwise Facebook's gonna.
You know what? Why don't you show some stuff on the other machines, Barbara?
Yeah. So I just want to bring up this one. This is the SE 1900 because we've gotten some interest in that one. And all of these machines we actually have in stock. So the one that you were just talking about is the embroidery only. That is the NQ 1600E. And it does a 6 by 10 inch embroidery area. That's a big deal. Yes. So we have a more compact machine called the SE 1900, and this is a sewing and embroidery combination machine with a 5 by 7 embroidery hoop. And can you show us? Do you have a 5
let me
by
show
7
you. I
with
have
a
it
6
right
by 10?
here. Never know.
While you're bringing that out, this machine has the SE 1900. It has 184 sewing stitches on it. You can see on the front that there is a hole for a knee lifter, which is a big, big deal. That's one of my favorite accessories. And it has a 5 by 7 embroidery hoop. Now, it's going to look a little bit different on the connection of that embroidery hoop because the one that Heather has is the slide-on style. So this is the snap-on style of 5 by 7 embroidery hoop. You can do hats with the Durkee frame on this. It has a speed control right here. It has thread trimmers on it right here. So automatically trim your thread, needle up and down, lock stitch, reverse. It has a start stop button. And if you open the hood, I guess you can see 184 stitches, including alphabet stitches. This has a very nice area here. That's like a standard size. And like I said, the knee lifter for sewing. So perfect additional machine, perfect for if you're looking for a Christmas gift for someone, and a perfect price point. So for only $9.99, and you can finance that for 6 months, 0% financing. And guess what? It's in stock, and you'll get it in time for Christmas.
Perfect.
I hope that was helpful, Jill. And then last but not least, our 4x4 embroidery machine. This one is only $4.99. This is the SE600, and it's also a combination sewing and embroidery machine. It's not going to have the knee lift like the other one. It does have thread trimmers on it, though. So you have your speed control. You have your color touch screen. You have your needle up and down, reverse. So this one doesn't have the lock stitch like the 1900 or the knee lifter. And you're going to have a 4x4 hoop with this one that's snap-on. So, yeah. And it's in stock. Get it in time for Christmas. So I just love this. The 3 lineup is good, better, and best. Right?
Yes, absolutely. They all are going to accomplish what you want, I think, but it's just a budget thing. And then what you're looking for, where are you in the process? Are you just starting out with embroidery and you want to get your feet wet? Or maybe you're thinking, I'm ready to dive a little bit farther into the process. It's all so individual.
Let's see if we have any questions.
Yes.
Just a lot of love. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the demo, Heather.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So we're going to have to come to an end pretty soon so we don't get kicked off. I don't want to get kicked out.
They have rules.
But I want to thank you and everyone for watching. So tell me, Heather, what have you been working on lately?
Oh gosh, well, I've been doing a lot of ScanNCut and embroidery. So that's kind of been, I've been trying to come up with some new ways to figure out how to use my ScanNCut and incorporate it with my machine embroidery. And of course, cutting is an awesome way to do that. Yeah.
Oh, we forgot to mention this NQ 1600E behind me. Yeah. Doesn't it do FCM? Doesn't it do ScanNCut?
Yes, yes. Yeah, definitely. So that's, remember I mentioned a little while ago, so this one was built into the machine, this tie. And so you get that in the machine and it's an applique. And you can take that, I took this directly to the ScanNCut, cut it out. And so, yeah, there was no transfer needed. I just saved it to a USB and then put it right into my ScanNCut and cut out the fabric. No extra complications at all.
I love that. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so we got to do our last giveaway of the day. So everybody go ahead and chime in below. Give us some comments. We love you back. We've been getting so much love the whole 3 days. And thank you for everyone. If you've watched all 3 days, which I know a lot of you have, I've seen some very familiar faces. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you from our family of allbrands.com and our family of amazing products that we sell, like Brother, who's also a family-owned business.
Oh,
like
yes. This has been a wonderful 3 days.
And thanks for wearing the hat, Heather.
Absolutely. Gotta be Christmassy at this time.
It's been great. Okay, so I'm going to pick a winner. If you win, email events@allbrands.com for the $10 gift card. Last chance. Here we go. D. Workman. Congratulations, D.
Congrats, D.
Yeah, congratulations. Events@allbrands.com. And thank you, everyone for joining.
Yes, it's been so much fun. Thank you for having me, Barbara. Thank you to Brother.
Oh, yeah. All right. It looks like they're already kind of asking me to get out now. So
okay.
Love you so much. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
And we'll see you in 2021 for the Houston International Quilt Festival. We're so excited. And hopefully we'll be there in person. So, yes. All right. Thanks, Arnell. I've seen you on a lot. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Thanks for a great weekend. Yes. We love Brother. We love all the Brother educators.
Oh, thank you. We love all of you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to sign out now and have a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Same to all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.